Welcome to Boland Park here in Paarl for the 4-day match between Western Province and the Gbets Rocks and Western Province, and this the only match in the 4-day series that will be taking place over the next 4 days. And both these teams having played 4 matches, and this will be now the final match in the 5th round of the competition. And the toss this morning won by Western Province, and they had no hesitation in deciding to bat first on a beautiful day here in Paarl, and a bit of a breeze to try and cool it down a little bit. It's going to be well into the 30 degrees. You're with me, James King, and here with me in the commentary box, Durant Goosen. Durant, good to have you with me.
Morning, James. Morning to all the viewers. Yeah, it's a wonderful day for cricket. It's a very typical late December morning in Paarl. Like you said earlier, yeah, we are expecting temperatures reaching up to 36 degrees. So batting was the choice to go, and I had a walk around the pitch earlier this morning, and there is a few dead patches there, a few cracks. So definitely to bat was the obvious choice and the correct choice by Western Province. So we can expect some runs here early this morning.
Well, certainly Western Province will be wanting to continue with their very good batting form. They've also been batting at quite a lick in terms of their run rates in the competition so far, and very much adopted a positive attitude. And it's going to be John O'Bird and Eddie Moore opening the batting for them. We'll give you those lineups now. It's Moore, Bird, Yassine Valley, Valentine Kitima, Daniel Smith, George Linder, William Pongwana, Carl Simmons, Bjorn Hendricks, Dane Patterson, and Mtiwe Kaya Nabi. The team showing 2 changes from the team that defeated the Rocks last up at Newlands, and that is Pongwana and Dane Patterson coming back into the team for them, and John O'Bird is also in place of and David Beddingham at the top of the order. So very interesting changes to the team for Western Province. As I say, 3 changes. I will get those definitively for you now. Let me just go and have a look at that scorecard for you.
And then I'll just announce the Gbets Rocks team. It's Janeman Milan, the captain Peter Milan. Siam van Zyl, of course, playing his 200th first-class game today. So that's a very big milestone for him. Aviwe Mjima, his first ball.
Oh, my word. It's Eddie Moore having a go at that one outside the off stump from Glenton Stearman. He's bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Eddie Moore. So just to run through that team again, so 3 changes in the team, with Daniel Smith just dropping down the order, Eddie Moore and John O'Bird opening. So Bird in for Beddingham, and then it is Mpongwana and Patterson in for Anyaku, and the debutant Wesley Beja. And Eddie Moore is going to take full toll of that one, as it's going to go down to the boundary in extra cover for 4, as Western Province opened their account. Perhaps didn't you heard the sort of a clunk as it came off the bat, rather than really getting fully hold of it. But
yeah, they didn't seem we got it on the sweet spot there. But that's a great way to start this first-class match here with the boundary straight off the board.
So you see, as you were saying, Durant, the pitch, certainly batting first, the correct decision here at Paarl, as the Stearman's away from us again here, and that's just played into the leg side, where the man at mid-on is coming around. That Sips Mahima is coming around.
Yeah, that's Siam Mahima. It does seem like the outfield is a bit slow. When I walked onto the field earlier, it does seem a bit more grown.
Yeah, it certainly is. I don't know if they've mown it since had a mow since the one-day international last week, and that was really an interesting match that he hosted here at Paarl. So we're broadcasting here from the northern end of the ground, the Nederburg end, and it's Stearman away from us again. angled very nicely down into the gap between gully and backward point, and they just go through for the single. Now they go through for two. So Bird off the mark immediately as well, and chased down to that third man region, fielded about 10 meters in from the boundary. We don't have the roving camera today, so we'll be describing the action to you. We've got three slips, a gully, backward point, and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Much better line this time from Stearman, but Bird able to play it into the vacant extra cover region, and they go through for a single. Michael Copeland patrolling there at backward point. That is position. Really good fielder, Durant.
Michael Copeland, yes, this is his first match in the 4-day series of this year. He's been 12 man now for the past 4 matches. So it's very nice to see him on the field. Exceptional fielder, like you said, especially in the One Day Cup earlier this season. He's got some very good form on him. Good field awareness, like they say.
He's we have, having seen him in the past couple of seasons, he's been turning out here for the Rocks. Certainly somebody that is covers the ground very quickly. Got a good, safe pair of hands on him, Michael Copeland, a youngster who certainly the team here at the
Michael
association here looking for some good stuff from him.
Definitely. A very bright future ahead of him. Of course, he was selected for the SA Emerging Squad in August. And he played very well there. Got some great runs.
That's very good, young man. Some the young men in this in both of the setups, and one of them is actually taking strike now. John O'Bird, been with in the Western Province team for the last 2 or 3 years. Still a young man in his very early 20s, and other youngsters to really keep an eye open for in both the teams over the next 4 days. Valentine Kitima, who made the trip, the move down from Paarl to Cape Town, as Huddersfield is in from the old stables end, just once again played very nicely into the gap at extra cover by John O'Bird, and he's through for the single. So we've got 3 slips as a man at backward point, slightly different field to the Huddersfield, and in fact they've got the 2 slips, the man at almost a 4th slip, between 4th slip and gully, backward point. There is a man in that extra cover now, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. And down here at long leg, Clinton Stearman. Try and give you the fielders. We've got Sean van Berg at first slip. We've got Yanaman Malan at second. Abiwa Mgajima is in the gully position. That's a great attempt from the man at backward point, but it is going to get down to the boundary and just goes over the ropes now at that wideish sort of backward point region. And Eddie Moore once again getting one short and wide from Huddersfield, and he manages to get on top of that and play that nicely. I think the fielder might have got a hand on it there. Very good attempt to make the stop from the fielder. That is Copeland at backward point.
It seems like,
excuse
me, it seems like it's going to be another very expensive over. It just shows you what the game plan is from Western Province here today, putting the bowling attack of the Gbets Rocks under pressure.
Yeah, they've been consistently batting at between 4 and 5 and over in the 4-day competition this season, Western Province. So it's an approach that, chatting to Eddie Moore earlier on in the competition 2 matches ago, in fact, had him in the commentary box, just having a bit of a chat with us and just talking about that incredible partnership between him and Carverena. We'll talk about that now. Beautiful shot once again. That's actually gone through the man at extra cover. I don't think it'll go to the boundary though. It's being chased all the way. A very good stop there by Peter Malan is indeed the captain who's gone to stop that one, but they get through for 3. And as you were saying, Durant, another expensive over. Eddie Moore already on 12 at 16 without loss in only 4 balls bowled so far in the second over. So batting already at close to 10 runs on over Western Province, and just battling with the lines and lengths at the moment on a pitch that is probably not going to offer them much assistance. Oh, and
That's
that
another
again
great
straight onto the
shot.
pads, and that's going to be 4 through mid wicket for John O'Bird, and this has been a bit of a licorice all sorts over from Ardis Viljoen so far. Certainly has bowled it both sides of the wicket. Lengths have been different, just hasn't got into his work yet, and it's very early days, but it's 20 without loss, and still 1 ball left in the second over.
And that's 12 of the over so far for
Yeah,
Viljoen. So very, very expensive. And he's going to be very angry with himself because he did
Yes.
so well in the SAA test match against West Indies.
He did indeed. That series he was looking really strong and bowling well in tandem with the other players. We have Dame Patterson back in the Western Province lineup today as well. Also played exceptionally well in that SAA, West Indies A tour, and looking to book his seat on the plane to New Zealand in the test team for the series that is coming up in February. So, and just to give you an update from Centurion as well, just we'll try and keep you updated with some of the action that's happening elsewhere in the world and here in South Africa. But so far, no play in the match at Centurion. Rain, unfortunately, this morning there. And the match at Willamore Park, we also believe not having started yet. That's SAA versus India A. As I say, we'll try and give you updates from those matches as we go through the day, and also the test match happening in Australia, Boxing Day test there.
That's
And
another
that
very
is
good
another
shot.
good shot from Eddie Moyes. Time he goes over the top of Michael Copeland, and Glenn Stearman changing his line to the left-hander, but it hasn't made any difference to the result. And that has been absolutely carved away to backward point boundary for 4. So 24 without loss.
That's another very good.
Third over only. And no, this isn't a T20 match. It's
It feels like a T20 almost, with that run rate being 11.1 at the moment.
Yeah.
And yeah, no, they're really putting the pressure on the Rocks, bowling attack and the fielding.
Oh, that one into the ribs of Moore, and he's certainly going to be rubbing that one. That'll be a nice bruise in a couple of days' time. Maybe even now. He's really taking a bit of a blow there in the ribs, just under that right armpit there, Durant. That rose up quite nicely into the rib cage.
Yeah, he's going to be sore later, but I don't see any of the medics getting ready to put ice on it.
No,
so it doesn't look that bad for me, but just a good shock to the body almost.
It did come up into there, trying to just angle it down the leg side, and this is a much better delivery from Stearman, as Bird is just able to play it straight back to him on his follow through.
He got a little bit of swing on that ball. And that's how Stearman needs to bowl. He's very deadly when he does that consistently.
So he also, Glenn Stearman, a man who has represented senior South African teams. I think he even does have a test cap. We just have to have a look at his records. So do you have the records for these players? I will give you those also in between the overs. They're just their career records in first-class cricket for the respective players, just to make sure you have all that information that is available to you that we have. Stearman, just the 2 balls left in his second over, 25 without loss, Western Province. That's 17 to Moore and 8 to Bird. John O'Bird on strike.
Big shout.
I think he's
nothing from that.
Yeah, outside the line, looks like, and gets across quite nicely, John O'Bird, to that one. Stifled appeal. We have umpire Kluma and umpire Gampu. I think it's umpire Gampu at this side, and umpire Kluma at the southern end of the ground. We'll check that, but you shall see and get that information for you. Glenn Stearman going to be coming in for the last ball of his second over. Yeah, it's much better from Stearman towards the end of that over, picked up by Mahima here at mid-on. So John O'Bird, it debuted in the 2018-2019 season, 9 first-class matches, 15 innings, 1 not out, 537 runs with a 152 not out. His top score with Western Province versus the Lions in 2 seasons ago, averaging 38.5 with 200s. Both his hundreds, he has converted his 50s into hundreds, so no 50s for him. And then Eddie Moore, his vastly experienced partner. Eddie Moore debuted 2011-2012, played a lot of games in the Eastern Cape, 116 matches, 203 innings, 16 not out, 7,638 runs, 228 his highest score. And that's another one that is going to probably get through for just a single. They turn for two. That's good running from these two, and good chase out there into the deep. It looks like Ashel Kluter that chased that one out with Michael Copeland. Gives it in at extra cover. And that is another 2 to the score, 27 without loss. So Eddie Moore, just to finish those numbers, 1700s and 4150s, an average of 40.84. A man who, and I don't want to put the mockers on him, but the man who has been also in a very good form for Western Province this season. Good fielding on his follow through, wasn't it? Much better from Hardisvillian there. And so taking maybe a couple of overs to get into their work this morning. These are two fast bowlers. Western Province batters have been on point though with that.
Very good. And the running between the wickets is also exceptional from them. It's almost like the fielders from the Gbets Rocks, they don't have enough time for run out. They're really building a partnership here.
Oh, that's down the leg side, and he's got something on that, whether it's pad or bat. I think it's bat. No, pad it is. So off the thigh pad down to fine fine leg.
They don't have enough time for run out.
Seaman just coming around right in front of us here at the
really building a partnership
here. Commentary position to toss that one
down
the leg side, and he's got something on that, whether it's pad or added to the board. The first extras of the morning, 4 leg buys to Western Province, 31 without loss. And just to finish, as I say, finish those Eddie Moore numbers, I'm going to give you Hardisvillian's first-class numbers, also vastly experienced bowler. That's beautifully played down the ground by Moore. It shows the full face of the bat. That one's not even really a half volley, just played it on the up, and that's gone straight past Peter Milan down to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot.
Very good shot. And it's almost
experienced bowler.
He caught Peter Milan out there.
He did. That's beautifully played down the ground by Moore. It shows the full face of the bat. That one's not even really a half volley.
But then again, yeah, like I said earlier, it's a really, really slow outfield.
Yeah.
So especially here at the Nederburg side of things. And I think you're correct, James, when you said that they didn't mow the field.
I don't think they have after the one day. It doesn't look like it, to be honest. I mean, it's certainly got a very spongy feel to it when we were walking on it afterwards. I like this fielding position put in here. And Moore trying to play forcefully again, but he only gets it as far as Siamahima at mid-on. So for Hardisvillian, just looking at his bowling numbers, and he has bowled 22,740 deliveries in first-class cricket, 13,477 runs conceded, 480 wickets. What a performer he has been over the years. Yeah.
Good leave there.
Well left, yes. That's the end of the over. I do like that short mid-off fielding position they put in there, Durant. Just on the drive, perhaps one that doesn't perhaps come on. We know this wicket here at Paarl is not necessarily one that comes onto the bat that nicely, and not a wicket you typically bowl very short on.
No, definitely not. You'll get punished if you bowl short.
Yeah. But
nobody
seemed to tell the Proteas bowlers that last week. No, it's just joking.
No, but you definitely saw it with the previous match I was here against the Dolphins. Every time a bowler bowled it short, he was punished for a boundary. So the name of game is...
Just hold on a second for us, sorry. I believe we're getting a bit of an echo on the commentary here, and we just want to make sure that we are okay with that. So please bear with us while we try and fix that. I know you're hearing us quite a number of times.
It seems like the fielding position has changed again.
Oh,
Oh, that's a brilliant delivery there from Seaman.
kept a bit low, didn't it?
Very
Interesting.
low.
It did seem to keep low. John O'Bird expecting that one to get up a lot more. So, uh, yeah, it's that line and length outside the off stump that they really want to be heading for in the channel, which is really important to be looking at here, both on this pitch and the one at Newlands. Very, very important to be bowling in that channel. Stearman bowling around the wicket to Bird. He changed the line, did that in his last over. We had 2.3 overs in.
It almost seems like this delivery as well stayed quite low.
Yeah. So looking at that, looks like it was a very good toss to win. Western Province 35 without loss into the fifth over. Yes, they're batting at nearly 8 and over. I was saying a bit earlier on at Durant, Eddie Moore chatting to us about the approach they've been following this season. That's slower delivery, almost looked like onto the pads. But no, nothing to report. Mahima does the fielding out mid-on.
But yeah, the approach that were told you earlier is definitely an approach that worked for them this season. I personally at the start of the season didn't think Western Province would do so well, especially in the Wonder Cup, and they definitely surprised me. But it's good captaincy, and it's the approach to the game is definitely how can I say it better than the other teams in the division.
I think one of the things is that it advances the game quite significantly. We certainly saw in the match, previous match that Western Province played against the Dragons at Newlands, that game finishing on the third afternoon. It was that the pace of the game just went by very, very quickly. I mean, both the Rocks, both the Dragons and the Western Province innings very fast. Yeah, first ball in anger really from Glenton Stearman this morning, just ducked underneath by John O'Bird. That was a much better over from the Rocks paceman, bowling here from the Nederburg end at the beautiful Gbets, say Gbets Rocks Oval, but it's the Boland Park here in Paarl, and the beautiful Drakenstein Mountains off to our left-hand side as we look here from the southern end of the ground over towards the mountain ranges. And it really is a privilege to be here. And thank you very much to the Boland Cricket Union and also Gbets Rocks for hosting us here. This broadcast commentary, and we'll just go through that for you now as it's Huddersfield in Eddie Moore playing that one into the ground straight to Michael Copeland at backward point. And they have made some quite significant changes to the field already. Only the one slip, a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a man at deep square, so perhaps expect a short, surprise short ball, and a man down at long leg. And very interesting that they've taken out when we started with 3 slips in the gully, they've taken out, in fact, for Huddersfield, it was only ever 2 slips in the gully. They've taken out the second slip. And that's played over and down to the third man boundary for Eddie Moore. Once again, playing very adventurously here. He's already on 27. He got a pair of 31s in the victory over the Dragons at Newlands a couple of weeks ago.
This is a very good shot there from him. Not a very great delivery there from Viljoen.
No, not direction, not tempting him to go for that shot over the leg side where you have the 2 fielders placed out in the deep, and he's already making changes to the field. Michael Copeland coming out into a defensive, deep backward point position, and it really is interesting after only 5 overs. But down the leg side and nothing to report. Sean von Berg just had his right arm up in there, maybe hoping for something.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with appealing. Might get in the umpire's head a bit here. Wait for something better to come through.
And thank you to those of you that have commented that we had an echo on comms, and now it seems to be sorted out. Thanks to our production team here. That's once again
Great
carved
shot.
through the offside by Eddie Moore. My goodness gracious me.
That shot didn't look like the outfield is slow.
No, not at all. Not at all.
That was a rocket.
He really is taking full toll of anything that is short, wide, over-pitched, you name it, but particularly the deliveries that are wayward and give him width. He's having a full go, and that was probably the shot of the morning so far. I mean, he's played two really good shots in this over so far, Durant, and 43 without loss, and we're not even at the end of the sixth over here.
2 more balls to go. Second to last ball coming up, and it's 31 for Moore at the moment. Just gets out of the way. Dot ball. So no, 1 more ball to go, and it's again a very expensive over from Arnold. Of course, Steeman, the previous over, bowled a maiden, which definitely helped with the run rate for the Rocks. But it's almost like Western Province is in full control of this match.
Yeah, I mean, they've already set out what their intent is here and make sure that you bowling in the right channels. More this time just playing it out to Yanaman Malan at that mid-wicket position is indeed number 18. So the Malan brothers, one with 13 on his back, the captain Peter Malan, and Peter Malan tossing the coin this morning under the watchful eye of match referee Lawrence Matruus and Captain Björn Hendricks for Western Province calling correctly and saying immediately without any hesitation they will be having a bat, and it will be, is going to be Stearman to continue, is indeed, after, as Durant said, bowling that maiden in the last over, and Stearman's figures in first class cricket. He's taken 239 wickets, 5,483 runs, an average of 22.94. That really is excellent average in first class cricket. 2.99 runs per over. 7 for 12, his best for Southwestern Districts versus Namibia in the 16-17 season. He has taken 5 wickets in innings 15 times, and he's taken 10 in a match twice as Clinton Stearman, and he'll be looking at trying to get another 5-wicket haul, I'm sure, in this match. Every time you come into bowl, you're wanting to take a wicket with every single ball that you bowl.
The thing is for me with Willard Park, and there's something that I've seen the past during this 4-day series, is the spin bowlers. They get the wickets on this deck. So one must think if this is a pitch that's going to help the spin bowlers later on for Siamahima. Of course, taking 6 wickets in the previous match was held here against the Dolphins.
Yeah. You've got that combination of Von Berg and Mahima as it's Stearman again, and that's Bird this time trying to force that one away down to the man at a deep backward square, so it's more a deep square in line with the umpire. So the similar field for John O'Bird. Just the one slip, that's Sean Von Berg. The gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square. And he's going now to backward of square is Michael Copeland, and a man at long leg. So likely to see Ashel Kluse coming in first change, and then a lot of bowling from Mahima and Von Berg.
There's another good delivery there from Glenton.
Yeah, bowling much better, opening over, perhaps opening sort of 2 overs, not quite what he was looking for, but he's getting into his line and length now, getting into his work. He's worked off the very nice dinners we might have had the last couple of days, and into their work now. The Rocks, they know this ground exceptionally well. They know where to bowl on the wicket. Straying into the pads.
And half of the Gbets Rocks team came came back to work, so to say, early from the Christmas holidays. Half of them were here yesterday in the nets, having a bowl and having a bat and testing out the field. So they are accustomed to this now at the moment. I don't know if Western Province had a training session yesterday.
I'm sure they would have done. Would have had even if it was just a light training session, maybe a net and a run around. Certainly, huge amount of work goes into preparing your team for matches like this. That's very nicely angled by Moore, getting on top of the bounce there, down to the man at long leg, and that is down there. It is Ashel Kluter, number 37, on his back, down at long leg. So the same, we've got a slipper gully, a backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep square, and a long leg. I'm just trying to see who the fielders are in these respective positions. So Stian van Salet is at extra cover. Haven't mentioned his name yet this morning. The old campaigner. Also very nicely tickled there by John O'Bird into the leg side. Just losing his line a little bit the last two deliveries there, Glenton Stearman.
And after this delivery, it almost seems like Glenton is very disappointed in himself. That's 3 runs off this over, so they're 4 away from half century partnership. But he put his head in his hands almost after that delivery. Not something he wanted to bowl.
No, it certainly was not in the region that he'll be looking at. He can probe outside that off stump. That's the line that you want to be bowling both here at Boland Park and certainly at Newlands. And there is
Seems like
going to be a
Boland,
change, definitely, from the old stables end, the southern end of the ground. We're going to have the right arm off spin of Awiwa Ngijima, and that makes sense if one looks at the two left-handers that are batting at the moment. So the off spinner will be getting that ball to move away from the left-hander. That's the natural movement for an off spinner, the finger spinner. Awiwa Ngijima, who's made his way up the N1 highway here to Paarl, about 50 kilometers. So for those of you that don't know the region at all, about 50 kilometers from Cape Town, was a stalwart in the Western Province team for a number of seasons, Awiwa Ngijima, and almost trading places with Valentine Kitime, who made the trip down or moved down to Western Province, the youngster. But it's going to be Ngijima, the first spin that we've seen today, with his off breaks and defensively immediately. Interesting field setting here, Durant.
Yeah, I wanted to say the same, yeah.
Well, he got
only one slip.
Yeah, just the one slip. He's got that man catching at a short extra cover. That's Sia Mahima. Good delivery from Gajima. And interesting, they've gone to spin after only 7 overs. Huddersfield just not finding his radar this morning in his first spell. That's very nicely paid by Bird. I think they'll get 2. It was a bit of a misfield there by Ashel Kluter. They decided against it. Using the old adage, you never take a run to a misfield. Probably a good choice not to do that. So,
and like you said, yeah, it is quite strange that they chose to have a spin bowler this early this morning. I would suspect they would have only brought spin attack in after the first drinks break. But with 7 overs in,
yeah, I think
there's already a spin.
Probably an indication of how flat they think the wicket is. Yeah, already. So shortly we will be welcoming Vincent Barnes into the commentary box. He'll be joining us. Vincent is with us for the day today and tomorrow. So that will be really good to have him with us. And that's beautifully played by Eddie Moore. But there is a man sweeping on the cover boundary. And they only go through for the one. In fact, they're going to go through for 2. Sloppy work there by at the stumps by Clyde Fortuyn. It was a difficult ball. It was bouncing rather nasty for him, but bit of maybe a misunderstanding, and they went through for the second with it going down to the man at the long leg position. Stian van Sail here, in fact, at a with a long leg here, and it's going to be more on strike. He plays that beautifully over the top. Has he got there? No, he might be caught. No, he's not. It's bounced. He's managed to get it there and doesn't manage to reach the boundary there and goes through just for the two. But that's the Western Province 50 on strike. He plays that beautifully over the top. Has he got there? No, he might be caught. No, he's not. It's 50 for Western Province, and it is 51 without loss after 8 overs exactly. First over of spin now coming to an end. 51 of 48 deliveries with 7 fours and 48 deliveries, 33 minutes. And after 33 minutes, our first commentary change. And it's a welcome to Vincent Barnes. Welcome, Vinny.
Yeah, welcome in the composite season to you, James.
Thank you so much.
To you to run.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice, beautiful, warm, hot.
It is.
Boland Park. Is it Boland Park? Eurolux.
No, apparently now it has no naming convention now,
okay.
apparently.
All right.
So we're back to Boland Park. As it's a bird that just defends to Stearman, continuing from the Niederberg end. And we've had to say the first over of spin from Aviwa Ngujima, the off spinner, in the previous over. They're off to an absolute flyer once again, Western Province. And you've been watching them quite a bit this season, Vinny. It's been a hallmark of what they've been doing from a batting point of view.
It's quite interesting because I came and I thought they got the wrong color clothing on here because it was, they were going at 10 and over at one stage. But yeah, look, it's I think with more Hardus Viljoen than Clinton struggling to find the right areas, and there was a lot of width off it, short balls, too full, and the two lefties here have really capitalized on that. So yeah, they need to bring it back a bit, and Clinton has sort of settled into a good rhythm now, and look, they've got three spinners on the field, so
they have.
We're going to see a lot of spin with Kojima, Mickey Copeland, and Sean van Berg.
And I'm looking forward to watching Sia Mahima as well, and number 34 here in front of us. Also turned his arm over. Haven't really seen very much of him. He took I think it was a 6-4 in the previous match. They were playing in Maritzburg against the Tuskers. Game that was unfortunately, or might have been the one here. I'm just going to go into the scores for the season just to have a look at that, as Mahima in that match against the Tuskers in Maritzburg getting 3 in the first innings, and Sean van Berg 5. So it's going to be a very interesting challenge for the Western Province batters against this. As you say, it's a 3-prong spin attack, and with Michael Copeland, they've got 4 spinners on the field.
So you're right. I missed that, and was the Sia Mahima. Yeah. Look, it's a interesting looking pitch. Sorry, I haven't been here for a while, so I went on there. There's a little bit of grass in here, so it can light up your eyes. Sorry, but yeah, we know what happens here. It's when the sun burns the pitch. It looks pretty flat already.
It does, doesn't it? Looks exceptionally flat. It looks like there were a couple of patches, certainly from what Durant was saying earlier, and in terms of the assessment of the pitch. Does look like it could become a little bit roughed up, and the spinners are going to be eyeing that with a lot of anticipation, you feel. That's a very good shot from Moore. Once again, threads the gap, a needle through the gap there of extra cover and mid-off for 4, and it's a no ball. So that is not eyeing that with Stearman would have wanted. Score goes to 56 without loss. Very good shot from Moore. Once again, threads the gap. The 40s now. Needle through the gap there of extra cover and adjusting. So we're 57 without loss. Just adjusting the scoreboard to cater for that no ball. And Moore off to a very good start. He got a pair of 31s against the Dragons last time out, but 2 centuries in the matches before then. Eddie Moore, the one in the match against the Titans. Just going to talk a bit more about that approach that him and Carl Verena had in that match. He plays that one beautifully forward of square. There's absolutely nothing that the man at square leg can do about that. Eddie Moore goes to 44, just too short, and just sits up beautifully, doesn't it, on this surface?
Yeah, no, it's I mean, it's like I said, it looked like Linton had settled into good rhythm, and just coming. I see you bowling around the wicket now to the two lefties, and but just now, just a half volley again, and another long hop, which Eddie's capitalized on. Yeah, look, I mean, his run rate's really out of control at the moment, and they've got to bring it back. They've got to bowl a few maidens, settle down. Another no ball.
Another no ball, my goodness.
So yeah, they just got to settle down and bring down that run rate because it's out of control at the moment, and they're really no threat at the moment to the two batters.
No, you're almost waiting for the batter to make a mistake. In some ways, it's really not what they would be looking for, and Captain Peter Malan would not be happy with his attack so far, taking Fulunov after only 3 overs.
It's besides the score, the field placings it's a one-day field as well. One slip in a gully, and the rest of it all spread around in the ring, and fine leg and a backward square.
I must say, I am quite surprised. I know they're going at 7 and over, but still, to go so defensive from so early on, it's as if they've almost said, okay, we're going to wait for you to make the mistake.
Yeah. The surprising thing is that these are two international bowlers opening the bowling. They both have played for South Africa. I mean, they played, and both are stalwarts of the game, first class. They got to understand that that got to read the conditions very, very quickly, which you expect from that type of bowlers. We got good first change. Is this second over?
This is the second over now for Ngajima's over off spin. His first over just going for the 5 and just trying to, I suppose, get a bit of control there. I think that's a good fielding position, having Mahima in there at that short extra cover. Just straying onto the pads. Probably nothing much from a turn point of view. Off there, very difficult to save as coming in towards us is Ngajima.
Yeah, it's first morning of a game, and you've got spin bowling.
Yeah.
7th over of the game tells a story.
Only 40 minutes of play so far here, and would not have expected, as we were saying a bit earlier on, not have expected to see spin before the first drinks break, especially with something like Ashel Kluter also in the attack for the Rocks. John O'Bird takes full toll of that one that's tossed up outside the off stump, and that has gone all the way for 6. And umpire Ashel Kluter also in the attack for signalling that one has gone for 6. John O'Bird takes full toll of that one that's tossed innings up outside the off stump, bringing on while they go and fetch the ball there. It's gone way over the bank to the left of the scoreboard as we look at it. Captain Milan gone to fetch that, and he'll probably be having a few mutters to himself as he goes to the back there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we are being critical about the bowling. They haven't hit the areas, but I've really enjoyed. I mean, and this is the way Western Province have played this year. Really enjoyed the positiveness of the both batters. And Kojima's under a lot of pressure here because the field's doesn't really have protection on the boundary. There's no turn, and Eddie and John O'Bird is Eddie Moore and John O'Bird is they're gonna capitalize on that.
Indeed, they are. Just to remind you, the broadcast here is being brought to you by the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel, visuals courtesy of Pitch Vision, and this commentary over the next 4 days. We'll talk to you about that now. That's Mahima Fields at short extra cover. This commentary being brought to you, the compliments of Cape Fox Productions. Please go and have a look at the YouTube channel. Oh, that one outside the off stump, and Bird just going forward, trying to play it into the offside, doesn't manage to make contact, a slight exhalation of breath from Clyde Fontaine behind the stumps. The man who performed very well for SAA in that West Indies A series, Vincent.
Sorry, was that?
Clyde Fontaine.
Yeah, no, he had a good series. He's had a good couple of seasons now in both formats, well, all formats.
Yeah.
And it's good to see him getting opportunities. You just never know where, with New Zealand coming up.
That's right.
Yeah, there's opportunities for a number of cricketers who's not involved in the SA20s, because I know it's going to be the full strength national side is not going to be available for New Zealand. So there's opportunities. Eddie's done exceptionally well. As you said, 200s in the previous game, not the game before. Sorry, the game at Newlands. That was at Newlands, wasn't it?
He got the 100 on the road. He got against the Tuskers, yes.
Yeah,
Marisburg,
that's
got the one against the Titans. That one against the Titans coming in a partnership of 100 and was it 180 odd with the Carvarena. Well, it's a really
Carl
bad
Verena's
delivery
also
down
played
the-
exceptionally well, and good to see him back in the Test team.
Absolutely.
And I mean,
great
he's
to see.
replaced a serious cricketer in Klaassen, but he's really played very, very well, kept well, and led well. So he deserves to be back in the Test team. Your thoughts on the Test match so far?
Yeah, interesting. I thought that the opening spell from South Africa yesterday morning was exceptional. I thought they bowled it really well, the openers, as Ashel Klutter away from us now, replaced Glenton Stearman from the Niederberg end. And then I think the two drop catches did certainly hurt them.
Yeah.
Not both should have been taken at international level. You would expect it to be taken. The Janssen one a lot more difficult, perhaps, than the De Zorzi catch. Not as expensive as they could have been. KL Rahul batted exceptionally well, though, in what were very difficult conditions. So probably 208 for 8 honours even at the end of the first day. And that is out, and that is Eddie Moore that has to go for 44, live by the sword and die by the sword there. He didn't get hold of that one, trying to angle it probably over the slips, and it's gone straight to the man at slip. Sean von Berg standing at a second slip, and that is the first wicket down with the score on 69 even at the end 44 of the first day. Of just that is out, and that Eddie Moore is 8 fours Eddie in that 44, and he will be desperately disappointed that he has to make his way back to the crease. But what a scoring rate for him this morning, 69 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, if you looked at the balls, the previous ball, Ashel Klutter bowled a short ball. It just showed the slowness of the wicket. I mean, Eddie was in position quite early, and he almost had to wait for the ball to hit the bat. To show the slowness in the wicket. And getting out there, it meant that he couldn't just deflect the ball. No. He had to actually try and hit the ball, and the slowness of the wicket probably got him out there.
So it's been a really quick opening partnership. We're only in the 11th over, and score 69. That wicket there going to Ashel Klutter. So just angling it across the left-hander. He didn't quite get his radar right, and there again one feels the ball was there to be hit. But as you say, Vincent, just really you had to wait for it.
Correct, yeah. There was pace in the wicket to deflect that. I mean, just deflect it over slip. But it became a wrist shot when there's no pace in the wicket. He actually tried to hit it and just guided it straight to Sean van Berg, who took a good catch. I mean, but he's got good hands, Sean.
He has got very good hands, isn't he? A seasoned campaigner. Sean van Berg, been around a long time, and somebody that has made his career here in Paarl over the last number of years. Just to give you an idea, made his debut in the 2009-2010 season. So this is 14th or 15th season in first-class cricket, and where he's taken 474 wickets and an average of 29.81. He's been around a long time in South African domestic cricket, taken plenty of wickets, and he's really made this his fortress, hasn't he? 531 in the last game against the Tuskers in their first innings, and he'll be bowling a lot, one feels, over the next few days.
Yeah, Sean's he's been around a long time. He's played at Titans, played at Knights. He's had. I remember many years ago him being part of my emerging team. I went to Australia as a leggy, young Sean van Berg. We went to Australia, played in a quad series against India, New Zealand, and Australia, and he was on that trip. Really enjoyed him.
Yassine Valley is the new batter. So coming off a good run of form, Yassine Valley in the previous match in Cape Town, getting a 100 as well. So he's got two. He's had a 50 and a 100 in this season so far, and taking his tally to 41 hundreds and 16. 41 50s and 1600s. Let me get the right way around in his career so far. And also somebody that has been around for a very long time, Yassine Valley. I'll go through his numbers for you after this delivery. It's whitish again outside the off stump, Ashel Klutter, and it's not really coming through very quickly from Klutter. Just putting it there at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting. Look, I know the youngster. Saw him come through through the ranks, the age groups, and Lily rated him as one of our under 19. Young under 19, S under 19 fast bowlers. Has progressed nicely here. Hasn't played a hell of a lot, but just there doesn't seem to be any rhythm there. That's much better. That'll look better.
Yes, overpitched. Though it did look better, but just giving the opportunity for a lovely shot down the ground by Mo Valley. And comes here in front of us.
There doesn't seem to be any rhythm there.
Fullion will pick it up.
That's much better.
The
That'll look better.
end, and that's off the mark. It did look better, but just 73 for 1 in the 11th over. Successful one has been, though, for Ashel Klutter getting the wicket of Eddie Moore. As you say, I've been very impressed with him. I saw him first a couple of seasons ago here, playing for the Rocks, and a couple of games against Western Province, and certainly seemed then to have the zip. I know he's just getting into his work today. He's got a lovely action.
Yeah. No, yeah, I did some bowling testing with, I did it countrywide, and we did some bowling testing with him at Newlands last year, and I was quite impressed with how he had improved, in his pace. I felt that when he was at under 19 level, he's the big thing for him was the bounce because he's quite tall.
Yes.
His bounce. He didn't have a lot of pace, but the day he bowled at Newlands, when we tested the bowlers, he bowled quite quickly. So I was quite impressed with that. I had a chat to Henry Williams about him and what they were doing here, and I was quite impressed. And it just seems like he's struggling a bit with rhythm. I hope he's not injured.
I hope not. No,
because a couple of deliveries, he almost just sort of jogged to the wicket, bowled, had hardly any follow through.
Yeah, it was
so I hope he's
like
okay.
Just putting it there almost.
Yeah, that's right.
So hopefully he will be steaming in for his second over when he comes back from the Nederburg end. It's going to be Aviwa Ngujima to continue from the old stables end to Jono Bird. Bird is on 18 with him. Yassine Valley for 4, the man out. 73 for 1 after 11.1 overs here. Eddie Moore in the previous over to Ashel Klutter. He was out cutting, trying to, in fact, ramp it over the slips and caught at slip by Sean von Berg off the bowling of Ashel Klutter and Eddie Moore.
Yeah, they've got to bring that run rate. The run rate's out of control at the moment, 6.4 runs over. Got to bring it down to at least under 4 and quickly. Obviously the wicket of Eddie Moore will help with that.
It will.
Mo Valley does take a while to settle in, so you can keep him quiet. And I think Jono will probably play a bit more responsibly.
I think he will now.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Jono's first start, I think, of the season, certainly the matches that I've been part of, he hasn't played in the home games from a 4-day competition point of view. So good opportunity for him really on a pitch that hasn't seemed to do anything at all so far. Other than it is very slow. We are expecting it to take significant amount of turn, I would think, with all the patches that are on it from even second or third day. One feels it could be quite a handful having the spinners bowling to you. And this Rocks team that is chock-a-block full of spinners. One of them now is going to be bowling over the wicket now. Aviva Ngajima, the off-break finger spinner for the Rocks. Just short mid-wicket in position. That's Sia Mahima. I've got a very strong leg side field, so it's a 6-3, is it?
No.
I'm missing it.
5-4.
5-4. Trying to see where
Yeah, the slip. You know.
Oh, the slip, of course. 5-4. Leg side, offside field. A slip, backward point, extra cover, and a mid-off on the offside. That's much better from the Rocks, as Ngajima has bowled 3 overs, a 0 for 12. Kluter will be now into his second over. Just the one, but he's taken the wicket of Eddie Moore, and it is 1 over 1 for 5 for him so far. That wicket falling at 69. So Western Province welcoming back their SA debutant. He didn't actually play, did he, Mthwali Mpongwana? He was selected for the ODI squad. And Bjorn Hendricks, also a last-minute call-up for that ODI squad, played in the 2 ODIs, the one here at Paarl and the one at St. George's Park. But fantastic experience for Mthwali Mpongwana to be part of that squad. And a man for the future, Vincent.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that he didn't play in the last ODI. I thought he probably could have played ahead of Jan Mulder. Had him in the squad, you know, give him opportunity. He's had a wonderful 50 over competition, domestic. So, you know, I thought it would have been a great opportunity to play in that game, especially back here in the Western Cape. So, yeah, it's just a pity. But yeah, an exciting talent, really exciting talent. He's you know, he's progressed beautifully over the past couple of years now, and like I said, you know, match-winning performance in the final.
That's right.
50 over competition. You know, that was a great performance there.
I certainly do agree with you. I mean, anybody from the Western Cape sort of commenting on that when I was here at the match last week, just chatting to the people, saying we were perhaps a little bit surprised that he didn't play in this game. It's a ground that he knows reasonably well. Got a very good 96 here in what was effectively a knockout match against the Rocks in the previous One Day Cup competition. It was the innings that really set him up, I think, for what he's been able to do this season, and that innings in the one day final was outstanding.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I was at the game, so you know, to watch it, it was really a fantastic knock, match-winning knock.
Western Province were in a significant amount of trouble in that game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Him and Verena were at the crease, and he really did. Firstly, save the team and then make it into a match-winning total. I think
Correct,
over the 300 that they got in the end, which
at one stage, at one stage, didn't look like they were going to get anywhere close. I mean, they were in deep trouble. And we met Carl Verena, you know, both got hundreds.
And that, as you were saying, Carl, that was an incredibly difficult catch. Had it been taken, it was hit hard by Valley, and I think they must have probably hurt himself there. Aviva Ngajima, I think that is, that has actually, I hope he hasn't split his webbing or anything. He's going to come off the field immediately. That was an incredibly difficult catch. Had it been taken, I think maybe there is blood dripping there. Or maybe just dislocated his thumb. Ngajima is going to go off the field, and substitute field is going to be coming on. Great attempt for the catch.
Yes, it was. I mean, it flew. I mean, it was you know, a cut. I mean, he threw the kitchen sink at that, and you know, it flew to Ngajima. Yeah, it looked like it looked like it's bleeding. You know, if it was a dislocation, he probably would have been holding it with his other hand. But the way he's reacted, it looks like it could be webbing or one of the fingers cut.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it's not his bowling finger.
No, it isn't. It's his left hand. He's being led away there by the physio. He's holding in that hand. It does look very, very painful. It does look a bit like with the one finger sticking up. So maybe it is a dislocation of the middle finger. Potentially there for Aviva Ngajima going to the medical facility to get that seen to. Kluter in for his 4th ball of the over. And that one, he throws the bat at that again outside the off stump. It's wide and it is full, and that goes to the boundary backward at point for 4 yet again. Just no consistency in the line and length.
Yeah, I mean, we
Going
just
to
had one
medical
short ball now,
facility
cut,
to get that seen to.
and
Kuta
now
in
a half
for
volley
his fourth
on
ball
our
of
way
the over.
outside off stump.
And that one,
you
he
know, that's
throws the
freebies
bat at that
for
again
Mo
outside the off stump. It's wide, and that is also a no ball. Looks like from so 84 now without with the loss of 1. He's already put on 15 for this wicket in next to no time, and Mo Valley has gone to 12 with that boundary through the offside. And just continue to leak runs here.
Yeah.
The Rocks 6.7 is the rate achieved. We haven't even got to the first drinks break yet, and Western Province are on 84. We've had literally 58 minutes of play here. 84 runs in a first-class match is highly unusual. And you would not... Yeah, that's a combination of very attacking batting. Eddie Moore, 44 of 32 before he was dismissed in the previous Ashwin Kluter over. But you have to say that it's not been kept tight at all.
Not at all. And the surprising thing is, like I said, there's a lot of experience in the bowling attack. Besides Ashwin Kluter,
Yeah.
you know, Viljoen opening the bowling with Glenn Steedman, there's a lot of experience there.
Absolutely. And there again, perhaps lucky to get away with that. One that was on the pads and clipped to the substitute fielder. I mean, it's that Baron who's here at mid-wicket on for Aviwe Umgajima, who was picked up a bit of an injury there with his left hand, trying to take a catch earlier on in the over off bat of Yassine Valley. So for the left-handed bird, there is a slip, a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a man at long leg. Very defensive field. That's angled nicely to the man at deep backward point, but just giving them the run here as Bird moves on to 21. And no, not going to be able to keep any kind of run rate down. Like it's almost be playing like middle overs of a one-day game.
I thought with Mo Valley coming to the crease, you know, they could bowl at him and keep him quiet and bring the run rate down. But it's since Eddie's left, the run rate's gone up.
Yeah, Kluter now 2 overs, 1 for 17. He conceded 12 in that over.
Yeah. So here, this is the big change. Lily Durate, Sia Mahima.
Yeah.
This is going to be, you know, he's
interesting challenge.
Yeah, but he's probably the key bowler here. There's no doubt he'll keep the game quiet.
Yeah, so with Aviwe Mgajima going off with that injury, it's a forced change for the Gbets Rocks, and it will be Sia Mahima who will be coming in to bowl. He'll be the 5th bowler used by the Rocks this morning already, and we haven't yet had the first drinks break of the morning. And news from Centurion is that India have lost their 9th wicket, and that was Mohammad Siraj, who was called for rain and bowled Coetzee for 5. That wicket falling in this Coetzee over that's currently taking place. KL Rahul has just gone to his century. What an incredible innings from him, 101 of 133 balls. And he has certainly put India in with a chance in this test match, with South Africa still having to come to bat and without potentially the services of Captain Temba Bavuma.
Oh, that's quite that's a hell of an effort to get 100 on that in those conditions.
Yeah.
You know, I just felt that we at times, I mean, you do get carried away as a bowler.
Yes.
You know, when the wicket's doing so much, and being a previous bowling coach of a national team, you know, you almost got to get the bowling unit to understand that they've got to be a bit more patient in bowling in conditions like that, because your eyes do light up and you do get excited, you know, when the ball's seaming and beating the bat, a lot of oohs and ahs going, you know. Mahima's just It's a
Oh,
beautiful
it's a good
delivery.
delivery, isn't it? Yeah, he's got Valley fishing for that one outside the off stump, and he is perhaps the first delivery. Uh, Burgess able to guide it away, but that was a lovely delivery from the left armour as he's in once again, and it is going to make it difficult for Valley here. Ball will be moving away from him. Natural turn, natural movement from the left armour is the orthodox uh, slow left arm orthodox spinner. Just to get that one just angling away or spinning away, straightening after it hits the pitch. So interesting to see. I really haven't seen much of Sia Mahima. They have the one that goes straight on, Vincent.
No, he does. He does.
It's a good
Very,
shot.
he's a very good bowler. You know, he's obviously his roles now, obviously to get wickets, but you know, to also just to slow the game down and get his run rate down. Yeah, no, he's really rate him highly. You know, in this season, I know he didn't play a lot last year. I know there's some issues with fitness, but he's going to be a key. He's going to be a key bowler with Sean in this game.
Yeah, and really great for him to have somebody like Sean van Berg here at the Rocks. That's really interesting. Making full use of the crease there. So if you were watching that, you would have seen that he that front foot planted outside the return crease, not a no ball, because only if your back foot is planted outside the return crease. But trying to just change that angle up, which very interesting, coming around the wicket to the right hander. And it is time now for drinks, and we will also be having a drink now. We'll do a bit of a commentary switch during the break, just to give you the update on what's happened so far this morning. 89 for 1 after 14 overs now. It is Western Province who won the toss and elected to bat first. The only wicket to go down was that of Eddie Moore in Aishel Kluter's first over, trying to ramp the ball over the slips and could only guide it very forcibly into the hands of Sean van Berg at a wide second slip. Eddie Moore gone for 44 off for just 32 balls. Western Province are batting at 6.4 and over. The men at the crease is John O'Bird for 22 and Yassine Valley, who is on 15. And as I say, 89 for 1. The only successful bowler, Aishel Kluter, 1 for 17 after 2 overs. And 5 bowlers have been used this morning by the Gbets Rocks. And having a drink now, it's going to be us taking a drink here. Just a reminder, this broadcast brought to you by the CSA YouTube channel. Visuals courtesy of Pitch Vision, and the commentary being brought to you over the next 4 days by Cape Fox Productions. We hope you're enjoying this from us here at Paarl, and just for the moment, it's goodbye. please. Okay.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After the drinks break score, now 93 with a loss of 1 wicket, and first ball after the drinks break went all the way to the boundary row for 4. And no update yet about Aviwa McGima, but it does look like there's paramedics there at the Gbets Rocks substitution dugout, at the dugout, excuse me. And they're still assessing him. And with Kluter bowling the second ball. And better delivery from him. $93 for 1. It does look like there is something happening there. Of course, Giovanni Baron in for Aviwe at this stage. A 4 substitution, unfortunately, for the Rocks. Oh. Yeah, and he picked a gap there, but of misfield. It's going to be picked up there. They're coming back for 2. Excuse me, that's for 3. And it's 96 for 1. Again, very slow outfield here, and I would expect it will get more slow as the days progress. Of course, Kluter 24 runs to his name at the moment, with 1 wicket taken. 1 no ball and 1 wide. And Siamahima, of course, bowling from the other end after this over. And it does seem like spin bowlers is going to go the way today for the Rocks. Others only bowled 3 or 4 overs. That's another dot ball.
Yeah, opening bowlers for the Rocks, Gerard, were, I think, particularly expensive. Haris Viljoen just couldn't get his line of length right, and was punished by Eddie Moore. Get you those bowling figures for the Rocks now. That's
big shout. Yeah, that's gone.
Yeah. Looked very adjacent from here, looking directly down the wicket. I'm not surprised that umpire, I think it's umpire Gampu at this end, gave that out. It's the end of Valley.
That's another big wicket there. Big shout.
Yeah,
that's gone. 96 for 2 now.
Looked
Valley
very
gone
adjacent
for 15
from here, looking directly
facing
down the wicket.
19
I'm
deliveries.
not surprised. And Mo Valley, yeah, he's been in good form this season as well, so that is a big loss for Western Province, putting on the 27 it was with John O'Bird. Bird's still there on 29, but Mo Valley 15 off only 19 deliveries, and here we're disappointed that he has to go back. Aishel Kluter getting his second wicket. Been a bit of a golden arm has Aishel Kluter. And it's going to be Valentine Kitime coming in at 4 for Western Province. He is in desperate need of some runs now. Valentine Kitime. That's
big shout. Yeah, that's gone.
Yeah. And looked very adjacent from here, looking direct. I think it's just more than still for in his career. I don't think even 50 first-class runs to date. We'll try and get those numbers, as I say, for you now as well. But LBW there, Aishel Kluter angling that one in beautifully from over the wicket, and it was a very good delivery, just angling in to the right-handed Mo Valley. Yeah, it's just been been a bit of a bits and pieces sort of bowling display. The odd one. Well, that one was an absolute peach of a delivery, but it's just been inconsistent.
And yeah, and we did talk during the drinks break, and something that bothers me almost is 5 bowlers in before drinks. So it's almost like the Rocks were panicking for a bit in the first hour of this morning, and just trying anything to see what will work. But Seems like it. Ashel Klute is doing exceptionally well. He had 2 wickets to his name. And I said at the start of proceedings that the spin bowlers is going to be the bowlers that are going to make a difference here. But seems like Ashel is doing his part now.
He's certainly been very expensive. It's been inconsistent. I think it's been part of the difficulty, perhaps, for the Western Province batters. Uh, that's another good one. Oh dear, that one just angling too much down the leg side, and Clyde Fontaine not able to get around there to field that one, angling with a bit of swing, and umpire uh, at this end, at the Niederberg end, umpire Gluma signaling that is a bye. And so the end of the 15th over, Western Province now 97 for the loss of 2. And wicket in that over of Yassine Valley, and he was out for 15 LBW to Ashel Klute. But just to give you an idea of the just how expensive the opening bowling pair were. I mean, Gerhardus put in 3 overs, no maidens, 26 runs off his bowling in those 3 overs. Glenn Stearman did manage to sort of tighten it up quite a bit, but 5 overs, 1 maiden, 27. Aviwa Ngujima having gone off with that injury and still off the field, Aviwa Ngujima, and it's going to be Valentine Kitime is going to be facing up to Sia Mahima.
And yes, yeah, with his second over. That's a very good delivery from Sia. And of course, he's been struggling last season to get into the squad for all the past 2 seasons, and now finally this season he's a regular starter for the Rocks, and he's absolutely doing amazingly for them. Of course, taking 10 wickets in the previous match that was held here against the Dolphins, 4 in the first innings and then 6 in the second innings.
Oh my goodness, that significant turn and bounce there from Mahima. So if that's an indication of what's to come, my goodness, that was quite something.
Yeah,
It
you could
bounced
expect some.
and turned. So difficult for Valentine Kitime, a man who is not confident. That is not going to be given out by umpire Gampu. Not interested in that one. I think just doing too much. Perhaps the arm ball there, it looked like, from Mahima. Gets a lot of angle, doesn't he, on that?
It does. And I talked to him about a month ago, and he said, yeah, with the off season, he really started to train every day in the nets to get it right, because he said, yeah, he want to get back into the rotation to be a regular starter for the Rocks, and all that training definitely worked out. Oh, that's another great delivery from him. He's really putting the pressure on Kitime now. Still 97 for 2. 1 more ball remaining in this over.
Valentine Kitime, as I say, been really battling for runs. He desperately needs some time at the crease. He's not had much time at the crease in any of his innings really so far this season. Just needs to be able to get a bit of confidence, and it's probably not the right. I mean, it's going to be difficult against a bowler with the skill of Sia Mahima here on a pitch that's already doing something, turning away. Western Province now 97 for 2.
And that's a maiden over for our Sia Mahima. That's his only second maiden over for the Rocks. Just brilliant bowling from him.
I think it's interesting now is with you getting the control, as Vinny was talking about a bit earlier on, getting the control from Mahima has really helped a lot. Because you look at perhaps the dismissal in the last over of Mo Valley, they're looking for the release ball and the shot from Ashel Klute, perhaps looking too hard for that, and not. There was a good delivery from Klute that got the wicket of Valley, but perhaps not playing the sort of shot. I mean, he wasn't perhaps expecting the accuracy. As it's going to be Klute now, though, around the wicket to the left-handed John O'Bird.
think that Ashel Klitter is a very difficult bowler to read, especially when I saw him in the nets. He's very accurate, and I think like you said, it's almost like they're searching for something, and they just get caught out from him, by him. But that's what you want from a pace bowler. This young man is really doing well for himself.
Yeah, that one just has been battling for with his line and length, and that one again way outside the off stump, just not quite into the rhythm. He's a
No,
bit of he's really a rhythm bowler. And Vinny was saying earlier on, having worked with him before, he's got the ability, he's got the potential. It's just around how do you get into that rhythm, and he's got such a lovely fluid run up. But again, it's short and wide.
I just wanted to say, yeah, his run up, his whole action is very. It looks easy almost. It doesn't look like he's bowling that fast, but it's really, really fast. So it's just the consistency is what's key for him, and it, like you said, the line and length, it's inconsistent for him, especially this morning.
Yeah, he's I don't believe a better bowler than he's been showing us this morning so far. He's got the 2 wickets, which I think is really great. From a team point of view, that's exactly they would have wanted to make sure that they didn't leak as many runs as they have done this morning. It's,
So,
played nicely this time by Katima. Sand came off the bat nicely. He's really, as I say, been battling for runs. He wants to get that on ball, and that's part of the challenge for him, I think.
and I think the bowling attack of the Rocks knows that, so they're gonna try to expose that, almost the hunger, the
Yeah,
frustration of getting runs. So, well, from a bowling coach side, one would hope that's.
yeah, and they know him very well, don't they? I mean, he played a couple of seasons here for the Rocks. That's exactly the sort of shot, the ball that he would have wanted, and he's going to turn for the 2 on the pads from Klitter. Once again, that line and length just not consistent enough. And that's 100 for Western Province. That's, so 100 coming up off 105 balls, 13 fours, and 1 6, and that in the 17th over. So 100 for 2 it is, and that is after 16.5 overs. So second 50 taking just 8.5 overs after the first one took 8 overs. That's a good position in there, Bill.
It looks like the fielding positions is a bit better than it was a couple of overs ago.
They're definitely attacking now a little bit more. They've got a couple of attacking positions, which I think is very good. They've sort of picked out of the batters that they've got where do they want to put them. They know Valentine Kitime very well. So he played here for a number of seasons. So it's interesting that they have gone with that field setting for him. It's going to be Bird who's going to face up to Mahima now, is it? Mahima's still going to continue.
One would imagine Sean van Berg is going to come on to the bowling attack anytime now.
Now, Klitter's bowled 4 overs for 27, 2 for 27 so far. Maybe Sean von Berg will get an extended spell this side and the other side of lunch. Sean von Berg and Sia Mahima will be the key strike force, you feel, for the Rocks.
Yeah, they were definitely that strike force in the Dolphins game, if I'm not mistaken. Siamahima bowled 30 overs
Wow.
in I think the first innings. So he can do it. Justin Ontong, the coach of the Gbets Rocks, really puts a lot of trust in him.
They got a very nice action, swivels beautifully on that front foot as they threw for the single. Bit of a wayward throw coming in from Haris Viljoen here at what was, for the left-hander, a backward square position.
That was another good delivery. It almost feels like Semahima's got Katime's number.
Yeah, it does. I think I would agree with you. He's Now, I think that's the thing, Durant, when you're struggling for runs, we've seen it a lot. You feel like, I mean, every run is absolutely crucial. The more, if you can just get out there and stay there for some time and get yourself in. Valentine Kitima just hasn't had a chance to do that. It's very good from John O'Bird. Just being able to rotate the strike key when you've got a left-right combination to keep that strike rotating, especially when you got something like Sia Mahima who's trying to put a bit of a stranglehold on you.
No, definitely. So it just all depends if they can make it work and for how long they can keep it going. But with Mahima really putting the pressure on you,
Straight into
can't
the
get that
ground,
away.
trying to just drive that one. It's a good fielding position. Who's in there at short extra? It's like that Fillion maybe.
Yes, it's Arisul Yun right there.
Oh,
Now the great delivery from Sia.
oof. Flight, drift, dip. I mean, it really was a very, very good delivery from the slow left arm orthodox spinner. And just to, if you don't, or you're not aware of what a slow left arm orthodox spinner is, it's a wrist, not a wrist spinner, it's a finger spinner. So, bowler who typically would have the ball holding it across the seam between the forefinger and middle finger of his left hand, and he turns that hand over and uses the wrist, or he flips the fingers around that to get revolutions on the ball. We're just seeing now what are they doing now?
I'm trying to figure
Just
out what's
waiting to
going on.
figure out who's going to be coming on to bowl from this end. Umpires are just checking something, perhaps checking whether there was a ball short in the over. In fact, yes, they called the over. In fact, there was one ball short in the over. So they were just getting the information from the scorers. You don't see this very often, but
Yeah,
there is actually one ball left in the over from Mahima. Just a miscount there from the umpires. So they're going to they're going to bowl the last ball again of this over. 103 for 2. Our Western Province after 17.
that's something I really see. You see it a lot in club cricket, but not
Yeah.
not first class. So
You don't expect it in first class cricket, no.
that was a bit strange. But yeah, here's a last ball.
No danger, fortunately, for
Oh yeah,
Western Province.
I
And for
wanted
the
to
Rocks,
say
it could have led to a wicket. Just to give you an update then, as the change of over update from the match at Centurion, and it is the Indian team that have been bowled out for 245. An absolutely brilliant innings from KL Rahul, and he came on with his team in desperate trouble, and he was the last wicket to fall. And so he came to the wicket when they were 3 down. 101 he scored. He was clean bowled by Nandre Berger. Berger in his debut for South Africa, getting 3 wickets in his debut, as it's Pluto away from us. That is no timing at all from Bird.
that's a brilliant debut. 3 wickets.
So very good for Nandre Berger. It was outstanding at the top of the order. Really, the way that he got Yashasvi Jaiswal out was really top class fast bowling. 3 angling in, and with the 4th ball of his over, got the one just to angle away from the left hand and kissed the edge and went through to Kyle Verena. This too short from Kluter again.
Will be picked up there.
Down to Copeland at square leg, just through for the single. Bird now moves into the 30s, 33. Hasn't played much first-class cricket this season, but he is looking to make the most of this opportunity and want to be playing a sheet anchor role here. Valentine Kitime, he's hoping he will be able to cash in perhaps on maybe some of the errant bowling from Kluter, but that one can't get it away down the leg side.
Seems like they've brought in Michael Copeland and Aris Viljoen into the ring.
It makes sense. Yeah, Valentine Katima, they want him to be driving, don't they, outside the off stump?
And it almost feels like he's going to do that now and make a mistake. But it all depends on Kluter's line and length. Like we said, it's a bit inconsistent. To take nothing away from him, yes, he got 2 wickets. But if you if you look at his figure so far, it's 26 runs.
Yeah.
He conceded, which is.
I mean, he's looked better in the last, perhaps in this over now to Katima. Katima just coming in, trying to establish his innings. He's probably not going to be throwing his hands at anything too much. An opportunity once again for the bowler to do something in terms of getting that wicket. Man who's been out of form the entire season, really, and he wants to cement his place in this middle order for Western Province, and that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Right.
My goodness, that's what he's been doing Durant the season. He's been getting himself out because he's so starved of runs. He's trying to look for the opportunity to rather than trying to just be patient
and hold your wicket. Yeah. He's a bit. You can see he's frustrated. It's almost like he just wants to hit boundaries here, which is in red ball cricket that's not the main thing. And
I mean, he's only, I think, in his 5th or 6th first-class game, and it's actually very well played in the end. Just getting behind the line, the runs will come. The longer you're there at the crease, the runs will come. Get your eye in, and he's getting something. It must be a new bat, I think. Here is Valentine Katima. Durant's just going to have a look at that on the goggles there. He's got a new bat. Didn't like the other one.
The main thing is in red ball cricket, you need to hold that wicket. What do you say? Like
you protect your wicket.
Yeah,
you
protect
want to
it.
protect it. Yeah, absolutely, as much as possible.
And you're not going to do that by wanting to hit boundaries after every second ball.
Yeah. He's been very. I think just looking at the way that he was dismissed in both of the innings against the Dragons, it was a situation where he was looking for the shot, or he was actually playing, just following it almost outside off stump, no foot movement, and the quality of the bowlers in that attack, it was just a matter of time. I like this from the rocks here at Durant. So 2 slips. There's a man at short extra cover. They've got a for the right-hander, which makes complete sense. They've got a 7-2 offside leg side field.
It's a very aggressive fielding position here. Definitely gonna make him more nervous, Kateme.
There's the 2 slips, backward point, short extra cover. There's a standard extra cover and a mid-off. Better from Katima and very good from Mahima. Mahima's certainly brought control in there, and that's helped Aishul Kluter from the other end pick up that wicket of Yassine Valley. Oh my goodness.
Another good delivery there from Sia. Katima is a bit more relaxed in this over, it feels like it.
It's sure every ball he's just focusing as hard as he possibly can. That was short, and there you go. He tries to cut it. He does cut it, should I say, not tries to. He does cut it, but it doesn't manage to pierce the field. And that's gone through to the man at extra cover. That's Stean van Sail, number 74 on his back, the stalwart, very experienced campaigner.
Nothing from that. Umpire wanted none of that.
It just looked from the batting position, it was going down the leg side, difficult to tell. Probably didn't turn at all in that particular occasion. Fired it in. Sia Mahima, he looked exceptionally good, and be interesting to have that chat with with Vincent Barnes as well around his views on him. Vinny, former bowling coach for the Proteas and head of the High Performance Centre for a number of years for Cricket South Africa. And good to have him with us here on commentary today. And we'll be
You mentioned
to come in soon. Yes.
you mentioned Sian van Zyl earlier. Of
Yeah.
course, this is his 200th first class
Incredible
match.
stuff. Yeah. Oh, now it's John O'Bird trying to get into the act on that wide one from Kluter. A 105 for 2 in the 21st over. And at the end of this over, I'll move out, and Vincent Barnes will come in and take you through to lunch with Durant Goosen.
That's better.
That's a good shot from Bird, just trying to rotate the strike, and give Katima the chance to just get his eye in a little bit more. And I'm sure Vincent will have something to say just around Valentine Katima and what he should be looking at doing, just to try and get himself established. And playing innings of substance is what he needs to do. It's been tough work for him. Signed by Western Province at the beginning of the season, he has really battled for runs. He's an outstanding fielder and a fine young man, but he's just battling to get the runs. Again, there, that's almost a gimme for him, and he's not able to get it away.
The good thing is with the Rocks at the moment is they definitely feels like they're in control of the run rate now at the moment. It's 5.2 at the moment.
Well, they brought it down from 6.7 as it was even when the second wicket fell, with a total of 96. These two only put on 10, and it's been a lot slower. Only in 3 overs or so now that they've been batting. So brought the run rate down very quickly, and Sia Mahima's had a lot to do with that, most certainly.
It feels like the Rocks have finally got a bowling partnership that's actually helping them.
They have indeed. It's about bowling in partnership, and that is the most important thing. Bowlers will tell you that. I mean, it's not just about batting partnerships; it's also about bowling partnerships. Another no ball here from Aishel Kluter.
That's the second no ball of the innings.
That is, yeah. And we had 2 earlier on from Glenton Stearman. There's 2 balls left in this over. I'm going to move out and allow Vincent to come in here and continue with you up until the luncheon interval. And thank you very much. Let's just see you again after the luncheon interval.
That's a better delivery there. Oh,
No, thank you, James. Yeah, look, it's what has been good. This has been a good passage of play for Boland. They've obviously applied the pressure now. A few maidens, did some good tight overs, and that run rate's come down to 5.1. You want to bring it down to a manageable 3. At some stage in the afternoon. But yeah, and it will, because obviously the spinners has played. Mahima's come on and bowled 4 overs for 6 runs, which has made massive difference.
yeah, definitely. And one can only imagine when Sean van Berg comes in, it's going to change up the whole feeling of the game almost.
Yeah, so Mahima at the moment is, they're both, like Sean, they're attacking bowlers, so they look to take wickets all the time, but with good control. And that's, that is the big advantage of both of them, that they're wicket-taking bowlers.
That's definitely. And they are very good form at the moment with CR taking 10 wickets. In the previous match I was played against the Dolphins, I think it was 4 in the first innings, then 6 in the second innings. And of course, Sean van Berg taking a 5er against the Tuskers in Pietermaritzburg earlier the month. So they're really on form, both of them. But I think the Peter Malan is just holding out to bring Sean into the bowling attack. Because it's working with Aishel Kluter and Siamima in a bowling partnership at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, James made a very good point about bowling partnerships, and that's what they've done. They've kept it quiet from both sides. It also allows them now to get more attacking options in the field because they kept the game quiet. New guy at the wicket is taken, Val Kitme has been around. How many balls he's faced? 29 balls and only got 4 on the board. So they've been allowed to bowl at him. Look, he hasn't had great form this season in first class cricket, so he will want to be around, hang around for a while. Um, so yeah, there's an opportunity for them to quiet down the game and obviously apply pressure now with they've had a massive defensive, the very defensive field, which is now changed. Obviously with John Bird, it's spread again.
Another big shout out from that. No, definitely. You'll see when Kitsim's at the crease, they will bring everyone in. Have almost 3 steps at the back. So it looks like there's a game plan here from the Rocks to get this partnership out. 11 at the moment, this partnership, after 41 deliveries.
Yeah, and I really rate him very highly. Sia Mahima, like I said, missed quite a bit of the season last year due to some fitness issues. But he's a classy bowler. Varies his pace. Excellent bowler.
Definitely. I mentioned it to James earlier. It's very nice to see him back in the squad full time and taking wickets. After, like you said, the season he had, or lack of season he had last year. It's almost like he's getting back into his stride, being the bowler that he was with his debut.
Yeah, it's a good field. Val's obviously under a bit of pressure here, not going to take any risks. So 2 slips in, got a sort of extra cover, short extra cover on the catch there. So I mean, yeah, in the catching position. So I've enjoyed this as much as I enjoyed the run scoring earlier this morning. I'm actually enjoyed the way Boland has brought it. But look, that's what wicket does. Take wickets. It will slow the run rate down. It's
Definitely.
now under 5, so they've done exceptionally well in the second half of this. I think at 80 at drinks.
Yeah,
They've
so no, it's very good from him. But it seems like they're bringing Huddersfield now back into the bowling attack, which is strange for me. Personally, I wouldn't have brought him back now. Maybe after lunch.
no, look, I mean, Aisl's bowled. How many overs has he bowled now?
6 or 7, I
Yeah,
believe.
look, I mean, it's quite warm out there, and for Aislel to be bowled into the ground, you gotta allow for him to recover and come back after lunch again. He's bowled well, got a couple of wickets. This is an attacking option, so that is quite good. Um, earlier he was going at 10 runs and over, but here's an opportunity now because the game has quieted down. Bring back one of your spearheads in your fast bowling department and to take wickets. Mahima is keeping it quiet, although there's opportunities for wickets. This is a good option. I like this.
It's just one must hope that the 3 overs Viljoen bowled earlier didn't go to his head, and he can almost calm down now and just get back to basics.
Correct.
Because that first over of his was very expensive, and that really hurt the Rocks. That's a better delivery from him. Because he did very well in the SAA test match against West Indies earlier the month.
It was a bit expensive, but I understand the role. I spoke to him just before the game and understand his role. Because I spoke to him about his role in that South African A side, and he was sort of always given that enforcer role. And when you have that role, you can go for runs. You know, although successful, he was very expensive as well in that series. But yeah, tons of experience. He's been around for a very long time. He's played for South Africa. I've had him on a few tours with me as in the South African A side, so tons of experience. Played county cricket. So the situation at the moment is almost perfect for him to come back and strike now just before lunch.
Yeah, no, definitely. No, he's been, like you said, around for a very, very long time. Of course, his best bowling figures is 8 for 90 in first class. Yes, very good.
When was that?
Oh, it was Derbyshire versus Sussex
Okay.
in
Yeah.
Brighton. Brighton and Hove.
I remember being at the HBC, so I was employed by still employed by Cricket South Africa, and I had to do some work with him and Mashanta Lange was the two of them were playing for the Titans, both youngsters. Um, him and Mashanta Lange, Matthew Maynard was the coach along the Titans. They came to spend a couple of days there with me at a young Huddersfield and Mashanta Lange. All they wanted to do was bowl as fast as they can. And I had the speed gun there. And they were swearing at the speed gun because they thought they were cracking 150 and it was saying 135. But I remember those times, both of them, all they wanted to do was bowl fast.
That's the thing with the youngsters. It's something I also started to realize now. That's just going to be a single right there. They think pace is everything, but it's not. It's a line and length, and it's a consistency.
Yeah, look, I mean, as a coach, I always encourage bowling fast. I will never, a lot of coaches obviously coach line and length and control. Mine, I look for pace. That's what excites me as in a young fast bowler or any fast bowler. Pace excites me. The control is the easier part to coach. To get people to bowl faster, to bowl go from 135 to 140 is more difficult to actually get somebody to control their line and length. And so to me, pace is important, but you can't just, when you the higher the level you go, you can't just run in. We saw what happened with soon as on that deck yesterday against India, when the balls were not in the right areas, it was four. It went for boundaries. So, then obviously you got to control your pace.
That's a very good shot there from Kutime. 6 runs. It's 110 for 2 now.
It was four. It went for
And
boundaries.
that's going to frustrate Siamayima
So,
now.
then
one must
obviously you got
imagine.
to control
it's almost a
your
loaded shot
pace. There's no one out on the
That's a
boundary.
very good shot there from
Basically
Kutime.
a massive 7-2 offside field there. So there's no protection for that on the leg side. So basically a freebie for. But obviously there is a little bit of risk in the shot.
It was a very difficult shot to pull off, and you got it right, especially with the Mima spin. He's a second ball now. And he gets that away again. That's going all the way to the boundary rope for another 4 runs. That's 120 for 2.
Yeah, with his field placing, I mean 7-2 offside field,
You
got
got
two
it right,
slips,
especially with the
short
Mima
cover,
spin.
backward point, extra
He's a
cover,
second ball
middle.
now.
The line that he's going
And
to
he
bowl
gets
is
that
obviously
away
going to be,
again. That's going all the way to the boundary rope for another 4 runs.
He cannot bowl straight. We've just two balls got to the boundary now.
But it doesn't seem like they're making any changes to that
No,
side of the field.
I like this field. I like this field. It's just he's got to get his control
Yeah.
right. I like this field because he's basically telling Val, you got to hit me across the line on a turning slow pitch, to the leg side if you want to score there.
That was
Much better line than that.
So, I wanted to ask you, I've seen it's 10 extras that's been bowled so far. And it's not even lunchtime yet. As a
Yeah.
bowling coach, that's very expensive, I would imagine.
Yeah,
before
quite a few
lunch.
nobles, and those are controllables, inexcusable. A bowler mustn't come and explain to it. So it's something that, I was religious about bowlers not bowling nobles and nets. And then the excuse is always, but I don't bowl nobles in a game, and then bang, knock a wicket over and it's a noble. So yeah, there's been quite a few nobles, from the seamers. So that's inexcusable. And like I said, it's a controllable. I mean, it's something that you work on and you stop doing.
One must imagine Henry Williams, the bowling coach of the Gbets Rocks, will have a talk to the bowlers about these extras.
I have no doubt he will. you will be chatting to him about that. But I think he's, if you look at the game situation, the first hour was crazy actually to be watching. It
It was
was
a
like a
T20.
one-day game.
Yeah, it almost felt like a T20 that first 2
Yeah.
overs
And
almost.
then, the second half of the session, it was good, first class cricket again, they controlled the game a lot better. I think it was 80 at drinks. So it's closing in on lunch now, and
Yeah, it was
it's another
about
40 runs now.
86, I think, 86 for
Yeah,
one.
there we go. And it's now 120 for two.
It's now 500 on the dot run rate. 5 and over. So Western Province are bringing it a bit up now. The Rocks would like a wicket here before lunch. Very important for them. But Sean van Berg, it looks like I said earlier, it looks like Peter Milan is not going to take him out yet. He's going to
Yeah,
keep
look, I
him
mean,
where he is.
I think that, Sean is an attacking bowler, and, to bring Sean in, Mahima is probably the better option. You got a right-hander there who's not, he's really hasn't got a great form at the moment. Well, kid to me. So he's basically he needs to slow the game down and bring that run rate down, which he's done. Um, Sean is an attacking option. Sean could go for runs, but Sean could take wickets. And I think that at the moment Peter Milan's thinking, we got to control this run rate. It's out of control at the moment. I've got to bring it down and so bring him back into the game. The first morning, if you walk off the field at lunch and you're 120 for two, you had a great session as a batting unit.
Most definitely, especially on this pitch here at Boland Park.
Yeah, I mean
It is a difficult pitch to score this amount of runs.
correct. It's slow, which is normally on the first morning of. It can get slower. There's a lot of heat around. It's hot today. It's gonna be hot tomorrow, the following day, and so the pitch can play differently by day three. But it's Western Province have gone about the best way. The best time to bat on it would be right now, and that's what they've done. They've scored as quick as they could.
That's a bit of delivery there from Hannes Viljoen. It looks like, Western Province is not going for the big runs. I think they're just going to see this partnership out to lunchtime. And it's 15 on the board there for Katseme. It's 120 for two. Two more balls to go in this over.
Yeah, the other thing is, the responsibility on the two guys at the crease now is to take the game to be at the crease for as long as possible. You got all the all-rounders coming in after this, so and they all can bat, but you're basically your recognized batters are at the last of your recognized batters are at the crease. Although no disrespect to the all-rounders, there's a number of guys that's coming in next who's like Pongwana, Georgie Linder, Carl Simmons. They're all bat. Sorry, Daniel Smith's still another batter there. But it's they've got to take the responsibility now of building, starting a new partnership and building on the innings.
Definitely. I mean, it's currently 25 runs from this partnership. That was a very aggressive swing there from Katseme. It's almost like he's frustrated to get the boundary. So that's the end of the over. The score stand is 121 for two after 25 overs. Current run rate is 4.8, so that's definitely better from the Rocks. Brought it down by quite a lot since the drinks break. And it's going to be Siamahima now to bowl his 7th over. It's a bit more open, the fielding placement here. Only a single from that. It's 122 for two. Thing with Sia is he can go all day. With the previous match against the Dolphins, I think he bowled 30 overs in that first inning. So for him is not a problem. And I think that's what Peter and the coach Justin Ontong knows. The longer Sia can bowl, the better it will be for the run rate. And that's another great shot. Just a bit of a slow outfield there. Won't be a boundary. And that's great running between the wickets there.
Yeah, it's just another poor delivery by Sia. I mean, that line, he can't bowl that line with his field. A little bit, especially to Velket, I mean, because he's 7-2 field and he can't bowl straight. He's basically giving him an opportunity to score. It's basically a freebie there because he's got nobody else on the boundary, on the leg side.
It wasn't one of his best.
Yeah, it's completely different field to John Bird, and I think Boland the Boland captain, I don't think he minds giving John Bird the single so they can bowl a lot more to Valkitami.
Because I mentioned it to James earlier. It almost feels like Sia's got Kiteme's number. He's gonna get him now any time. Of course, all teammates, so they know how each other plays. It's just a matter of time, in my opinion.
Yeah, now we got to. It's personally, I would like to see Val get through this because it'd be good for his cricket career. Get through a period like this, and he hasn't scored a lot of runs, struggling a bit. So, to get through this period, get nicely to lunch, and bat this afternoon again. But yeah, look, it's been a lot of oohs and ahs now. A lot of oohs and ahs from Mahima with bowling to Val. But yeah, I really would like to see him get through this period. It's a tough period. He's got to dig deep here.
Definitely, yeah.
He's got 18 runs. I mean, there's a couple of freebies from Sia.
He tried that again now with that sweep. But it's almost like he's a bit frustrated. He's not patient enough for the runs. He wants it now, and that might be his downfall, like in the previous matches.
Yeah, I think it's more a case of him looking at his scoring options. To score through the offside is going to be extremely difficult because he's got a 7-2 field. He's got to contend with offside field, so he's going to have to take a risk and go over them, which he can. But so the options are on the leg side, and he's got to wait until Sia gives him that option, and if Sia comes straight, it's a single to the onside, or he sweeps or paddles and gets a boundary.
That's a good delivery there from Viljoen. Only a dot.
This is perfect for Hardus. He knows that it's approaching lunch, and the batter's probably just going to get through to lunch now. He's come back to take wickets, but obviously he's allowed to settle down now, which is what you want as a fielding side who has been punished this morning.
But they definitely brought the game back to them. It's just the score on the scoreboard is very high going into lunch, which is something that they, of course, the Rocks didn't want it, but it all depends how the Rocks can bat on this deck. But by the looks of it, it might only be tomorrow morning when they'll have a chance.
Yeah, if you walk off the field and you sort of 80 for 2, it's been as a fielding side, you think, okay, that's not too bad, but that first hour of the game was chaos.
It was
I enjoyed it. Like I
unbelievable.
said, I enjoyed it. They just played. I mean, they just played. Look at the bowling wasn't great. Bowling wasn't
No.
great. Too many short deliveries wide, full. It's getting punished.
And I mean, me and James talked about it earlier this morning. Is at Boland Park, if you bowl short, you're gonna get punished. You're gonna concede boundaries.
Yeah, just the wicket slow. The pitch was quite slow. I had a look at it. I didn't have a good look at it. I normally like to speak to the ground staff just about how it's going to play and how it's going to play over the next few days. So I didn't really chat to them. I just had a quick look at it. But normally it would start slow. There's grass on the wicket, but you don't get too excited about it because there's a lot of heat around at the moment, and it will quicken up a bit, and hopefully it does. It's going to be fantastic to bet on.
Um, I had a walk around the pitch. I had a good look at it early this morning before the teams arrived, and there's grass coverage, but there's a lot of dead patches and cracks already forming. So and then when me and James had a walk, there is parts that's a bit uneven for me. So I believe it's just the condition of the pitch is gonna get a bit worse as the day progresses and as
Yeah.
the match progresses.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's what I can believe that it's always a massive challenge for ground staff out here, to try and keep as much moisture in the pitch as possible, knowing that it's gonna, with this wind, and this dryness and the heat, it's obviously, if they take this grass off, that pitch will crack up and in no time.
And the difficult thing for the ground staff is they didn't have a lot of time to prepare this wicket. With Christmas being right now and the stadium being closed, I think they only had 3 days to prepare it, especially after the ODI. So it is difficult. It's a difficult job for them, especially here in the Boland. But it's still a good wicket. I just hope it's gonna stay the same throughout the day. It's
Yeah,
126 for 2.
I think we've got a bowling change. I think Sean van Berg coming on.
That's interesting. We're a bowling change right before lunch. So it's Sean van Berg, set to bowl his first over of this match from the All Stables end. And it's strange for me that they make a bowling change so close to lunch. I mean, we've got 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, look, I mean, I know Mahim is, and Val is basically just trying to keep him out, and take what he can get. And that's basically a little field change now. It's extra man on the leg side, so it's 6-3 offside field. But this is the attacking option now, just prior to lunch. A little bit too straight and too full from Sean, and Val just knocks it to mid on, gets a single. So this is an attacking option, especially to the right-hander just before lunch. And they knowing that, they want to see at lunch. It gives an opportunity to attack again.
Yeah, it makes sense actually for the Rocks to do this. Personally, I wouldn't have done it. I would have stayed with what I had going into lunch.
So here we go.
One 127 for 2. Good delivery there from Sean.
Yeah, Sean's going to be under pressure with John Bird here, obviously ball turning into him. But I don't think Jono's going to sit back and look at the scoreboard here and worry about lunch. And if he gets an opportunity, he's gonna get stuck in here. That's good bowling from Sean.
Quite excited to see him bowl in this match after his performance against the Tuskers earlier the month, the previous match. He's really bowling well these past couple of weeks.
Well bowled. It was well bowled. A bit of change of pace. Just a bit of drift there, dragging John to the offside and a bit of an inside edge there. That was well bowled from Sean.
He's
Gave it
been,
a little bit of flight there.
he's been in the nets a lot this season, more than usual, I've heard. It's also good. Same with Siamima. Sia told me in the off season he really practiced, he trained his bowling to get back into the squad, and it paid
Yeah.
off. He's now a regular starter for the Rocks, and I think he only missed 1 or 2 matches, and that was in the One Day Cup.
Yeah, look, I mean, Sia's had his issues, fitness issues, missed a lot of last season. Given opportunity to get fit, strong, and which he's done in his back. I spoke to the fitness trainer earlier this year and how he was doing. So it's good to see him back. Good to see him back. He's done very well for them prior to him not, being left at the side. But it's good to see him back. He's a big player for them, and especially here in Paarl.
No, it's been exceptional. Especially with the preseason tour to Oudtshoorn, and he took a couple of wickets there against Western Province, if I'm not mistaken. So there's definitely came into the stride again. It's 128 for 2. Second ball of the over coming up. We've got about 5 minutes to go before lunch. There's another good delivery there from Viljoen. So Burgess gets that away for a single. 129 for 2.
Yeah, this has brought us back nicely. I mean, after the punishment he got this morning, he's sort of he's brought it back nicely. But he's been allowed to do this.
Yeah,
There has been a good pressure build up on the other side from the spinners, and he's been allowed to come back now and settle down. I thought that he'd be a little bit more aggressive, a little short spell before lunch, a little bit more aggression. Look for a wicket, try to get 1 or 2 more wickets before lunch. But it looked like he's just sort of, keeping the game quiet. The run has come down to 4.5. It should come down. If they can break this partnership, come down even more.
like that. Yeah, shoelace looks like it. That's why we've had this break in play here. No, definitely. And the thing with Hannes is, what I was afraid of is that punishment he got earlier was gonna go to his head.
Yeah, it can. No, absolutely. I mean, the thing is you're going at almost 10 runs and over, and you know, that's much better. That's what I want to see. That's what I want a fast bowler to see. You got a ball in your hand. You got to bat it with a bat there. And you're bowling all these balls, and they're just standing on their front foot waiting. There's no ways you're gonna one of your premier fast bowlers is gonna just allow that to happen. Get a few bounces in there and see what happens. Field is set now, which is great. Val is, he's like I said, he's into a bit of a tough period. So now you got a fine leg, and you got a backward square, still 3/4 way to the boundary, and you got square. So they like this.
That's another very good delivery from him.
They're setting him up now for the short ball, and Vala's got to decide, do I take it on or not? It's high risk now taking it on because you've got 3 fielders out there now. But it's so it's going to be a nice little battle. This.
I know. I really like this fielding setup at the moment, and how they're gonna set up Val now. Because Hannes is really bowling some good deliveries at the moment, especially that one.
Yeah, it's easy as a batter. I mean, it's easy for batters to. I mean, so they look at the field and he goes, well, okay, I'm going to get a few short balls here, and you find a Yorker, which is great. It's good control from others.
This is the last ball of the over, and I would assume the last ball before lunch.
I think we probably get another over from Sean.
In the air.
And there we go.
Oh, that's a brilliant catch.
And there we go.
I hope they've got a replay on my monitor because
You won't see it.
yes, that was. I didn't think you got to it in time, but wow.
Yeah, it didn't from this distance. It didn't look like it was. But he's been given out. We probably get another over.
Get it.
Another over from. I think he's been given out. Yeah.
He has been given.
Yeah, but now look at the scenario now.
In the air.
This is the over before lunch. And there we go.
Oh, that's a.
Val kid to me he's got to decide, what do I do here? Do I take this on or do I tuck?
Yes.
And the inexperience obviously showed that he's taken on a field set for that. I mean, you've got three guys in the deep, and you've got a backward square, sort of three-quarter way to the boundary, fine leg out, and a guy sort of just in front of square. And he's taken on the bouncer, which
Yeah, he
just,
went
just
for
cost
it.
him. Yeah, cost him.
And that's not good for them. Surely they would have hoped to go into lunch without losing this wicket. It's very big for the Rocks, getting that wicket at last ball of the session. So it's 129 for 3, with Kateme out for 19 after facing 46 deliveries. So it seems like it's a lunch break now, ladies and gentlemen. So we will be back after the lunch break. Stay tuned. It's 129 for 3.
Welcome back to Boland Park here in Paarl, the second session, the first day of the CSA fourth day series match between the Gbets Rocks and Western Province. And it's Sean van Berg bowling to John O'Bird, and that one's played very nicely off his pads down to a deep mid wicket for another single. He moves to 42, total to 130 for 3, 129 for 3. At the luncheon interval, I'm James King, and here with me in the commentary box, always a pleasure to have Vincent Barnes here with me. Well, welcome once again, Vincent, and to all of those that have been watching, and really good to have you with us. It's about 70 people watching us right now. Really great. Please tell your friends if you are interested in watching the game. Please, we also appreciate your comments. So if you have got a cricketing comment that you want to put in, you want to ask us a question, you perhaps got something that we can potentially answer for you, we would like to engage with you if you have that. And it's a beautiful day here in Paarl. An interesting first session, Vincent.
Yeah, it was probably tale of two halves in that first session. Yeah, the first hour we got 86 runs.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
and the Boland bowlers brought it back nicely. Managed to get 3 wickets, but that's what it does. The wickets bring down the run rate, and the run rate dropped from at one stage I think 7.
Yeah,
it's now 4.4. But yeah, they've controlled the second half of that first session much better, and Sean continues. Is an attacking option. Sean will always be looking for wickets. Mahima, I thought, bowled exceptionally well.
yeah.
But Val Kitami obviously allowed him to bowl to him, and also the inexperience of Val Kitami to lose his wicket just before lunch, taking on a short ball, which is probably a bit of a blow to Western Province.
Definitely a man that has been struggling for runs in his first-class career. So only 58 first-class runs before this particular innings here in 4 first-class appearances, a top score of 42. So that also does tell you that he's been struggling to even get a start in most of the other innings that he's faced. 2 single-digit numbers or scores in the last match against the Dragons at Newlands, and coming at number 4 is a huge expectation on the young man to score.
Yeah, look, he's a quality young cricketer. There's no doubt about it. I mean, when I was with Cricket South Africa, he was part of our under-19s, and he was part of the under-19 World Cup side and played under 19 T20 competitions. Did very well in those competitions. That's a different format. This is where he's got to, this is where your bread is buttered. You got to know your stuff here, and there's a ton of experience on this field here in the Boland attack, and obviously from the captain, a lot of experience on the field, and they're going to put a lot of pressure on a young cricketer who they know is struggling.
Yeah. Boris Viljoen continues round the wicket to the left-handed Bird, who taking that single in the last over. Daniel Smith has joined him with the fall of that wicket, which actually happened with the last ball before the lunch interval, with actually the last delivery of the 29th over, which unfortunately Kitime tried to take on the short ball from Viljoen, and just was able to loop it up onto the leg side, and a very good diving catch from Copeland coming in from deep backward square. That's very brilliantly fielded there in the gully. That is outstanding fielding, and that is that Yaneman Malan. It is indeed Yaneman Malan there in the gully position. His brother Peter here in front of us at mid-off, captaining the team today. But you mentioned earlier on Sia Mahima, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 22. He really did put the brakes on the scoring rate.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was really on probably 3 sort of balls he bowled that were too straight.
Yeah.
That Val scored on Val Kitami. He won 6 and 2 fours. That was it through the onside. But other than that, he just kept the game quiet. I was quite surprised that there was an opportunity for Harders to do what he did in the last over before lunch. He could have come back and did that earlier.
Yes.
And put a bit of pressure, set up a field, and here's an opportunity now to be a lot more aggressive and bowl a few bounces. And
Yeah,
uh,
as a surprise delivery though.
correct.
It's,
Yeah,
yeah,
but
yeah,
I mean, he really only did it. He only did it to in the last over before lunch,
yeah.
and with success. I mean, he got that the youngster, obviously inexperienced, should have just been ducking under the ball. Over before lunch, he takes on the ball with three fielders back.
And so similar field at the moment. We've got 6-3 offside leg side field. So Viljoen is focusing on outside the off stump, but there is the odd one that he does bowl, sprays down leg side in that instance, and Bird just controls that nicely between the man at long leg and deep square, and they go through for two. But it is, I mean, from a fast bowling technique point of view and how you work to get your batter out, potentially keeping it, the surprise ball is the one that you want to make sure is a surprise, not something that you're continuing to bowl all the time. On this pitch as well, perhaps short delivery is not the standard delivery you're going to bowl.
Yeah, there's not much in the pitch. I mean, in the way of movement, there's hardly any seam movement. There's really no swing. So the one thing that you can do while the wicket is still fairly fresh is, try a bouncer,
Yeah.
which like I said, I was a bit disappointed in and tried earlier, but it was a period for them that they needed to bring that run rate down, and they were doing very well at it. So, just to bring the run rate down was probably the priority for them instead of, trying to be over attacking again, taking on batters with bounces and more runs getting scored. But they could have. That's the risk you take because you could have taken a wicket. They could have been 4 down at that lunch.
Yes. Certainly, it's the sort of that surprise delivery, the one that, I mean, even with Ashel Klitter, let's just watch this delivery from Sean von Berg. Ashel Klitter getting that wicket of Eddie Moore. I mean, after that incredible start, I mean, there was 69 for the first wicket, which was scored in absolutely next to no time. I think it was actually after 10 overs that Eddie Moore actually was out. I mean, he scored 44 of 32 deliveries. That's a good shot from John Bird down the ground, and he'd be happy to do that most of the day, I would think, just to keep the strike rotating and give Daniel Smith an opportunity to pull out the reverse sweep. Very hard on him, actually. It shouldn't be. He's plays that shot exceptionally well, though, the reverse sweep.
He does.
I mean, it's a really good shot of his. I think he's now picking when to play it a lot better than he might have done earlier in his career.
Yeah. Well, that comes with experience.
Absolutely.
That comes with playing, at this level. It comes with playing a lot of experience around you. Players sharing, when you get out, they'll have a word in your ear about, the game situation, why you should not have played the shot because it's of the risk. But he plays it because he's comfortable with it.
Absolutely.
I mean, you don't stop players from. I mean, some players have got out and they say, "Why is it reverse swing? Reverse sweeping the ball?" But he's just probably 3 or 4 times done it before that and with success.
Yes.
So because you could defend the ball on the front foot and get out.
Absolutely. I mean, and it is a productive shot for him, and he does play it exceptionally well. He's one of the better proponents of or players, shall I say, of the reverse sweep. I mean, that I've seen. I mean, he does cover the ball well, and he's able to play that well. It's something that he's very comfortable doing. But as you were saying, that's just once again, match situation is something that it is very important to understand, and we've seen that a couple of times. I mean, also. And maybe something I could ask you in terms of if you were talking to a young cricketer, somebody that's just perhaps coming into the crease, or a new bowler comes on to bowl. Sometimes we see batters trying to take them on first ball without perhaps getting a sight of what they're going to be bowling like on the wicket. I mean, it's an interesting debate. I mean, it's one that I can't sort of as a layperson looking at it, and I mean, not having played at this level at all. It's what sort of advice do you give somebody at that? Or is it?
Look. I mean, if I look back at the probably one of the great Australian sides.
Yeah.
When we played against them, in Australia. Your Ricky Pontings, the Wars, these guys, Langer, Haydas, these guys, when they knew a youngster was in the bowling attack, they would make it was almost like we're targeting him, and they'd go at him. Look, some of them would fail, but they would take him on and almost feel, right, here's our opportunity, guys. Let's just take him down, and that's what they do. And that's, I mean, it's not just that great Australian side. Many teams do that, and but you've got to be allowed to do that. The game situation sometimes dictates how you got to play. You can't just come. And I remember us getting to Australia in 2008, 2009 series, and the word there was Matthew Hayden. When you get there, the media's always saying this one's taking this one down, McGrath's taking Smith, and I'm targeting this one and that. But Matthew Hayden made it. It was public. He's taking down Dale Smith and Dale Steyn, and that was it was so obvious. But the problem with that is that he was going through he's going through a poor stage in his career, and Dale was on fire on it, and it kept cleaning him up, and so, but he kept trying to do it. He didn't sort of go, okay, Dale, you won this.
He wasn't. He didn't want to back down.
He didn't want to back down at all. I mean, eventually Dale he charged on a wicket at the MCG. Dale got him out. And I've got this cutting at home.
Okay.
And I'm sharing it with the viewers.
Wonderful.
But I've got this cutting at home where Matthew Hayden was walking down a tunnel at the MCG, and the headline is "Go fishing, mate. Go fishing, mate, and take your mate Simons with you." I've got that cutting at home. I mean, it basically was the end of his playing career.
Right.
But I mean, it's we spoke about the young players coming into an environment. We've got a senior bowler bowling now to a young player.
Yeah.
It's good. It's look. This is what a international cricket. They've lost quite a number of players to the national side, and here's opportunities for the younger players. This is what happens. It's been going on for donkey years. So
absolutely, and this is why I mean it's so crucial that you have this level of backup where you've got the opportunity to play 4-day cricket. So something like Daniel Smith or John O'Byrne. I mean, just looking at John O'Byrne, 9 first-class matches, Daniel Smith 10. So both of them very much in their infancy in terms of first-class cricket. You've got some players, Valentine Kitime only in his 5th first-class match, and he's been around probably for a couple of seasons, with the Rocks and also now with the Western Province. But the opportunity to play first-class cricket and to be able to put your hand up there and say, I'm ready for this. I really want to take on that challenge, and I realize this is how I grow my game. I think it's very important. 135 it is now for 3 after 33 overs, and John O'Byrne's got all those runs since the luncheon interval. Went to lunch at 129 for 3 after 29. John O'Byrne just 3 short of what would be his 3rd score of 50 plus in first class cricket, as we say, in a career that only has got 9. This is 10th first class match. Highest score of 152 not out for Western Province versus the Lions 2 seasons ago in Cape Town. So this is the chance you perhaps don't get. You don't always get. We don't have that much first class cricket in the South African context. 7 first class matches between in the first division. So your chances to play at this level are limited, especially if you have got a team with a number of international players who may be available.
Yeah, correct. I mean, I remember coaching Western Province, a very strong Western Province side, and we had Gibbs, Kirsten opening the batting for South Africa, and 3 was Callis. And opening the batting for Western Province was Smith, Patik, and Trot at 3.
Wow!
So these young cricketers were getting, and they were doing exceptionally well. So whenever there was a break in the series, these players were made available to us. And we almost wanted the CEO to send messages to us to say that they need rest, because it meant we had to drop these young players, and I remember we had to play them. We had to play Gary and Hirsch. And Jock, and we're sitting in this conundrum with the selection issues, and eventually we got a late message to say that Jock has been withdrawn. So we were actually quite happy that Jock wasn't playing. I mean, I'm saying this, which is crazy, but for Jock Callis not to be playing, But because of, I mean, Graham Smith got player of the season.
Yeah.
That was probably his best season
Yes.
domestically. So, we couldn't drop him. So was
No.
Andrew Puttick. Andrew Puttick was scoring
Yeah,
double
man.
hundreds.
Legend
Jonathan
for
Trott
Western
was. I mean,
Province.
we know Jonathan Trott.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we were quite happy that we had to play Gaza and Herschel. So it meant dropping one of them. Like Trotty was probably the one we had to drop.
Right.
But just we're using the same example here. Those were young players who were given opportunity because our international players were away, and so this is the opportunity. With Tony De Zorsi out of here, Bellingham not here. There's opportunities for these young players.
Definitely. I mean, so just looking at another example in terms of, I mean, George Linder and Carl Simmons, in terms of what's happened there when George, 2 seasons ago, was not available for a lot of the season. Carl took his opportunity and was player of the season, very much like you say with Graham Smith. I mean, it is a very good opportunity for these 2 young players, 2 young left-handers who both have got a huge amount of promise. So Smith facing up to Von Berg and playing against somebody like Sean Von Berg, who's an incredibly experienced campaigner, hardest for Lyon. I mean, both having taken literally just under 500 wickets in first-class cricket each, and you're just starting to find your way in first-class cricket. Outstanding opportunity to sort of try and help you to understand how this game works.
Yeah, seasoned campaigners. They've been in the game long enough to be able to read the game situation right now. Although I'd like to see Mahima come back.
Yes.
Mahima just gives you, it just gives you that different option. I just feel that it looks a lot easier with hardly any turn to both the right and the left hand at the moment. Mahima just gives you that extra bit of height of delivery. He varies his pace beautifully. He's got that beautiful tip.
Yeah.
He's using the wind beautifully, yes, with his drift. So I'd like to see him come back. And Western Province will have to make a play now. They can't just block the rest of the day out.
No.
So I'd like to see him come back.
It will be interesting to see. I mean,
then maybe Clinton after Hudders. Hudders has had quite a long spell, and I know it's sometimes very difficult to get a ball out of Hudders' hand when he's bowling better.
Yes, he has had a very long spell here either side of the lunch break. He's is into his 7th over unchanged, but been much better for him. I mean, he's now bowled. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 8 in his 2nd spell.
There we go.
So
I remember him playing for. I remember him playing. I think it was for Titans. He was for. No, he was playing for the Lions. Playing for the Lions, and Jeff Tihana was the coach. And it was a game in Potch.
Right.
And he bowled 16 overs in a trot. I went to Jeff. I was watching the game, and I was like, Jeff, he's already been red flagged because of his bowling loads.
Yes.
This guy's bowled 16 overs in a trot here. He's crazy. He said, Vin, Jeff actually said, Vin, you're going to feel and take the ball out of his hand. He refuses to get it. But yeah, look, I mean, he had a hell of a season that year, and obviously made his debut for South Africa.
That's right. And I love the stat because it's just when you follow sort of cricket stats like I do, he's the one of only 2 players in the entire history of Test cricket that's hit a 4 off his first ball and got a wicket on his first ball.
I think it was down leg. Was it? It was down leg.
I think it was down
somebody down leg.
I think it was down leg.
Was it Pakistan?
I can't think who it was now, but he hit a 4 off his first ball and he got a wicket. Now we can find out.
It was down leg. It was down leg. I remember that.
And, can certainly find that out.
You got to. I said to him, he got his first wicket of a Jaffa. The Jaffa.
So and he played the 1 Test match, so which was a bit unfortunate, in fact. And went overseas. Did he for a Kolpak deal? I think.
Did a Kolpak,
yeah. But great to see him. He's been a real servant of South African cricket for many years. A wholehearted cricketer. Some good performances in the SAA versus West Indies A series. So it'll be interesting to see how that Test team for New Zealand shapes up. We'll try and get this. I'll try and get this information while we're all chatting about Huddersfield. He's away from us again here now at the Nederburg end here, the beautiful Boland Park Cricket Stadium, and the mountains around us absolutely beautiful. It's here the To our left, we have the Drakenstein mountain range, and to our right, just in fact behind us, the basalt domes of Paarl Rock. So people in this area will be very, very familiar with. It really is a beautiful, beautiful place to come and watch cricket. So if you are listening to us and you are in the Cape area, and you have really would like to come and experience this, please pop in and join us here at Boland Park over the next 4 days. The grass banks are lovely, and nice amount of shade here, and we're having some really good cricket over the next number of days here, with Hardisvillian, who's been plying his trade here from the Nederburg end for now 7 overs unchanged. 7 overs have been 2 for 8, so it's been outstanding stuff from him. So we'll just have a look at his only test match. That was out against England in Johannesburg in the 2016, January the 14th to 16th, 2016. England win that game by 7 wickets, but I'll give you the information now. Oh,
there we go.
Yeah. So he was in that team as well. So interesting, that team, a very interesting team. In fact, Dean Elgar, Stiaan van Zyl opened with Elgar, Hashim Amla, Avi de Villiers, the captain, Faf du Plessis, Temba Bavuma came in at 6. Dane Villas was keeping, Chris Morris, Kagiso Rabada, Hardisvillian, and Morne Morkel. So a very interesting team that was. Villian got out 20, as I say, and then Villian, first wicket, caught Alistair Cook, caught by Villas, bowled by Villian, and it was down the leg side, and it was indeed.
You sure it didn't pitch on leg and
it was caught down the leg? Yeah, so Cook was caught down the leg side again. He probably didn't plan the delivery, but they have targeted him. They went to glass it away and was well taken by Villas.
You sure it was? You sure it didn't pitch on leg and mess up stuff? You sure? I think Hardis will be saying that.
I'm sure it did. It was.
I pitched it on leg. It should have missed off some.
It was planned that way.
Yeah.
It was planned that way, and they knew that Cook had a weakness down the leg side, and Hardis' first ball up in his Test career wanted to exploit it. Yeah, that is how it works, definitely. So it's Sean van Bergen again to Smith, and they run through quite quickly after a little bit of hesitation, but the fielder coming in from backward, sort of 45 on the leg side, not able to pick up cleanly, so they can go through for the single. Smith on 3, and it is Jono Bird on 48 that's going to take strike against Sean van Bergen. To say Bird looking for his third score of 50 plus. He's so far got 2 100s in his in his first class career so far, and he will be facing up to Sean van Bergen coming in towards us from the old stables end, and that is going to be his 50 as it goes down, beats the man at short fine leg, goes down to the deep long leg boundary, and that's Jono Bird's third score of 50 plus in first class cricket. Signals to the dressing room. It's been a good innings, Vincent.
No, there's been
facing up to Sean van Bergen
while he was batting with Eddie
from the old stables end.
It was a perfect foil for Eddie.
Yeah, and that
and since Eddie's departure,
going
just,
to be
his
50 as it goes down. Beats the man at short fine leg.
Sort of goes going to his shell. He stayed positive. And yeah, so let's talk quickly about that conversion. He's got 200s but no 50s. Is that right?
Yeah, 200s. No,
so he's
50s.
got a fantastic conversion rate. So hopefully this is. I'm not putting the mockers on him. But yeah, look, I mean, he's got 200s, 2 first class 100s, no 50s. So that conversion rate's 100% at the moment.
It is at the moment, and he'll be wanting to make sure that now he's got himself in, that he just keeps on going. You say it's been a knock with a strike rate of just over the 50. 52 now of 98 deliveries, so just as I say, just over that 50 mark, and that's really what Western Province will be hoping, I would think, is that whoever's batting, he can just bat through and bat as long as possible on this wicket. Now he's got the sort of feel for the wicket. he hasn't seemed to be in, again, this is really put the mockers on him, but hasn't seemed to be in a serious amount of trouble. And the batters that have actually got themselves out, batters that have been out, probably with the exception perhaps of Yassine Valley, have probably got themselves out in some way, just from that point of view. Good delivery from Ashel Klutter, angling into the right-hander. So kept coming in from the right arm over the wicket bowler that got him LBW. That's Viljoen continuing in this spell, and that's down the leg side off the pad of Smith, and that's umpire Umar on this side signalling leg by.
Yeah, just on the pitch again. Managed to talk to the curator during the break. And, he was, look at, you just said it's a typical Boland wicket.
Okay.
But yeah, there's really no demons in it, and Luciano continues his way. Hopefully he gets his 100 and converts again. But there's really nothing in there's no demons in the wicket.
Another one.
And as I say that, there's a loud appeal for LBW.
Yeah. That one was more adjacent than the one before, which Daniel Smith faced, but Viljoen perhaps just not quite. The choir wasn't quite with him on that one.
Yeah. I think Harders is using experience here of putting some pressure on umpire as well. Yeah,
definitely.
But yeah, look, it's really a good batting track at the moment, and Western Provinces, and hopefully there's gonna be some deterioration, so we're gonna get the result, and it's not gonna be a case of two teams batting out 4 days. Hopefully there will be some deterioration, but at the moment it's very good to bat on, and Western Province have got to capitalize on this.
Absolutely, and very important point there from Vincent Barnes, who's really a privilege to have you with us here, Vinny, in the commentary box here for today and tomorrow, just sharing your insights on the game. We really do appreciate that, and it's very important, as you say. I mean, when you have the situation, fill your boots, as they say, and when you're able to do that, and you've got the conditions are in your favor, try and just make sure that you make the most of those. That's Viljoen away from us again here at the Nederburg end of this really picturesque ground. Do love coming out here.
Yeah, it is. It's a wonderful place. Wonderful place to come
and watch cricket. Beautiful place to watch cricket as well. It's just
beautiful place to come and watch. And, and really a great place to watch cricket. So, and obviously the weather plays its parts. It's a bit warm today.
Yeah, it is.
A bit warm today. Talking about filling your boots, I just hope our batters at Centurion is going to fill their boots today. I
hope so too, yeah.
We can try to get a 350 plus score there and put a lot of pressure on India batting second in those conditions.
We've just come back after the lunch break there, and we'll give you a bit of an update there. So I think they're 2 balls into the afternoon session. And it is sorry, no, they're not. I think there's been an over already, or a couple of overs, in fact. Sorry, so 3 overs and 2 balls into the afternoon session. The floodlights are on, and South Africa have added 4 to their lunchtime score, 53 for 1 now. And Tavkoor and Prashid are bowling. Prashid, the debutant for India in this match. That's a lovely shot out to the sweeper. And it's quite deep out there. It certainly is a long boundary and a short boundary here.
Yeah, I can't understand why the sweeper is so deep.
Yeah,
I mean, he can come in at least almost 20 yards from the boundary. The ball's not going to fly in the air to him there, so
no.
You can come in there. You can, they can put pressure on him to his left or to his right, and get 2. That's how deep he is.
So the end of the 37th over, 145 for the loss of 3, and it's going to say goodbye for the moment to Vincent Barnes, and it's going to be Durant Goosen is going to be joining me here. Welcome again, Durant. Thanks very much, Vincent.
You want a water glass?
Yes, please. I'd love a water. Thank you. And it's a hot day.
It's extremely hot.
So here in the commentary box, we do have the windows open, allowing some of that slight breeze to come in, but it's a warm day in Paarl. Very much what we would expect this time of the year. Thank you very much to Vincent for the commentary, and now for the water, and also thank you to the Boland Cricket Association, is it, or Union?
Boland Cricket.
Boland Cricket Union. Okay, so thanks to Boland Cricket for their hospitality. Very delicious lunch that we enjoyed in the pavilion. So thank you so much to them for their hospitality. And that's very nicely played down the leg side by Bird. I think he did get something other than pad on that. And it just goes down fine in front of us, where it is Baron doing the fielding. I know you mentioned his first name, not somebody I'm very familiar with.
Giovanni, yes.
Giovanni Baron.
He's a new player for the Rocks.
He's on the field in place of Abiwa Mgajima at the moment, who had a very nasty incident earlier on in the day, tried to take a catch. We'll just watch this one to Bird, and he's going to get a single this time out to the man at deep mid-wicket. In fact, that is Abiwa Mgajima back on the field. So Baron on for somebody else. Mgajima, in attempting to take a catch of Mo Valley at the backward point, gully position, stuck up his left hand. A very valiant attempt to take it. The ball was really flying and unfortunately dislocated his finger. So it had some attention. He's back on the field now. And we're really pleased to see that he is back on the field and fine. So we have Baron on the field for somebody else. We'll have to try and find out who that is. So it's been an interesting morning, and a first sort of half an hour after the lunch break, Durant, Western Province taking their score on by an additional 19 runs now.
No, most definitely. Especially with the start they had earlier this morning with that T20 match that they that they had earlier. The Rocks bowling attack.
And that's Daniel Smith getting a bit of a leading edge, and you can see there on your screen just bouncing over Sia Mahima, and Daniel Smith probably counting himself a little bit lucky there to get away with that one. Remembering that he's playing that ball against the natural spin that Sean von Berg is getting. If he's trying to play, I think a bit of it was a leading edge. He was probably trying to play it with the spin, actually. Difficult to see from this angle, but the way he shaped up to play that with the spin, getting a leading edge over Sia Mahima's head at extra cover. Slight change to the field now. This for Jono Bird. I like this fielding position.
Yeah.
But two men catching at sort of the straight mid-on and sort of wideish short mid-on position. The one that just pops on him, but he manages to angle that one through to the man at deep backward square, and they go through for yet another single. Just swapping his bat here is Jono Bird. Not happy with that one. And 150 is up for Western Province. So the next milestone for them with that 100, with that shot of the last ball of the 38th over. So it's 150 for 3. And just an indication of the way that the Rocks bowlers have actually managed to stem the flow of runs, is this last 50 came in 21.1 overs. So with the previous first 50 came in 8 overs, second 50 in 8.5, and this last one 21.1 overs. So only batting at 2.5 runs and over for the last 50, and that as a result of the wickets that had already fallen. 100 for 2 it was at the end of 100 for 2 in the 17th over, and now 38 overs, 150 for the loss of 3. Hardest figure, and you cannot get the ball away from him to Jono Bird. He is now into the 9th over of this spell either side of lunch, and it has been an outstanding spell from the fast bowler. His first 3 overs went for 26, and his following 8 have gone for 9 runs. So it has been a spell that he can feel very proud of. That's probably why he doesn't want you to take the ball out of his hand.
No, definitely not. No, but yeah, what I want to say earlier is the Rocks are already putting the pressure on the batting now of Western Province. If you look at the run rate, it's in the air.
Yeah, just over the man at extra cover, into the ground, and just over Glenton Stearman there at extra cover on the edge of the square. And another run to Jono Bird. He's on 58. Daniel Smith on 4. And 58 off now 109 deliveries. But Smith slow at the moment, 4 off 26. But he's just trying to set his stall and just get to read the wicket. Sean von Berg's been tight 6 overs, 0 for 17. Huddersfield's been absolutely outstanding in this spell. That's a very good surprise ball from him. Right around what if you heard Vincent talking a bit earlier on around that sort of surprise ball.
Yeah, and I quite like it as well. He's trying to catch Smith out. Is what I'm gathered from this batting spell. He's definitely burning way more better deliveries than he did earlier this morning. And the thing that the Rocks can wear as a badge of honor now in this session is that run rate.
Yes.
They really got that run rate low to under 4, which is precisely what they would need if they want to chase this score.
Oh, that one is short and wide outside the off stump, as we're talking about his control, and Daniel Smith does not miss out, plays it to the left of the man at gully, and that goes down to the deep
run rate low to under 4, which is precisely what they would need if they want to chase this score.
Oh, that one is short and wide outside the off stump, as we're talking about his control, and Daniel Smith diving off does not miss out. Side, so we. It always happens, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, well, commentators curse. I've been talking so highly about the Rocks getting the run rate on the 4, but that's all. So, no, but still, to take nothing away, it's been very good from Huddersfield in this spell.
Yeah, it has.
And you said in the first 3 overs, it was 26 runs.
That's right. I mean, first 3 overs, he had a absolutely nightmarish start with the ball. 3 overs, 0 for 26, and he's now 1 ball short of bowling 12 overs. So 9 overs unchanged in this spell. I think it was 5 overs before lunch, and now he's bowled another 4 after lunch, and he's now sitting on 1 for 40. So in those 9 overs, if this last delivery is a dot ball, I mean, he would have gone for only 14 in those 9, which is, and picked up the wicket, the 1 to 4 just before. In fact, on the cusp of lunch,
which is really phenomenal. And especially, I talked to Vinny.
Yeah, sorry.
I talked to Vinny earlier about the mentality of a bowler being punished so early in the morning and then coming back on into the bowling attack. And like you said, the past 9 overs was absolutely phenomenal from him. Yeah. So it just shows the mental toughness and fitness of Huddersfield and the experience he's got.
Absolutely, and then you see that with players like Huddersfield, who's played a significant amount of first-class cricket both here in South Africa and over in the county championship circuit. You'll see that probably with someone like Dane Patterson, who's going to be bowling for Western Province in this match. 550 first-class wickets for him, having played quite a lot with Nottinghamshire in the UK there in the county championship. And so these players that have got this experience, Stean van Sales, well, I mean, you've got experienced campaigners who are able to help the younger players in the team to negotiate some of those difficult situations, perhaps, and to ensure that they learn the lessons that are important for them to learn as young cricketers, reading the match situation, working with it, just all out being able to explain and understand your game better. And it's going to be Von Berg to continue. And he also has bowled a spell unchanged this 6 overs that he's bowled so far, both sides of the luncheon interval, still in his first spell after having taken over from Sia Mahima. Mahima 7 overs, 0 for 22 with 2 maidens in his first spell. And he really did put the brakes on for the Western Province run rate, still now sitting at 4 runs and over, which they won't be unhappy with. That's a very good shot from John O'Bird. He nearly decapitates Daniel Smith in the process, but Smith manages to get out of the way, and some relay work done there on the boundary, far away from the front of the old stable's end, and it was Van Sale chasing and his captain, I think, on the boundary there. So Van Sale from mid-off and Peter Milan from deep mid. So from long on, coming around to, in fact, help with the field. 2 runs to Bird. He moves to 60.
And this was called a no ball by the looks of it.
My goodness.
So that's, yeah. And especially the outfield, unfortunately for him, couldn't get to the boundary rope in time.
That's right. A little bit slow. It's we were saying earlier on, and if you have just joined us, really lovely to have you with us. As we were saying, please, uh, if you are watching us on the CSA YouTube channel, very good to have you watching with us now. Just over 100 people watching at the moment. Really great to have you with us. I'm James King, and with me at the moment, Durant Goosen. We also have today, that's a very good shot from Daniel Smith. Just played through the covers, extra cover. Nobody's going to get to that one as it hits the boundary rope now. And Daniel Smith with his first boundary, I think that is, of his innings. In fact, his second boundary of his innings. With me, and at the moment, really lovely shot. We also have today. That's a very good shot from Daniel Smith. And played through the covers, extra cover. Nobody's going to get to that one. He did, didn't he? As he has got the width, a little bit of width available to him on the offside, and say width, a bit of space available, should I say, on the offside, and he took full toll of that, and that's certainly a lot more conservative, a good ball, a bit shorter of a length from Von Berg, and he does have a 5-4 leg side offside field. He's got a man at 45, deep square, short mid wicket, conventional mid wicket, mid on, mid off, extra cover, backward point in a slip, and that's just squeezed to the left of Michael Copeland at backward point. Get through for the single. Smith goes to 13, 164 for 3 after in the 40th over, should I say, and Western Province now batting at about 4.1 and over. It was a very frenetic start this morning, and we'll give you some information around that as we go through. We'll give you a couple of other scores from elsewhere in the country and in the world as well.
It's a very good partnership from these two batsmen from Western Province. 36 at the moment after 66 deliveries. So they're really building a partnership here that's they hope to see all the way to tea time.
Yeah, so with the wicket falling with the last ball before lunch, Western Province going into lunch at 129 for 3. Smith and Bird had a job to do when they came out to make sure that they didn't lose any further wickets. It's 165 for 3 after 40. And just to give you that information from around the world, it's so in New Zealand, the T20 match between New Zealand and Bangladesh winning that by 5 wickets. New Zealand 134 for 9, Bangladesh 137 for 5, that match in Napier. And then the test in Melbourne, Australia in day 2, Australia 318 all out. Pakistan at the moment at stumps 194 for the loss of 6. So this at the moment on the first innings looking like it should be or could be a lead for Australia. Very dominant in that first test. And then the second day, with no play possible on the first day of the match in at Willamore Park in Benoni between South Africa A and India A. South Africa A batting first are 70 for the loss of 3, having been put into bat by the India A team. Matthew Brietzke, who opened the batting for SAA, is still there, as Glenton Stearman is in for the Rocks from the Niederberg end, which is where Durant Goosen and myself are sitting. And a good delivery first up in his second spell. So finally, yeah, they got the ball out of Hardest-Williams' hand.
Yeah, and Western Province would like that, I would assume. Glenton also got a bit punished there early this morning. After 5 overs, 27 runs, he conceded with 2 no balls being bowled. Of course, 1 maiden, which was very valuable for the Rocks at that stage of the match. So he's batting his 6th over now and hoping to get that run rate below 4 again. So that's a feature of the delivery.
And John O'Bird now just trying his best to ensure that he continues to bat in the way that he has been on 62, and those off 114 balls, 3 fours and 1 6 that he's hit so far. And he'll be wanting to just continue with this innings and make sure he sees off the threat of Stearman coming in his second spell.
It almost feels like that's a big shout. Nothing from that.
Go down the leg side. I think just looking at it from where we are, we're pretty much directly behind the line of the bowler, which is absolutely privileged to be in this position, just seeing where that one was pitching. bit of a half appeal almost.
It was a bit more of an appeal there from Clyde Fontaine, the wicketkeeper, than from Glenton. That's very interesting. It seems like the pace bowlers are actually doing more damage than the spin bowlers. And my prediction at the start of proceedings was the spin bowlers was going to be the heroes. So,
It's
because Hardest Viljoen got 1 wicket and Ashel Klitter with 2 to his name. So it's all been pace bowling.
yeah, Pacers have got the 3 wickets with probably with the pressure being created as well by the spinners. The first wicket certainly not. I mean, Eddie Moore was going all guns blazing there against the attack. 44 of just 32 deliveries for the opener. He's been in fine form this season. Just got one that stopped on him from Ashel Klitter. That's a very good delivery from Stearman, just tightening up his lines and lengths, as we saw Hardest Viljoen do. I think this is probably going to be the form of attack from the rocks now, just keeping the one end with the pacers and the other end with the spinners.
It almost seems like it. And statistically wise, I actually had a look at it last night. Most of the wickets from spin bowlers came from the Old Sables end.
Okay.
Interestingly enough.
Yes.
But the ball is already starting to swing a bit. Glenton is getting a swing to him.
Another no ball, and that one is gone to the boundary in front of the beautiful trees in the embankment here, down to the mid wicket area for 4, and yet another no ball. And this is an area they're going to have to be very careful of. That is
the Old
for
Sables
Stearman.
end.
I think that's
Interestingly
third
enough.
no ball now.
But
so it would be his third
the
one.
ball is
Short
already
one
starting
goes,
to
the
swing a
spinners
bit.
also bowled one.
Glenton is
Ashel
getting a
Klitter
swing
bowled
to him.
couple earlier no ball, and that one is gone to the boundary very in front to keep those disciplines going. And so just retrieving the ball there back to Stearman at the end of the over. I will, which has still got a long way to run. I think that was the first 169 for 3 into the
He almost looks
end of this over now. So scoreboard was actually thinking it was the end of the over, but there was a no ball, so it will be probably 169 for 3 at the end of the 41st. Sorry, Durant. And yes.
Yeah, I just had a look at Clinton Seaman's body language after that no ball. He almost looks dejected, tired, if I can say so. I don't know if you picked it up, but I've been watching him now this all over after each ball, and his head is down, his shoulders are shrugged. He doesn't look confident in his bowling at the moment, which is quite worrying to see from an opening bowler.
Yeah, there's still plenty of overs left in the day. So we've already had 41 overs bowled, 57 left in the day. And with the spinners bowling, we'll be hopeful that we'll get all of those in before the potential close at 6 o'clock, if we do have the extra half an hour. So the day is designed around so we're going to have another bowling change. It's going to be Aviwa Mgujima back on to the 2 left-handers. Man who went off the field earlier on when he tried to catch a shot from Yasin Valley at backward point, in the gully position, and dislocated his middle finger on his left hand. And he's in now to Daniel Smith. Smith plays that beautifully through the covers, but there is a sweeper out on the boundary. It's that Ashel Klitter out there. It is indeed nodded the head from Durant, who knows these players very well. And it's just the single to Smith. He moves to 13, 170 for the loss of 3 of the 41.1 overs, I think it is. So Van Berg, who's gone off now 7 overs, 0 for 27. And that is played. Where did that one go to? It went back into through the wicket keeper. And
it's very good to see Aviwe back on the field.
It's indeed good, because he really went off. He looked in a lot of pain.
He was, and I went down to have a chat with the paramedics to hear what was the situation, and they told me earlier today they suspected it was a possible broken ring finger. And
oh my goodness. Complete chaos there. You'll see that chaos from the running team, chaos from the chaos from the fielding team, and not able to affect the run out there, just slipping at the last minute, not able to pick the ball up. The man coming in and fielding, so perhaps that opportunity missed there.
Cricket is a funny game. If the batsman running between the wickets make a mistake, you'll always get someone in the field that's going to make a mistake as well. So
yeah, Michael Copeland, who took that excellent catch just before lunch to see the dismissal of Valentine Katime, just not able to collect that one and throw it in, with both batters seemingly stranded halfway down the wicket. Bird on 67 spacing, and that's played nicely. But there's a man at short mid wicket. That's Viljoen. No, it's not. No, it is Harris Viljoen. Apologies. No, it's not. Clintus Stearman. I takes his floppy hat off now, and both very well built gentlemen. Very strong shoulders, upper body. These two fast bowlers. So Aviwa Ngujima finishes the first over of his second spell. Just the 3 runs off that particular over, and then Stearman now into his second over of his second spell. And his first spell, 5 overs, 1 for 20, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 27. His second spell so far, just the 5 runs off the first over. And he will be bowling to Daniel Smith. He's got a 6-3 offside leg side field. They are bringing that man who was very, very deep, it must be said, at backward point. They're bringing him back up into the ring. That's Aviwa Ngujima. Dug out by Smith.
that ball travelled. It was a beautiful delivery there from Seaman.
Just getting it to angle in, isn't he? He's got that one swinging into the left-hander. Just showing us that at the moment. And just in terms of that India A SAA game, India A choosing to field, South Africa A now 70 for the loss of 4 wickets. And it is the men out. Richards for 6, Hamza for 20, Zondo for a duck, and now Ryan Rickerton for 6. And it's Smith just playing it, angling it out into the offside. Really, really friendly and yeah, very nice young man, Daniel Smith. Very sociable and always got a good word to say, and very positive young man. Just tries his very best when given the opportunity. Still only in his early 21 or 22, I think he is at the moment.
He's got a very bright future ahead of him.
He does indeed. Part of the academy in the winter time when South Africa did have a game or 2 in the SA emerging team as well, where he had also kept wicket, and a lot of people in the Western Cape feeling that he's could play in the team just for his batting as well. And he has been given the opportunity now with Kyle Verena's appearance in the test match to be able to play for Western Province at both wicket-keeper and batting. And he does have a very good technique.
I like it. It's it's attractive technique that he's got. And one thing that I like about him, and you mentioned it earlier, it's 21, 22 thereabout.
Yeah.
It's almost been an hour in the middle and only 15 runs to his name. So he knows the value of his wicket, and he wants to keep that. He's not one of these youngsters that goes into the middle and just wants to hit the ball over the boundary row for 6.
No. And he's learnt that, and he got a 50 on debut a couple of years ago against the Titans. That stage, not yet 20, and he does have the shots. He's played one of those now, but it's well fielded by Stiaan van Zyl in the cover region. He's from his position at almost a conventional sort of extra cover, between cover and extra cover. And we've also got the man at short extra cover. That is Harris Viljoen. And nicely played by Daniel Smith. He's on to 15 or 16, sorry, with that shot, and 174 for 3. So yes, just that scorecard there. That was the 4 wickets to 4. Matthew Brietska is still there for SAA, and that should be another run. No, it's not. Good fielding in the gully region by Yanaman Malan, and throws it through to the bowler's end, cleaned up behind by Sia Mahima. I was very impressed with earlier on today.
Likewise. Now he's doing very well. But it looks like almost that Peter Milan is almost just keeping him back a bit now, Sia. Probably going to have him come in late afternoon to have a turn at the bowl again. And yeah, but like I said, it's nice to have Majima back on the field. He's a very good spin bowler. 4 overs bowled, only 15 runs conceded with no wides or no balls bowled. But then you look at the extras that the Rocks bowled, 13 extras.
Yeah.
And well, not even halfway through the first day. That's a bit.
Yeah, I think there were four leg byes, but the rest have been either wides or no balls. And at this level, I think a lot of work to do in terms of the discipline. Certainly makes sense for me too, and it's a good fielding position there. You've got Sia Mahima in at that short extra cover. Still 6-3 offside leg side field for the ball turning away from the left-hander, and Daniel Smith not able to pierce the field there. Again, that's for Yun at extra cover. So there's a slip, point, deep cover, conventional extra cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. And Daniel Smith brings out the reverse sweep, which we were talking about earlier on. He does execute it well. It is going to win the race to the boundary. That's a desperate dive from, is that Michael Copeland, diving down there, and he can't quite get to that. And Daniel Smith, seeing the opportunity for the reverse sweep, executes it very, very well. Daniel Smith brings out the reverse sweep, which we were talking about earlier on. He does execute it well. It is going to win the race. Durant talking about it earlier, this partnership, I think at that stage 36, saying it was a good partnership for them. They've put on 49 since the loss of that Kitime wicket on the last ball before lunch, and that's played very nicely through the covers. But there is Ashul Klutter out on the deep cover boundary. That is the 50 partnership between these two, between Smith and Bird, and that 50 partnership coming up off 90 deliveries with 5 fours. So a good partnership between these two. Definitely what was needed for Western Province with the situation they were in. And that just an edge onto the pad.
Bit of a shout, but yeah, nothing in that. I think they're trying to get into the umpire's head almost. So for when something is actually 50-50.
Have you seen them do the choir practice at all? Like do that practice go up and they all got to like shout in unison.
Whoa!
Into the ground. That's really good fielding from Ngajima. So it's played into the ground to him. Takes it quickly. He sees Bird advancing down the crease, and he just tosses it in and wipes out the leg stump out of the ground. Sorry, off stump out of the ground. But Bird is back, according to umpire Kluma, back into his ground. Umpire Kluma standing at this end for us, and at the southern end of the ground, the old stables end, it is umpire Gombo, I think it is, standing there. Sorry, I think I got that wrong. Gampu, sorry, Gombo. Gampu, umpire Gampu. So umpire Kluma just sorting those stumps out to allow Glenton Stearman to start his next over. And just an update from the test match in Centurion. South Africa now moved to 95 for the loss of 1. Dean Elgar 61, Dezorzi now on 23. Their partnership now 84 for the second wicket after the loss of Aidan Markram. That's beautifully played through the covers. Daniel Smith just slapping that one that was wide and short outside the off stump, and he doesn't miss out. It wasn't that short, but certainly wide enough to play the shot. And he moves to 25 with that. That's beautifully played through the covers. Daniel Smith just slapping that one that was wide and short. Trying to hint to Peter Malan, or he's just been given the signal. Maybe he is going to come in after this over from Glenton Stearman. Stearman then would have only bowled 3 in this spell, but I have to agree with you, Durant. He's looking a little bit tired almost.
Yeah, he looks dejected almost. That's
well
great
fielding.
fielding.
Very well fielded by Jan Malan in the gully. Just got down to his left-hand side, so right-hand side. Left as I'm looking at it, his right-hand side. And fielded that very, very well to prevent what could well have been at least a 2. So they get the single, 184 for 3 in the 40 5th.
I must say it's really such a pleasure to watch Daniel Smith play now.
He's
He
got
plays
so
such
many
great cricket
things.
shots.
He
It's
does.
so clinical. It's like when you started to play cricket as a youngster, that's the kind of shots that the coaches try to teach you. And he's executing it brilliantly. No, it's a pleasure to watch him.
And yeah, he has, we believe, a bright future in the game. It's already shown at this level that he can, got the temperament to be there. Played 50 on debut in first class cricket. And somebody that Western Province will be looking for in the future, for him to make a contribution, stay with them as a wicket-keeper batter. Very important if Kyle Verreynne is going to have an extended run in the national team.
It does look like Ashel Klitter is getting ready to come on. Will probably be after the Aviva, after the next over. Ash will come back into the bowling attack. Of course, already 2 wickets to his name.
Yeah, he's taken the 2 wickets that he has taken to fall. The first one, Eddie Moore, caught very well by Sean van Berg at a second slip position. Was moving very quickly towards him, took it with hands cupped upwards. That's this time through the gap. That wasn't exactly where he intended that to go, Daniel Smith. And the slow outfield, it is still going to reach the boundary, as you see, down to the third man boundary, and is retrieved there by the man from a backward point. That's this time through the gap. That wasn't exactly where he intended that to go, Daniel Smith. To get anywhere near that slow outfield, it is still going to reach the boundary. He moved to 30. And that coming off 62 deliveries, 49 deliveries, I apologize. And with him, Jonathan Bird on 68 off 127. So they settled into a rhythm here. Eddie Moore up front, 44 off 32. And then it was Yassine Valley, who was the next to go, LBW to Kluter, who bowled a really good ball, angling into the right-hander from the right-arm paceman and trapped him. Wouldn't have hit. It would have hit all 3 stumps, that one with LBW2. No hesitation from umpire Kluma here at the Niederberg end to give him out. And then the 3rd wicket for Valentine Kitime. On the stroke of lunch, he was caught by Michael Copeland. An excellent diving catch coming in from his deep position on the leg side when Harris Viljoen bowled a short delivery, and Kitime attempted to go for the hook shot on the ball before lunch and just spooned it up in the air, and Copeland, taking it like literally a centimetre or 2 off the ground, made brilliant ground, in fact, to get to the catch in the first place, and then pulled off an outstanding catch. But as you say, Durant, a really, really good fielder is Michael Copeland.
No, it's exceptional. He works a lot with Ezra Poole, the fielding coach of the Rocks. With his fielding, especially these catches. I think I've never seen him drop a catch in training or in a match.
That's very, very well played out into the leg side, and they're going to come back for 2. So Smith moving into the Bird now moving on to 71. Sorry, Dan, John O'Bird playing that into the leg side, and it's Ngijima, who just conceded 3 then off the first delivery of his 6th over. He's into his 2nd spell now. This spell into, say, his 3rd over of his 2nd spell, as Glentus Stearman has already bowled 3 overs in his 2nd spell. He's gone for 16 in those 3 overs, so he won't be happy with that. Daniel Smith just doing some garbage collection there off the pitch for us, putting something in his pocket. That's just nicely played.
Good shot from him.
A little bit short outside the off stump, not necessarily any turn on offer at the moment. We saw 1 or 2 from Sia Mahima that kicked and turned.
You can also turn that ball and get it to snap a bit. But it just looks like he's going a bit slow at the moment.
He did seems to be firing in a bit, and I'll have a bit of a look at him through the glasses. Halfway through his 6th over, the 3rd over of this spell. Certainly firing it in at the middle and leg stump there of the left-handed Jono Bird. Bird moves to 72. William Daniel Smith 31, 194 for 3, Western Province in the 46th over, batting at 4.2 runs and over, which has been a feature of their play so far this season.
Another good shot
That's
there.
a good shot. So that'll just be the one, and they're just milking the ball now out into where the gaps are on the off and leg side. Singles on offer all around the ground. It looks like certainly if that ball strays onto leg stumps, not where Aviwa Mgijima wants to be bowling, with a 6-3 offside leg side field, and that is cut backward a point, and that will be caught by Copeland. He's going to come back though for 2. And good sliding stop in the end, picks up and throws in almost in one motion. And that will be drinks, gentlemen, at the halfway stage in this, the second session of day 1 of this 4-day match between the Gbets Rocks and Western Province. And a couple of pats on the back between the two batters. They put on 68 in this hour and 5 minutes. Without the loss of a wicket, went from 129 for 3 at lunch to 197 for 3 at drinks. It's Bird on 74, Smith on 32, and from us for the moment with Stearman and Mgijima, the attack, taking the attack to these batters of Western Province. We're just going to say goodbye as we take a drink, and then we'll be back with some more commentary.
Welcome back, viewers, to Boland Park. After the drinks break, score stands 197 for 3, and looks like Sean van Berg is now going to bowl his 8th over from the Nuremberg end. So it's been
It's
good
interesting,
for him.
yeah, interesting. At Sean's on, I thought Mahima would get a go.
It's interesting that they left the pace bowlers out now at the moment because they were doing quite well. Addis and Aishel Klutter got 3 wickets, and with Aishel warming up here earlier, I thought Aishel is definitely going to bowl this over.
Oh, he might come from the top. What way is the wind blowing? It could be coming from. Well, there's no wind. At the
Yeah, well,
moment.
there's no wind.
There was a bit of a wind.
So no, it's very interesting. 197 for 3 after 46 overs. So it's exceptional for Western Province. The score, especially on this wicket.
Yeah, I just think that there's got to be some deterioration. Wicket to quicken up a bit, but some deterioration just to allow. At the moment, you basically got to get yourself out here. You got to play a full shot and get out. But there's, there's nothing in it for the seamers and spin.
No,
It's not turning much.
And it doesn't look like the spin bowling is doing anything. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It's I just hope there will be some deterioration to allow something to happen on its deck, because the deck's at the moment really flat. It's very difficult to get wickets at the moment. Like I said, unless a batter plays a full shot, or there's nothing really happening in this pitch. So although I felt that Mahima looked like, of the spinners, between Sean, Sia and Kajima, I thought he looked the best bet to get a wicket, Sia Mahima.
Definitely, especially his deliveries to Katseme earlier.
Yeah.
He got some spin on that ball, but like Kajima looks like he's struggling to get something from it. That's better from Sean. He's not there. But it almost seems like the pace bowlers are doing something more. Getting more swing on the ball. But I'm actually tea time. I think I'm gonna see how the pitch looks, because it's nothing on that. It's weird for me that there's still no deterioration on that deck.
Yeah.
And this morning when I had a look at it, I thought it's gonna been cut up quite early in the
No,
day.
look, I mean, he's done well with his square. I mean, his square is actually it's not looking too bad considering the amount of heat around. He's got a good square at the moment. He's had an international match last week. Not a lot of time to prepare the deck. So, but it's typical of a Boland Park wicket. There's a lot of heat, and obviously the wind has been blowing. So the wicket dries out very, very quickly. So it's got to leave a certain amount of moisture in. So when you come, you see the bit of greenness on the top there. You get excited about it, but you got to bat first.
Always.
Yeah, you got to bat first. Either the wicket doesn't deteriorate, and like I said, just two teams bat out the 4 days, or it deteriorates and the spinners do play a part in it. And both teams have got exceptional spinners.
No, still better there from Sean. One more to go. But no, definitely what you say. They've got world-class ground staff here at Boland Park, of course. I mean, if you look at the wicket where the international match was, it's actually unbelievable in less than a week how much grass coverage is on the square.
Yeah, it's recovered very, very well. Yeah, I can see that. But I'm just saying, his square in the entire square is really good.
And yeah, and they've got a lot of big matches coming up here. Of course, the SA20 is starting now on the 12th of January. And you've got this match, of course. And it's also strange to me that they're playing on a pitch in the middle of the square, and they're not playing on one of the edges.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm not sure the amount of cricket from here, because I looked at the fixtures. I don't think there's a lot of cricket being played here after this, until SA20. So yeah, look, I mean, if I look at the square then, and I look at some of the other squares that I've been watching while watching on the YouTube channel, some of the other provincial grounds, this is one of the better squares. There's a lot of grass on it, and as you said, the ODI wicket is about 3 strips away behind John O'Bird's back there, it's recovered already.
And looks like we've got CMA back
Yeah,
into the
and I'm
bowling.
glad he's bowling. I'm glad he's bowling.
He's got something. It feels like it. He's just trying everything out. But Siama and the Schonberg bowling partnership is always something to be excited about, especially at Boland Park. Another good shot there. Just got to be a single, and that's 200 up there for Western Province. It's 200 for 3 after 47 overs.
Yeah, I see we've lost another wicket in Centurion. Tony Dezorsi. Of the bowling of Jaswal. The bowling of Bumrah.
Yes, so just an update from Centurion. South Africa 104 for 2. It seems like I'm just trying to see who's out. Tony Dezorsi caught by Jaswal. Bowled by Bumrah is out for 28. Unfortunately for him, he was really had a great performance in the ODI series, especially that match at St. George's. Yes, fourth ball now of the over.
See, this is what I like about Sia, is that his ability to change the pace. He delivers from very high up, and he's pretty tall. So and he gets this big drip. He gets drift and he gets a drop out of there, and yeah. So you can't just also you can't just come. That was a bit flatter, but you can't just come down the wicket to him or just drive him. But I enjoyed him earlier this morning because he came on at the pressurized time when the runs were flying, and he bowled. I think he bowled 6 overs for 7 runs or something. No. He had 4 overs for 6 runs and brought back the run rate nicely.
That was very good. And especially from a bowler, like you said, coming in to the bowling attack at that stage of the match where, like you said, the wickets were flying, for him to almost compress them and get that run rate low. That's straight down the ground. It's going to be picked up by
Peter
Malan.
Malan at just sort of a three-quarter way down to long on position. But his intent, the shot was played by Jono, is just to chip it straight back over the bowler. He didn't follow through on it. He just chipped it over the bowler's head and took the single.
204 for 3. And Bird is currently on 77 runs. Just absolutely phenomenal from him. For how long he's been in the middle and with the heat that he's still in control of his game.
Yeah, look, and we were chatting earlier about this. His conversion rate is phenomenal, actually. Remember in the national side where National Prince had his conversion rate, Ashwell had all these hundreds and no 50s. And we're quite happy with it because the conversion rate, when he gets to 50, he's going to get 100. So I'm not going to put the mockers on John O'Bird here, but he's got 2 first-class hundreds and no 50s.
You don't want the commentators curse to be real now at this stage. No, he's doing well, and what I told James earlier, Daniel Smith, it's an absolute pleasure to watch this young man bat and the way he's batting.
Yeah, look, he's also come through our under 19s through our age group structure. Captain the under 19 side in a 3-day competition in Kimberley, where we had where they played against the sort of B division teams. Captain that side. It was a very good side. They did well in that tournament, but he was just too old for the World Cup, last year's World Cup, so he missed out on that. And then made his debut for Western Province and was also at the National Academy this year.
Another great delivery there from Schonberg. No, but he's definitely got a very bright future ahead of him.
Yeah, but he's a top order batter keeper, so he's up against Calvarena and some of the other top batters. So he's really the thing about it is here's an opportunity, go and score big runs and make it impossible to drop you. That's basically what you need to go and do out there. The 40s and the 50s and averaging 20s and 30s are not good enough. You've got to go and average 60, 70. And that's your opportunity. Unfortunately, that's the nature of the game. You've got big players coming back if there's no international cricket, and it puts pressure on him.
Yeah, like you said, he's competing with Carl Verheyen, which is
Yeah.
that's a big shadow to be in.
Jono. Is it his first game, Jono?
Yes, his first game.
First cross game. He's been kept up by some serious players. Bedingham is now gone to the national side. So is Verheyen.
Yeah, so it's it almost feels like all these Western Province players have got a lot to prove in this match, for them to not be cut, to not be dropped.
Yeah.
As soon as the international players get back.
But this is excellent bowling, good field placing. I like this field. Sean is basically saying, "Come and have a go at me now." I think he's bowling very well, but the batters are also allowing him to bowl to them. And as I say that, he gets both for four.
That's into the gap. It's racing towards the boundary road. And we'll get there. That's 4 runs on the board. It's 209 for free at the moment. And that's 40 up for Daniel Smith.
Batters are also allowing sometimes him to bowl. I think something or
say
as I say that, he gets both for four.
So that's into the gap. It's racing towards the boundary road. And we'll get there. That's 4 runs on the board. It's
I said Watchko was bowling well. He bowled well. And then he drags one down and it goes for 4.
Cricket is a funny game. This is interesting now. So, Sia back into the attack. And it's a 6-3 fielding placement again.
No, 5-4.
5-4.
There's a slip there.
I see. So it's Bird on strike, 78 runs to his name after facing 114 deliveries. 209 for free. We still have 49 overs remaining in this Thursday. Current run rate at 4.3. Is that away for a dot ball?
Mahima's ball 8.1 overs. 3 balls went for 14. Those were the 3 straight balls where Val Kitme climbed into him. Other than that, he's been exceptional.
No, there's nothing that stood out for me that was wrong from his bowling performance as of yet.
There we
It's
go.
in the air. And he got it.
Brilliant catch. Brilliant catch, Papir Malan. Again, Mahima giving the ball air. Jono Bird playing across it.
That Janneman Malan took that catch.
Sorry, Janneman Malan, but it was a brilliant catch because it was over his head. He had to turn around and chase. It's not one of those easy catches.
Yeah, you almost run away from the ball.
Yeah, and I can see this just looking at the trees. There's a bit of wind up there, so yeah, it wasn't an easy catch, but brilliantly caught.
Yeah, so that's I'm very happy. Sias Mahima's got his first wicket. It's 209 for 4. And I think the commentator's quiz was real because Bird has gone for 78. Talk about conversion rates and all that. Still.
There's no pressure now. No pressure. No pressure. Every time he gets a 50, all the pressure on him. He's going to get 100.
Yeah, a great knock. He's out for 78 after facing 143 deliveries. It was an absolutely amazing catch there from Janneman Malan. It's a good ball from Sia Mahima as well. And Bird he must be proud of himself.
Yeah.
For his performance here today.
Yeah, it was a good knock. Went a bit quiet. It'd been a bit quiet for a while. And that can happen at times. You get an opportunity to score. You're not taking it, and then you try to create opportunities. Probably the wrong option, that shot. Just played across it. Leading edge out to long, mid-off. But it was an excellent catch. But again, there we go. Mahima, he got the wicket. He's not an easy it's not easy facing him on this deck. You can't just take him on. It's going to be interesting how Georgie Linder's going to play here. Georgie's not one to want to stand and block balls, so it's going to be quite interesting. So we're into the all-rounders, and we've got 3 of them now.
Yeah, and
And they're all dangerous. They're all dangerous. They all can score big runs, and they have done this for Western Province.
it's a high score with still a lot of wickets in hand for Western Province, so they can still possibly get to 400. That will be the target, I would assume, at this stage. And like I said, the all-rounders are coming in now, and especially with Linda. It's going to be interesting to see what he's going to do, yeah?
Yeah, now George is not going to hang around. He's not going to be blocking a lot of balls, especially facing spinners.
So here we go. First ball he's facing.
It's also a good call, get a lefty in. You could have had Pongwana walk to the wicket, and you've had 2 right-handers. It's a little bit easier for the 2 left-handers. I mean, the left-arm spinner and the leg spinner to bowl to. So it's good. Still got the left-hand, right-hand combination, which is good.
2 more balls remaining in this over. Siamima, 2 maidens to his name as of yet. 27 runs conceded, and 1 wicket taken. So his batting figures at the moment is very good. Schondelberg almost on the same bowling figures. It's just unfortunate that no ball he bowled earlier. 1 more ball remaining in this over, still 209 for 4.
Yeah, inexcusable for a spinner to be bowling no ball. It's inexcusable for anyone to be bowling no ball. Sorry. But for a spinner, even more. So it's a good over from Mahima again. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 27. And like I said, 3 balls went for 14. In that 1 over.
Yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal bowling from Mahima.
Yeah, he's going to be a factor in this game. If there's any sort of deterioration of this pitch, at this stage it doesn't look like it.
No, not at all. It's almost like nothing changed since this morning. It just got hotter.
It's just got hotter. It could be tomorrow's hot again, and it just could get easier and easier. And poor seamers are going to toil, and this is a conversation I had with Buren yesterday when we saw the greenery and the conditions at Centurion. We spoke about it yesterday. It's how often do you see that as a bowler playing first class cricket or international cricket? How often does it happen? Hardly ever.
That was the deck in Centurion is like very, very green, like uncharacteristically almost.
Yeah, look, I mean it was 40 hours under covers. And if you think about that, so the ground staff had very little, they had almost no sun to work with, and that's what they needed. So the danger of that is
another great shot.
Yeah, reverse sweep by Daniel Smith for 2. Yeah, the danger of that is trying to get the pitch was a bit damp yesterday. So that we bowl first on it, creates divots. First day and a half there's this divots, and the divots come into play later in the game, because the ball starts misbehaving now. The wicket becomes up and down, and
that was a very good delivery there. Sorry for interrupting you there from Sean von Berg.
But yeah, so I felt that we could have restricted him even more. Okay, we had 2 catches dropped in before lunch. Which probably would have, I don't think they'd have seen 150.
No, not at all. Yeah, but earlier in the match, I thought they're going to be lucky to see 150.
Yeah, a little bit of inexperience in our bowling attack. We've got two young guns in Gerald Kutsia and obviously Nandri Berger. And Nandri Berger's had a hell of a season so far, last year as well. But they're young and inexperienced, and they will learn how to bowl on those decks. For Vernon Philander was commentating there. It
I've heard.
sounded pretty easy for him to say what he would be doing. And that's what I would be doing. I'll just give it a few outs at off stump, let Coley leave it, then get one to come straight to, and I'll nick him off. And that's how easy it was for Vern. But anyway, that's how KG got him out. So, but yeah,
Well, I mean, more power to Vern. He always made it look easy.
yeah, they always made it easier. As I remember one day when we were, I remember playing Western Province played here, and I was at the game. I walked around the field. He was standing at fine leg, and he was. I said, "So what's the deck like?" I mean, they had just started the game. He said, "I think Dane Pitt's got to come in here very early." It was quite flat, but similar to this. But yeah, it's yeah. Look at, I mean, Vernon Philander on that pitch yesterday would have been unplayable. Just to get the balls in the right areas. And when you know the ball is swinging away, when you know it's outside off stump and you can comfortably leave it, then it's okay. But when you know the ball deviates, so a lot of those balls would deviate. KG bowled Aya with the ball that came back, and he nicked off Coley with the ball that swung away. When the pitch is playing up like that, then it makes that batting so much more difficult.
I've got a sorry viewers, another update from Centurion. South Africa is 118 for free at this moment, and it looks like it's Keegan Peterson, the local boy from Boland, that got bowled by Boomerang for 2.
They chopped on.
So that's the situation there at Centurion at the moment. We're still trailing by 100. South Africa is still trailing by 126 runs. And South Africa A against India A at Benoni. 97 for 4 for South Africa A.
That's with Georgie, also with the reverse sweep. It was quite an interesting shot. For your 7th ball. Oh, his 5th ball, really. So as I said, it's Georgie's not one that's going to be standing block balls.
No.
And I think he's eyeing that mid-wicket area already. It's a long boundary that.
Yeah, it seems like they made it a bit longer for this match. But because normally it's from the Nuremberg side of things.
Yeah. One good thing about the ground is, even over the years, it used to be quite a slow outfield. The outfield's beautiful at the moment. It used to be quite slow here, the outfield.
Well, I still feel it is though, especially today. It's very slow.
Yeah, it might be today. It might quicken up. They might cut it again before over the next couple of days, cut it again. But it's actually, if you think back to a few years ago, I mean, the outfield wasn't great.
No, they've done a lot of work here.
Yeah, excellent bowling from Mahima, and you got to understand the situation. He knows George will take him on if he gets anything wrong. George will take him on. So it's a different type of pressure bowling to a player like George compared to a John O'Bird. George will go after him if he bowls anything in George's area.
Yeah.
So it becomes a different type of pressure when you bowl, and it happens to. Seeing as there's many young bowlers that are got to seamers that you got to talk to, and they got to understand that they're bowling. They look up and they see the name, and yet it's about what I can deliver with the ball. It's the same thing when a bowler is bowling to a batter. It's the ball that's coming out of his hand that you got to face. It's not the man. Just got to respect the man bowling the ball, But and I remember having this conversation with Ashwell Prince before he made his debut. He came to see me and he said, "Well, what are your thoughts?" And I said, "Tomorrow it's Brett Lee, Glenn McGrath, Gillespie. These are big names. You're making your debut. Just respect who they are. But once the ball leaves their hand, it's you and the ball that you got to play, and that's what you got to face, not the man. And so often we get caught up in this. I remember when Chris Gale used to come, the way he played. The guys would think, how are we going to play? How are we going to set fields? Because and we invariably we get him out. We get him out early, but on his day, I mean, he did score 300 against us. But
Yeah.
you know, if that's your approach, that you're looking at the guy and you're going, oh, okay, I've got to set this type of fields to Chris Gayle, knowing that your skill as a bowler is could get him out. You know, this is my strength. I'm Dale Steyn. I swing a ball back into Chris Gayle and I can knock him over. I'm Morne Morkel. I get extra bit of bounce. I can knock him over. Now, no, he didn't enjoy batting against Morne Morkel. You know, so it's that type of thing. So I'm just equating it now to Mahima, and all of a sudden he's bowling to George Lind, and he's thinking, he could be thinking, you know, I've got to be a bit more defensive here.
But
I'm saying he could be thinking, but I'd be glad if I'm wrong. And he's going, I actually don't care. I'm going to get you out.
yeah, I see, definitely. But the thing with Mahima is, and one thing as the more I get to know him, the more I realize how of an intelligent cricket player he is. And he's got a lot of field awareness, and he knows what type of delivery to bowl in what type of situation. He's a very intelligent player, and that's hence why he's bowled 4 maidens as of yet. After 10 overs, only conceding 27 runs. That's phenomenal bowling.
Yeah. It's a good option. The reverse sweep is a good option for Daniel, and he will play it no matter what this game situation is. It's a strength for him. You know, it's one of the shots when a player plays it and he gets off, it comes off. You know, people clap hands and it goes to the boundary. When he gets out, why is he playing the shot? You know, it's a strength of his. He plays it, and most batters these days they play it. They play the reverse sweep. It's become a strength. Um, it's a run scoring option. It's a way of obviously upsetting the rhythm of the bowlers. So I mean, it's not something you want to say you must stop
Yes.
playing it. You know, as a coach, you want to encourage that.
But it is I quite like it, and especially Daniel Smith's reverse sweeps. It looks natural. It delivery
Yeah.
just gonna steal the single there, bringing the score up to 214 for 4 after 52 overs. 46 overs remaining. There's 2 more balls in this over to go. Von Berg with his 11th over so far. 13 extras that the Gbets Rocks have bowled thus far. And again, like we said earlier, the extras, it's shocking how high it is. 13. And we're about halfway through the day.
Yeah. It's like I said earlier, there's quite a few nobles, which is unacceptable, totally unacceptable.
And I think, Glenton Seaman with, he's got 3 nobles to his name. All 3 of them was overstepping.
That Linton's a serial nobler. I mean, he's been.
That's right. 3,000 first class runs. Sorry, George Linder, 3,000 first class
And
runs.
George Linder, with that single right there, that's 3,000 first class runs for him.
A top class effort, that, and he gets the applause from his change room.
No, he's such a talent, and he definitely deserves it. It's 215 for 4 after that over.
Yeah.
And we're just going to have a commentating change real quick. James King is back into the commentating booth.
First tea. Tea is at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. Thank you very much to Vincent Barnes and Durant. Durant's going to stay with me here and be joining you now. But a very interesting session of commentary there, with Western Province losing the wicket of John O'Bird, brilliantly caught by Yanaman Milan at mid-off, running back from his mid-off position. Never easy to take a catch over your shoulder, and really well taken by him, and off the bowling of the man who's bowling now, Sia Mahima, who is bowling to quite an unconventional field, it must be said, but I really do like this field setting
Yeah, I like the unconventional stuff in cricket. They always keeps the game interesting. But what's your opinion about the match so far?
Yeah, I think it's progressed quite far actually already for a match at Boland Park. I mean, run rates are not that easy to maintain in and around the 4 per over level here. Not a high scoring ground generally in terms of the runs per over. I mean, you can get big totals here. But and that's another one that's
Yes.
beautifully played this time by George Linder. He absolutely nailed that one, that reverse sweep, and that's just waiting
here.
for the
Not a
signal from the
high-scoring
umpire.
ground generally
We haven't
in
got
terms
yet
of
whether
the
that's
runs per
it is
over.
indeed
You
it's
can get
maximum.
big
So
totals here.
that is
But,
George Linder, and that's
hitting
another one
a
that's
maximum
beautifully
there
played
of,
this time by George
Sia
Mahima, and he connected fully with that reverse sweep. It's a long walk to the boundary for Sean von Berg. He's going to take a jog back to his position at slip, and just picked it early and managed to play it against the spin to a vacant backward point area. No real risk in the shot, unless he got a top edge maybe to slip. Can happen. But he played it exceptionally well, George Linden. As Vincent Barnes was saying earlier on, he is not going to be hanging around. He's had a bit of a sighter now, 14 deliveries, and just hit his first boundary.
Nah, he's definitely not one to rock every ball. And I think he's just got a taste of a boundary and he likes it, so he's definitely going to go for more.
So Daniel Smith 5 runs away from what would be his 4th first class 50, and the man who's with him, George Linder, has already scored 15 first class 50s and 5 hundreds. And in the previous match against the Dragons, it was indeed Linder and Kyle Simmons who rescued Western Province from 178 for 6 to take them to that very competitive, in fact, match-winning score in the end of 345 all out in the first innings, scoring 88. He did on that occasion, with Simmons scoring 52. So it was a very good innings from him, that highest score for Western Province in that match. And so he's in good form with the bat, and no doubt he'll get himself out now in the next over. So he's had a very good. He hasn't played much first class cricket this season. In fact, the last game was in fact his first game of the season for Western Province, and been away for a little while, and back in the team now, vice captain of the team, and that is. I don't think he got anything on that. I don't know. We'll just see now if he did get an edge on that one. It seemed to hit the pad of Clyde Fortuin. Seemed to spin away from the left-hander. That's interesting because that isn't the conventional delivery, is it, from the leg spinner? Perhaps he did get an edge on it, but hit the pad of Fortuin and out. And it's 2-2-2 for the loss of 4. So everybody here in Boland has got their feet on the ground, and the Western Province supporters have their feet in the air. They're now 2-2-3 for 4 as another single to Linder Smith.
This is a high score for Boland Park for day one.
It is quite a good score, isn't it? 4.1 runs an over, still 44 overs left in the day, half an hour or so to the luncheon interval, and it's just a very good field setting here. One field, there's men around the bat, they're attacking here. Got the, as you can probably see in your screen, you've got the leg slip, the man at a short leg. You've got a man catching mid wicket, straightish mid wicket. And the line of attack is on the leg stump, which is exactly what you want to be doing. And if you get it past those men that are in close, you've still got the man at 45 who is going to be cutting off the single. So not much reward in it for you. That's it's like they should close it down. Then we'll just have to see who it is. You've got Copeland, and that's another reverse sweep, and that's beautifully played. But there is a man sweeping at the backward point area, and just comes around and fields. That is Stian van Sale coming around there. We've got Aviwa Mgujima in front of us here at long on. Got Peter Milan at mid-off, and at we've got Hardest Viljoen at extra cover. Only 3 men on the offside, deep backward point, extra cover and mid-off. Sean von Berg just adjusting his field slightly, taking the leg slip out and putting him into slip. That is Janeman Milan going in at slip. Michael Copeland in at forward short leg, and that's why he brought him in at slip. Is pitching that one outside the off stump, turning into the left-hander, and Linda just plays it out to the man at deep backward point for the single. End of the over, 55 gone to 25 for 4, and it has been an interesting session since lunch here at Boland Park. Just a reminder, this broadcast brought to you by Cricket South Africa on its YouTube channel. The visuals being brought to you with courtesy of Pitch Vision and commentary over the next 4 days, being brought to you by Cape Fox Productions. Please go and visit them on their YouTube channel, Cape Fox Productions on YouTube. And please, if you have anything you may want to see, just please send a comment through, and it'll be very interesting to get your comments on that. And if you do want to comment on the broadcast, just a reminder, on the comments on YouTube, please, cricketing related or related to something here. We do have some comments coming through, and we'll take 1 or 2 of those shortly while we have during the course of the over. But it has been an interesting session so far. Durant, I mean, nearly 100 runs, 1 wicket to go down. John O'Bird played a very good innings.
That was very good, especially the partnership between Bird and Smith. And I must say, especially on Boland Park, to keep that run rate in about 4.
Yeah.
It's 4.1, then it's 4. It's exceptional batting from Western Province. They know what they're doing, and they're keeping their wickets. Current partnership is 17 after 34 deliveries. And no, it's been an exceptional session from Western Province. They've been controlling this match since the get-go.
Yeah, all set up really by that opening partnership. In fact, we've got to 100 for the loss of 2 wickets in 16.5 overs. Incredibly quick opening partnership of 69 between. This is very nicely played down, fine by Smith, and it's gone to the boundary for 4, and that's his 50. So very well played, Daniel Smith. He signals to the dressing room, applause from a sparse crowd, but also from those that are here. And that's his 4th first-class 50. Daniel Smith, very nice 51 down, not out. He is by 78 deliveries, with 7 fours. It's been a very important innings for him and for Western Province, coming in straight after tea, with the wicket of Katima falling just before the tea interval, and he has scored 51 of the next 101 runs that have been scored since the tea interval, going to tea at 129 for 3. It's now 230 for the loss of 4. He was into it again. He plays that nicely into the covers, but a diving. It looked very much like a sort of an old campaigner's diving stop, didn't it?
Yeah. Almost seemed like it, yes.
Drop and roll.
No, it's no, amazing stuff from Daniel Smith, really.
Oh, he's not going to get to that one. That's going to be off to the extra cover boundary for 4. Hits the boundary now, and that's 55 that he's on. 234 for 4. Sorry.
No, it's almost like you heard me. When I said it, yes, exceptional stuff from Daniel Smith. And no, it's amazing stuff from Daniel Smith, really.
No, he's not going to get to that one. That's going to be off to the extra cover boundary for 4. There's a team in the dressing room where we want you to commentate more about that sort of stuff going forward. So we have a good representation here of people across the Cape area for this local derby between these 2 teams. Western Province housed at Newlands, some 50 kilometers down the road in Cape Town, and another shot through the extra cover region. That's going to go to the boundary once again for 4. And playing against the spin, but he's got it covered. So 3 boundaries back to back from Daniel Smith and Sia Mahima has been bowling better than that. He really hasn't been bowling Such that you
Another
would
shot
think he'd
through
go
the
for
extra
3
cover region.
boundaries,
It's going to go to
in
the
and
boundary
over,
once
but
again
his
for
analysis
4.
now taking a bit of a hammering in that over. Now 12 overs won for 46 with 4 maidens in there as well. He has been bowling exceptionally well. Got the wicket of John O'Bird a bit earlier. Daniel Smith 59, George Lind 10, 238 for 4.
No, exceptional stuff from Western Province, especially Daniel Smith. 238 for 4, 56 overs gone. Oh, and it looks like Michael Copeland
It is Michael
is
Copeland.
coming in
So
for the bowl.
change of bowling going to be the off spin, isn't it, of Michael Copeland, and the 7th bowler to be used by the Gbets Rocks here at Boland Park. Going to be very interesting to see, and just some scores while Mikey Copeland is getting ready to bowl. Just to give you an idea of what is happening elsewhere. South Africa now 138 for the loss of 3. The partnership for Beddingham and Elgar is so far 25. Beddingham on 13, Elgar off 82. On 82, should I say, and that's once again slapped through the covers, this time by George Linder, but Aviwa Mgajima is doing duty on the deep cover boundary. Manu earlier on today got a nasty blow on the hand, dislocated his middle finger on his left hand. Fortunately, he's right-handed, so that is good from a Gbets Rocks point of view. Copeland in again. Played again out into the offside, this time by Smith. And more work to be done by Ngajima. And it's all slowly jogging through for the second. Smith moves into the 60s with that shot. 241 for 4.
It's very nice to see Michael Copeland playing for the Rocks in the 4-day series.
Yeah.
For the previous 4 matches, he's only been 12 man. So making his season debut in the 4-day series today.
So we'll get his career numbers for you from a bowling point of view shortly, and not too much bowling that he's had to do in his career so far, but his career, say, not very far into his career. Michael Copeland only debuted in 2021-22. This is only his 9th first-class match, and at the moment he has taken 4 wickets. For the conceded 258 runs, an average of 64.5. His best bowling 3 for 111. Nelson struck there for him. Rocks versus the Knights in Paarl in the 22-23 season, so last season. But a very good fielder, Michael Copeland, and a very competent middle order batter. It'd be good to see him come out to bat whenever he does, and I'm sure the Rocks will be hoping that would have been hoping that would be today. At this stage, difficult to know what is going to happen in that regard. And that, nearly getting George Linder to play early on that one. Sia Mahima not able to get down to stop it, and through for another single. So 5 off the over, 1 delivery left for Michael Copeland. I think it's a good ploy though to bring the off spinner in.
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking about that now as well. I quite like it that Copeland is bowling. I like that Peter Malan put trust in him.
And
He's
there we
also
go.
gonna
Yeah. Sorry, carry on.
confuse the batting partnership now with Copeland in, because he doesn't bowl regularly, so you don't know what to expect from him. He's more of a batter than a bowler. So no, I'm very very happy to see him there. Of course.
I mean, that last one there definitely got a bit of rip out of the pitch, and it's a double change. So we're going to see Stian van Zyl coming in to replace Sia Mahima. Mahima in that second spell of his, he bowled 5 overs and 2 maidens and took 1 for 24. So a good second spell by him, just spoiled a bit by those 3 boundaries in the last over that Daniel Smith took off him. And Stian van Zyl is going to be coming in with his medium paces. Is that a good way to describe it? Or is it more sort of, he certainly can, he's had some exceptional success in his career. I'll get his numbers up while we have...
Yeah, he's a medium pace bowler. He can definitely sling it a bit. get some swing on the ball as well. Of course, it's I like it that that he's making a cameo basically in day one. Being this is 200th first class game.
Yeah.
He made his debut in October of 2006 for Boland against Border Guy. It's his first ball of the match.
And nice and straight as to what we've been accustomed to, which we have been accustomed from Stian van Zyl. That's how he bowls, wicket to wicket. You miss, I hit, and just trying to keep it there, keep it tight. I mean, his career economy rate 2.71 runs and over, so that shows you exactly what type of bowler he is.
And it's almost poetic that this is his 200th first class match against Western Province. Of course, playing for years with the Cobras.
Yeah,
and a lot of friends in the Western Province side for him. So it's a big day. I had a chat with him a week ago on a podcast, and he said he's very excited for this, and he hope he can make the Rocks proud. So we'll just have to wait to see when the
most definitely
batting turn comes.
He's been a man who has been a stalwart of cricket in this area. Does so much, in fact, for cricket in this area. I was hearing about what he has done for cricket development in the Boland area, a huge amount that Stian van Zyl does.
No, a lot. And when we had our talk on the podcast, I asked him like when he retires, what's his plans, and he's busy doing his umpiring courses, and he's gonna go back to his high school, Boland Landbou, to help out there with the cricket teams there. They're very good for him.
Legendary man in this area. Say Boland Landbou is high school. He's done a lot of work in putting money and infrastructure back into that area, into the community in that area, and highly regarded in these circles.
Yeah, it is. No, it's amazing. And of course, one always remembers Stian van Zyl with his debut against the West Indies at Centurion in 2014, where I think he scored 116 not out, or 106 not out on his debut.
And had a few caps for the Proteas. We'll get that information for you as well. But just to give you that those statistics from a first class point of view, 72 wickets, 2,660 runs conceded, average is 36.94, economy 2.71, 1 5-wicket haul that he's got. That is 5 for 32 is best. Boland versus Northerns in those days, 10, as that would have been. So the Titans, we know them now, in Paarl in the 10-11 season. And the man who's been around for 16, 17, 18 years on the domestic scene. 200 first-class matches in this game. What a tremendous achievement. And his run-making we will go through a bit later, but nearly 12,500 first-class runs. Needs 12 more runs to get to 12,500 first-class runs. That is an incredible achievement. At an average of 42.76, 30 centuries and 57 50s. That is really incredible from Stian van Zyl. As Copeland continues from the Nederburg end. The legend here.
Stian van Zyl. No, definitely. And I think in 2017 he signed the Colpack agreement and he went to Sussex.
Yeah.
And he did also very well there.
Yeah, he's
been a
man who gives everything whenever he plays. Michael Copeland getting a nice bit of purchase from outside that off stump.
It seems like it, I must say.
Covered nicely by Smith there. Belinda was looking for the run, but it was nothing there. And 2 balls left. You might notice there with the umpire, it always signals to his other standing umpire, 2 balls left in the over. Umpire Gloomer. But that looks adjacent to me. That is out. He's got him. Very, very disappointed is Daniel Smith, but he played all the way around a straight one that time, pitched on leg stump and went on, and that would have hit middle and leg stump. Not long to go before the tea interval, and that's the 5th wicket down for Western Province. Came a bit wider of the crease that time, did Michael Copeland, and that was a good decision, one feels, from umpire Luma at this end, and that's the end of Daniel Smith, LBW to Michael Copeland. So an inspired bowling change from Captain Pierre Milan. He scored 62, a very good 62 off 90 balls, 9 fours, and that was no sixes. He was there for 120 minutes, so exactly 2 hours, and took the score from 129 for 3. Now to 243 balls left in the over. Partnership of 80 with that looks adjacent to him. That is out, and he's got him. Partnership of which was that 34 with George Linder, and it's going to be Mhlali Mpongwana coming out to join George Linder before the tea interval. So Daniel Smith not able to push on to get his second first class 100, and it's 243 for the loss of 5, and that's an outstanding return for this young man, Michael Copeland, and being brought into the attack. That off spinner against the left-hander doing the trick. Happy man next to me here, Durant Goosen, smiling.
No, very happy for Michael Copeland. He definitely deserves that wicket after being on the sidelines now for the 4 matches. Exceptional stuff. But yeah, no, unfortunate for Daniel Smith. I really enjoyed his sum in the middle there.
Yeah, he batted very well. He played some very nice aggressive shots, managed to use the reverse sweep to good effect, and didn't really play a false shot from what we can remember, but just playing all around that straight one from Copeland. Copeland actually changing the angle on that one, went much wider at the crease, getting it to grip just outside the line, well, on the line of middle and leg, and it straightened on the left-hander, and certainly it was I think, a very good decision from umpire Gluma, and it was not a difficult decision to give, similar to the one against Yassine Valley, and it is a timely breakthrough for the Gbets Rocks.
Another great delivery from Copeland.
Good attack the stumps. First up against Mhlali Mpongwana, the tall man. So 2 tall men, all-rounders at the crease for Western Province. George Linder, the vice-captain, and Mhlali Mpongwana just returned from his selection for the ODI squad for the Proteas. Didn't get a game in that 3-match ODI series, but played against SAA, against West Indies A in that 3-match tour, and somebody making his name, the 22-year-old, that will is putting his name forward potentially for a ticket on the plane to New Zealand for that test series. So not involved in the SA20, and he will be one of the players certainly they will be looking at as Stean van Zyl is in to George Linder, and we have about 6 minutes to go before the tea interval here. 39 overs to go in the day, so I think we'll get those in. It's should be a 2 hour 10-minute session, but it can be extended to 2 hours 40 minutes for the final session of the day. Van Zyl just attacking the stumps all the time, just metronomically straight.
I love it. It's just pure cricket at the end of the day from him. Like you said earlier, I miss you hit.
Yeah, exactly. And the leg before wicket probably does come into play. Maybe outside the line of the leg stump could be a challenge for him, but he pitches it so often on the line of middle and leg that you sense with the straight delivery he has a chance of getting an LBW. Now will be coming in to bowl to Mhlali Mpongwana for the first time. Mpongwana yet to get off the mark. Linda's on 13, 244 for 5. And in this session, 113 runs so far for the loss of 2 wickets. It's the game progressing quite quickly here. Western Province, you feel 350 will be a minimum target for them. And if they are batting at this rate of 4 and over, they will be looking to perhaps bat out most of the day, if not go into tomorrow. But anything can happen. The wicket now could make it very interesting.
good delivery from Shem van Zyl. But yeah, no, one must expect them to. I think now at this moment with this previous wicket that fell, 350 will be the target because upwards 400 will be the.
Yeah, no, that I think they'll be taking in 50s. So next will be to get to 300 without losing a wicket. I think that's the thing that we're keeping it in chunks. Interesting field position there. Hardest just went just straight in front of George Linder. I mean, he's entitled to be in that position. It was actually quite funny, a bit of byplay between the two of them there. But it's a good position for this type of bowler. Maybe just sticks in the surface, and Mpongwana goes forward too much and then pops it up, plays that one nicely though through the covers. It's a bit of a chase for Stearman. They'll come back for two, and Mpongwana is off the mark with that two through the covers and takes the score to 246 for 5 after 60 overs. So batting at exactly 4.1 an over, and it is the pair now, the all-rounders, Mpongwana and Linder, Simmons and Hendricks to come, who are able to certainly hold the bat. Carl Simmons got his debut 100 earlier this season in a rearguard action with Bjorn Hendricks. Hendricks getting his highest first-class score of 81, and Simmons his highest first-class score of, wasn't his debut 100, sorry, third 100, but his highest first-class score of 120. Game quite nicely poised at the moment. Obviously, we haven't seen the bats, the bats rock. The rock's bat yet, but yeah, many years ago, the bats used to rock people's world, but that was a very different era. Sorry, a very different era.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, nice.
And a single there.
Yeah, Linda once again now has got up to 14. Looked very good in the 88 that he scored against the Dragons. Didn't get a chance to bat in the second innings, and he was instrumental coming in at number 6 in that game as well. That's played beautifully. It's going to bounce once and over the ropes at deep mid wicket for 4. Mpongwana seeing it in his arc, and it's not quite out the park, but close to that. It's 250 up for Western Province. This coming off 60 points. Played beautifully. So the last going to bounce 100 once coming and over the ropes at deep mid wicket for 251, 369 balls, 26 fours and 3 sixes. So the last 100 coming in a matter of 11.4 overs, 12 overs and 4 balls. And so they are increasing that 50. So to say 150 coming off that. So keeping that run rate going at 4 and over. Plays that nicely. But as see there, Durant just not quite getting to him and playing a little bit uppishly.
Yeah, no, it doesn't seem like it. It almost feels to me that Michael Copeland has changed something now in this over.
Well, he holds on to that one. Perhaps just didn't feel right in his grip. He's not trying to man-cad George Linder. You don't think anyway.
It did look weird. With his action, I thought, this is not going to look like a good ball.
Oh my goodness, it's a no ball. Okay, that's another no ball from the attack, this time from the leg spinner. That's off spinner. 7 no balls now.
That
one was popped back to the bowler and just bounced short of him. Well, probably a meter short, but still some danger here for Mpongwana. And earlier in the over, the one that he played down here to Peter Malan, just in the air for some time.
There's 7 no balls, like that's
if that had been picked up by Fromberg, there could have been a chance of a run out, but Mpongwana maybe trying to pick his fielder there, and he manages to get through comfortably for the single. He's on to 7, 253 for 5.
7 no balls. It's it's shocking, to say the least, and 2 of them came from spinners.
Yeah, that's a very good stop in the covers by Hardesvillian.
Fielding from him.
Single down to deep cover written all over it, and that will be T, gentlemen, and a that won a good over for Western Province, in fact, and Mpongwana and Linda not necessarily holding back before the tea interval. So tea here at Boland Park, it is 254 for the loss of 5 and 32 overs bowled in that session. So well done to the Rocks for that. We're going to have a little bit of an extended session, final session, but we will finish, and we're likely to see all 37 overs bowled in the final session up until we can play up until 6 o'clock. And at tea then, after 61 overs, Western Province 254 for the loss of 5 at the crease. Mpongwana on 7 and Linda on 15. And it is the spin twins of Mahima and Copeland that have got the 2 wickets to fall in the session. The first one, John O'Bird, caught by Yanaman Malan, an excellent catch running back from his position at mid-off, and he had to dive over his shoulder to get the catch off the bowling of Mahima. John O'Bird gone for 78 off 143 balls, 214 minutes, 4 fours and 1 6, and then not long before the tea break, it was Daniel Smith, LBW, to Michael Copeland. Very good bowling change from Captain Peter Malan, brought the off spinner on, and he managed to get one to straighten nicely from middle and leg stump to the left-hander, who played all around it, and he was adjudged LBW by umpire Kluma here at the Nederburg end. Daniel Smith, a very good 62 off 120 balls. He shared in a partnership of 80 with Bird for the 4th wicket, and then 34 with Linda for the 5th wicket. John O'Bird was there from the beginning until the score got to 209. Western Province losing wickets at 69, 96, 129, 209, and 243. And from me, James King, and from Durant Wilson, it is goodbye for the moment. We'll be back with you in about 15 minutes or so at the end of the tea interval. Hope you enjoyed this time with us, and please do keep some of those comments coming. And we have a question from Shivendu asking why Phil Yun is not playing for Africa, and we presume he means South Africa. We'll get to that after the break. And thank you so much for being with us, and we look forward to seeing you soon. Welcome back to Boland Park here in Paarl, a beautiful cricket ground in the heart of the Boland. Drakenstein Mountains off to our left here. We're broadcasting from the northern end of the ground, the Nederburg end, and it is going to be the first over after the tea break, and it's going to be Hardus running in towards us now for his third spell. It's nicely played by Linda out to the man in the deep, and that is Stian van Zyl. Van Zyl just having a couple of overs before the tea break, 2 overs, and he bowled 0 for 2. It was 2 overs, 0 for 3, 1 maiden before the tea break, and now replaced by Viljoen, who's done the majority of the bowling from a fast bowler point of view. And so far has bowled, I haven't got up on the board there, let me just give you those numbers. He's bowled 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 40. It's in now towards us to Mhlali Mpongwana, who's in at bat with the loss of the wicket of Daniel Smith, who was LBW to Michael Copeland. Copeland coming on to bowl at the 2 left-handers, getting one to straighten on Daniel Smith from just on the line of middle and leg stump, and would have probably gone into middle and leg. Unfortunate dismissal for the left-hander, just played around it and not able to work it out onto the leg side of the off-spinner. And looking so good for his 62 off 90 deliveries. And oh, he's given him! My goodness! Mpongwana can't believe that, and we'll have a bit of a look at that. I think he was, not sure. There, a reward for Hardus Viljoen as he gets Mhlali Mpongwana LBW, and Mpongwana, that one looked like it was angling quite a long way down leg side.
I did. I mean,
So just from how he played it, so he looked very upset with that decision that Mhlali Mpongwana, but he has to go. He's gone for 7 of 11 deliveries with 1 boundary, and that is a big blow for Western Province. Straight after the break in the first over after tea, Mhlali Mpongwana, who's been in good form with the bat as well, particularly in the one-day competition, and he is walking slowly back to the pavilion and given out LBW to Hardus Viljoen.
it looked. When I'm sitting behind the stumps, it looked like it was angling down leg.
It did certainly have a look. Umpire Gampu, though, at the old stables end, having a different opinion on that, and has given Mhlali Mpongwana the Western Province all-rounder out. So the score, 254 for 5 at tea, now goes to 255 for 6 in the first over in the after the tea break. And Hardus Viljoen gets some reward as he comes back for his 3rd spell. That's his 2nd wicket, and now it's taken 2 for 41 into his 13th over. He is halfway through the 13th over, and so that wicket falling 61.3 overs. So only together for the 3 overs were Mpongwana and Linda. Tough one there for Western Province. Would have wanted Mpongwana to go on, and he's a very correct looking batter and does have a very good technique.
Yeah, no, it does. Look, I was a little bit surprised that Hardus Viljoen took the ball after lunch. I mean, sorry, after tea. You know, the guy's got 2 wickets, hasn't bowled again since this morning, so he hasn't bowled after lunch. Ashok Kluti, and I thought he'd probably be given a go, but he hasn't bowled since. I'm not sure if they're keeping him for the second new ball.
Not sure.
But I mean, Hardus has bowled.
Yeah.
You know, they've got a second new ball. It's only 19 overs away still.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, so it was quite interesting. And but like I said, you know, do we know the game? I'm thinking that Ashok Kluti should open the bowling.
Yeah, no, definitely.
After tea, and Hardus gets a wicket. So yeah.
It is, isn't it, fascinating?
Yeah.
And that one just is bowling now around the wicket to the left-hander. So yet another left-hander in this Western Province lineup. Very, very heavily weighted in terms of left-handers. So in the top order, just in fact, in the batting lineup, right down to number 7. In fact, 8, 9, 7 is only the 3 right-handers, and in fact, in the whole lineup, 6 left-handers and 5 right-handers in this Western Province lineup. So Moore and Bird both left-handers, Valley and Katima right-handers, Smith, Linda, and Simmons are all left-handers. Pongwana right-hander, Hendricks is a left-hander, Patterson and Naube right-handers. So definitely left arm, left-hander dominated in terms of the batting lineup, as it's Sardis Villian towards us again. Last ball of his over, and that's very wide down the offside, and Kyle Simmons will have nothing to do with that. Kyle Simmons, who has been batting well this season, has been in, I think, every single one of the 4-day games for Western Province so far, and unsurprisingly, he's playing in this match as well with the spin-friendly conditions here in Paarl. Made his debut in 2013, 2014, 52 matches, 81 innings, 14 not-outs, 20,050 runs, went to 2,000 runs in the last match. His highest score made this season against the Lions at Newlands Stadium. It's got an average of 30.59, 300 650s. Very good man to have coming in at number 8. And as I say, in good form. A very good partnership between him and Linda in the last match against the Dragons of 95, I think it was, for the 8th, so it's for the 7th wicket, and they'll be wanting something similar here, will Western Province, as it's Copeland to continue to the left-handed Linda. Copeland, who got success prior to the tea interval with that wicket of Daniel Smith. So just straightened Vincent on a line, and he was bowling from much wider at the crease, actually. So
Yeah.
he bowled much wider with the one that actually got Daniel Smith.
Yeah, he's bowling. He's pretty wide at the moment.
Yeah, he is. It was,
He's obviously just.
yeah.
But I've been outside, and there is a little bit of wind at the moment. So,
Yes.
hopefully he's using that.
So he's got some drift there.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there's the drift.
And there's a bit of purchase on the surface. Seen 1 or 2 turn from the rough outside the left-handers off stump. And from that point of view, the 2, must be said, part-timers off spinners that are in the Rocks lineup may get a little bit of purchase from them. Yeah. Simmons wants the run, but there's nothing there. Van Sale, is that Van Sale? Yes, it is. Van Sale behind point on the offside.
Yeah, just I'm trying to figure out what's going through George's mind there.
Yeah, I'm not sure at the moment.
Because George, obviously,
yeah,
he's
mm.
I mean, you get 3,000 runs. We went up to 3,000 runs today.
Yeah.
But yeah, he doesn't enjoy spinners just bowling at him. He will find a way to get some runs.
They want to dominate against Copeland,
absolutely.
particularly because he's not a recognised frontline spinner. Needs to get him.
It's interesting with
the attack.
It's interesting with Mickey Copeland in that through under 19s, he played as a spinner better, a better spinner. But he hasn't been used since he's come to Border. I mean, sorry, to the Boland. He hasn't been used that often. And for a while, he wasn't playing. He wasn't playing, isn't it?
No, he has. This is his first 4-day game of the season.
There we go.
And so it has certainly been a lean period for him. We'll update you from the other scores at some stage. We've Hardisvillian not going to get the ball off him now either. He's taken that wicket in the previous over, but he's had by far the highest workload from the pace bowler's point of view. You're saying there's only 6 overs for Ashel Clitter, 6 overs, 2 for 31. And Glenton Stearman's only bowled the 8 overs, and now into his 14th over, Hardisvillian. The spinners understandably would have bowled a bit more, but for both Mahima and Von Berg, 12 overs each. So he's taken the highest percentage of the workload as the Hardisvillian. And you'd be sort of thinking Western Province wouldn't mind that they've got the pacer on, but it's been interesting that 4 of the wickets to fall have actually gone to the pace attack. which perhaps something you wouldn't have anticipated on this deck.
Okay, so it's quite an interesting field change. So your fine leg has sort of come up 3/4 way.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if there's a different ploy now.
I don't know. I
The,
mean,
the,
he
the
can
game
have-
plan looks different. Could be bowling short.
Yeah. And he bowls it
And he bowls
pitched
it
up
full
first
pitch, yeah.
ball, and it goes through the covers for 4
I mean, he's just
from
he,
Paarl
look,
Simmons.
he has set up the field now for the
Yes.
bouncer.
He has.
But obviously, I'm not
First
sure
ball
if there's
is
a different ploy pitch there.
I
It's
don't
gone for
know.
four.
I mean, he
the
can
game
have
plan
a
looks
good
different.
shot
Could be bowling
from
short.
Paarl
Yeah.
Simmons, so off the mark, and he bowls
With,
it boundary,
bowls
pitched
it
up
full
first
pitch, yeah.
ball, and it Paarl goes Simmons through the covers. And that, in fact, his 4th delivery, and he'll be happy to get bat on ball. It sounded good coming off
Yeah.
the bat. It is a warm afternoon here in Paarl, so if you will excuse us for the fact that we've closed the windows and are just trying to keep ourselves a bit cooler here. That one again is on the offside or on the off stump and just plays it into the cover, so it's fielded by man. We've been talking about Aishuk Cliff's 6 overs this morning, and it took 2 wickets, the ones of Eddie Moore and then Yassine Valley. First 2 wickets to fall. It was interesting that he actually then was taken out. Look, he was quite erratic early on, it seemed to be. Yeah.
He was a bit erratic, but he got the 2 wickets,
Yeah.
and I thought after lunch, another opportunity, not immediately after lunch,
No.
but another opportunity. And there we go, bouncer.
Yeah.
And others is obviously wanting him to take on the bouncer.
Yeah.
The field is set here for the bouncer, so
he definitely bowls the heaviest ball, doesn't he, in this team?
yeah, no,
I mean,
absolutely, absolutely. No one else can get that type of pace.
No, not with that. I mean, Glenton Stearman, he gets that ball coming onto you more. He's not.
Yeah.
It's better bowling from a length point of view. He certainly tightened it up quite a bit more in his second spell than he did in his first. But he looks a bit laboured when he was bowling from this end. And that is exactly what he's done.
Yeah.
Kyle's Simmons going for the hook shot. Traps laid there for him.
Yeah. It was actually well directed, that
It was.
bouncer. Well, there was, if he did get any back on it, there was no control. I almost feel that fine leg could come a little bit, with him coming around the wicket. Fine leg could come a little bit finer.
Yes.
Because that's the angle.
Yeah.
So fine is a little bit square.
Uh,
But this ball could go straight to fine leg now, right?
you never know. That's exactly how it works, yeah. But I'm with you. I mean, with the angle that he's bowling at, if he does get a top edge, if he gets not a lot of it, it is going to come a lot finer.
So we're just talking about Hudders now. He's got the ability to do this. So why not utilize him shorter spells?
Yeah.
Instead of bowling the 7 over spells, give him 4, maximum 5, and let him do what he's doing here.
Yeah.
Set fields for it. Let the batters take him off.
And then you can get something different coming into the left-hander then, perhaps after you've given him 3 overs of really testing bowling. Because he can then come in, knows he's only got the short spell. Yeah.
He's bowled good areas, bowl good areas. Val kid to me, 1 over, he decides, right, let me take on this guy.
Yeah.
Puts 3 people out, and he gets a wicket.
Yeah.
He's bowled 2 balls, one that Carlson was ducked under. The second one could have got a wicket, could have been caught behind, or he could have skied it.
Absolutely.
So utilize him in that way. He can almost as an enforcer.
Yes.
And have the other bowlers bowl around him and give him shorter spells. Because he's ineffective, really, when he just needs to bowl that line and length stuff. The wicket is not really assisting him at all.
No, absolutely right. And that's not really his. I mean, his strength is exactly as you say. Is to get the batter playing at those ones. I mean, when you've got just watch Copeland here, and that one does have an appreciable amount of turn on it outside the off stump, but Linda's going to have nothing to do with that one, not yet anyway, as he's waiting now on Copeland once again. That's the one he bowled. He's bowling from very wide of the stumps as he comes around the wicket. As you do sense that with the spinners keeping it tight from the one side, it does mean that the release ball maybe, or the release shot for the batter is to try and play it off fully, and that's just too straight this time, and coming forward very nicely is Linda. That's possibly where Daniel Smith was waiting for the delivery to come on to him and wasn't able to make contact with it when he was out LBW. Just the length, perhaps not quite as full as that one. He bowled then to George Linder, 260 for 6 after 60 in the 65th over, and batting at 4 runs per over. Western Province, they'll be happy with the run rate. Yes, and that's not, it's a bit short and turning away, and that's exactly why you have a man deep on the cover boundary or backward point boundary. That's Aviwe Ngajima back on the field, thankfully, after his finger injury earlier in the day, dislocated his middle finger on his left hand, and there's quite a bit of bandaging on there. And at backward point, that's Steven van Sail fields that one, so it's a 6-3 offside leg side field, unsurprisingly for the off spinner to the left-hander. Fires that one in. Well defended by Linder. So Copeland, 5 overs, 1 for 15, 2 maidens in that. He's been bowling. She had a very good spell so far at the tea break. He had already bowled 3 overs, 1 for 13, so just 2 overs for 2 runs after the tea break. Western Province going into tea at 254 for 5, losing the wicket of Mkhwali Mpongwane immediately after the tea break in Hardisfield's first over of his 3rd spell. And you were talking a bit earlier about the Nobles, just looking at that Michael Copeland having bowled 1, but interesting statistics from the Western Province bowling attack in the last one-day game. Last 4-day game, only bowled 1 Noble and 1 wide in the entire game.
Well,
which is
look,
really impressive.
Yeah. Wides, wides are,
yeah, that
was
over the head as well.
Like,
yeah,
look, it can be as marginal, it can, but Nobles, as far as I'm concerned, is inexcusable. You shouldn't be bowling Nobles.
No, you shouldn't be bowling Nobles.
It's part of that's just ill discipline.
Yeah.
You gotta practice properly. This is a better field.
Yes,
this is a better field. The finalists come finer, and we got a backward square now.
Yeah,
I like this field.
I have thought about it quite a bit. That's just off. Maybe there was an edge onto that, not sure. But onto the thigh pad, just goes up into the air. And let's look at the umpire. Umpire not signalling leg by. So umpire.
So this is quite interesting, and obviously they're showing the hand bar that they're going to attack him.
Yep.
With the short ball.
They are definitely going to be. They'll be using the same tactic. In fact, they've changed the field around a little bit for George.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm just gonna. Stearman's going to go back into mid wicket there, isn't he? So maybe a different line of attack to George Linder. But I agree with you. I think that field, we didn't really get much of a chance to describe it to you, but the fine leg had come finer, and there was a man at a short 45 almost. Yeah, very different line of attack to Linder. They must have been analysing this then, just looking at it and sort of thinking, okay, this is what we're going to try to Kyle Simmons. They've identified something they want to test out.
Yeah. It's just that he has come, finally has come finer, as a little bit finer, which is good because of the natural angle of the ball coming at with Hardest bowling around the wicket.
Oh, that's played in the gap to the left of the man at Gully. It's going to race down to the 3rd man boundary for 4 to George Linder. He moves into the 20s, 266 for 6 in the 66th over. All the 6s. Sounds like bingo. And he's on to 21 is George Linder with that boundary played through the offside. And Western Province still batting at over 4 to the over. And they'll be very happy. One would feel they'll be very happy with the run rate at the moment. Score-wise, Vincent, would they be, 350 plus?
Should be. How many overs did they got left here?
Still got 33 left in the day, so
comfortably.
left,
Should comfortably getting there. If they score they score at 4 runs and
Yeah.
over, which they're doing it right now, and they're doing it comfortably.
Yeah.
And looked like it was. I haven't seen it got under 4 yet, so
No, it hasn't.
it's
And
now starting to
it's
climb again.
yeah.
If they get that forward, it's 120 runs. You know, they're well over. There's 360, 370.
And very important for Western Province will give you the situation. I'll get that for you now. In terms of the log at the moment, so Western Province looking for a win in this match to get them to up or about the top of the table, and bonus points becoming very important, as George Linder manages to ensure that it evades his leg stump. So just that situation at the moment, the Titans on top of the log with 91.96 points, having played 5 matches. In fact, all the top 4 teams having played 5 matches each. Then the Warriors 80.6, having lost that very exciting match against the Titans, and the Lions 80.48 and the Dolphins 75.28. Then Western Province on 65.4 after 4 matches. So this match very important for them, as a haul of anything close to 26 points is what they need. In fact, they need 26.5 points, just over 26.6 points to exceed the Titans number. And so that's going to mean if you take the 4 bonus points that they'll be looking for from a bowling point of view, they will be looking to get at least 6 bonus points for the at least. In fact, they're looking to get 6 bonus points or more for the batting, and that is going to mean with 1 bonus point for every 50 you score from 150 onwards, they're going to be certainly looking for 350 plus. So 350 would give them, I think that's the 6 bonus points. Am I right? Yeah, that gives them 5. So they want to look for 400 ideally, but definitely a win with, say, 5 or 6 batting bonus points puts them into a very powerful situation.
Yeah, the only thing that they're up against is that they're 6 down.
Yeah,
you know, and
exactly.
we lose another wicket. You know, we got the bowlers walking in, which can obviously affect the score.
Definitely.
If the 2 of them, if the 2 left arm spinners who's batting at the moment can get them well over 300, then they could have 360, 370 tonight.
So they'll be looking to keep this run rate at about 4 and over. They could get to 400. That will be amazing, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. At the moment, they'll just be taking it in sort of 20, 30 at a time.
Yeah. Look, this is an important partnership. Once the side opens, they get a wicket now and the side opens, it means the bowlers are walking in. And I'm not saying they can't bat. Boland got 80 the other day, and I watched that and still trying to figure out what he was trying to do with the shot he played to get him out. I think he was thinking. I'm like 20 away from a milestone.
Yes.
And started thinking that I'm actually a batter. All credit to him. I mean, he played exceptionally well in that game. But so they all can. Paarl loves eating a ball, so
yeah, absolutely.
They can hold it end up now. We can do the same. So, but this is the big partnership.
This is definitely the partnership that needs to put on. On 13 at the moment, 14 now in this partnership. That we're looking to build this as much as possible. Both of these two can most certainly bat, although they are, I would say, George Moore, although I would rate him as complete all-rounder, batting and bowling. Carlston is certainly a bowling all-rounder. But they can bat. 3 centuries for Carl Simmons, the one in this year, his highest score. And he has been looking in good form with the bat. Once again, in the last match, getting a 50 in that partnership with George as well. So very important for these two to stay there for Western Province, keep that run rate going along so that they can be within touching distance of the Titans should they win the match. It's very important for them to win the match, obviously.
Yeah. And it's a big match for Western Province. They've got to win this game. If they want to start putting pressure on the teams at the top.
It's only the 2 matches left after this that they're playing, the one away match and the one home match. Just to let you know, here, just the tea time score at Centurion 194 for the loss of 3. Elgar on a brilliant 115, and with him David Bedingham on test debut on 32 not out. They put on 81 for the fourth wicket since the loss of Keegan and Peterson. They trailed by 51 when they went into tea, and we will see what is happening in that afternoon session when they come back. That's very well played by Simmons. Just guides it over the slips, and it was the length was short enough. He didn't try and pull it. He knows there's two men waiting there. Probably just too wide from
too wide. Too wide. The height was good, but it was just too wide.
Yeah.
Probably more directed to the back of the neck there, and it brings the fielders in play. So they brought in a sort of a short leg, who's standing about 3 pitches away in a position. But that's probably the ball that you want to fend off.
Yes.
So it's quite interesting, because I would have probably wanted him a little bit closer to the batter.
Because if it is going to come off the pad, bat onto pad, maybe and loop up, it could be there. I mean, he could potentially be there, although he's not going to, unless he's bowling it full on the legs, not going to clip it straight to him necessarily. And that's what he's looking for, isn't he?
He is. That's what he wants Carl to do. He wants Carl to take that on.
He did indeed take that one on, and again, not making any kind of contact. So the plan is reasonably clear here, and they've also brought a third man down here in front of us, to the left of us here, just to prevent any additional runs being scored. Janeman Milan, who's moved out of gully, been replaced there by Sean von Berg. That is way high, and that's given us wide by the square leg umpire. Umpire Tuma signalling wide. And another one for the over. Umpire Gumpu at the old stables end. The score at T 254 for 5. They lost the wicket of Mhlali and Pongwana in the first over after T, a victim of an LBW to Hardest Viljoen. And since then, it has been a pair of Linda and Simmons. Simmons getting one down to Janeman Milan here at third man. 275 for 6. And the tactic to George, they're not changing the field at this stage to George Linder. So presumably more of the same. 3 balls left in the over. But it's an unconventional field, but I like it. I like the fact that they're thinking differently.
It's interesting. I'm just trying to figure out what purpose Mickey Copeland sitting under the helmet there.
Yeah.
Paarl.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that as well, because he's sort of in neither an in nor an out sort of position. It's an interesting one. So it is this. It's got a.
Look, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing here. I just feel they could have done it a lot earlier. They could have done it earlier this afternoon. They could have done it this morning.
Yes, they could.
When he came on for his second spell. But I also understand that the run was almost 7 days.
It was. They were trying to, they were able to do it. So that one's gone very fine here to third man. That's not going to be cut off by Janeman Milan. You sense that was probably a shot that was played intentionally by George Linder, over pitched outside the off stump, just got bat down on it and in the gap between the wicket keeper and gully for 4. That's the danger of having a field set like this, though. Working to a plan.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. There's also some big gaps now in the field. So because the field is set now for the short ball, so when you get it up to the bat, it creates scoring opportunities for the batters.
It does.
And that's what all Georgie did there was guide this ball down to the right of third man.
So good shot from Linder. He moves to 26. Simmons on exactly half of that score, 13. Last ball at the 16th over from Viljoen. That's a very good delivery, angled in or line in, stayed on its line into Linder, just outside the off stump. So at the end of the over. We have a question here, Vincent, asking why Huddersfield's not playing for South Africa, from Shivendu, and uh, interesting interesting question there. You know, he did play the one test for South Africa. Uh, Played for SAA now in the most recent series, which he didn't do badly at all. Uh, in the twilight of his career.
Yeah, look,
Yeah.
I don't think that he's out of the reckoning. I think that he's, obviously, with them playing him in that SAA series against the West Indies, it's obviously sent him a message that we're still looking at you. And
Yeah.
but if you look at the bowlers that we have right now, the national attack that we have right now, you've still got a couple of guys sitting out of the
Yeah.
Lungi Ngidi, he wasn't available, so and then look, the A side at the moment is basically players. It's a different A side. I mean,
Yes.
it's
Very
not
different,
probably not as strong as A side.
No.
So
No.
so it's, I won't say that they're not looking at him. They're definitely going to look at him, and it's also somebody they're going to look at, for New Zealand.
Yes, definitely. And that was the purpose of that SAA West Indies A tour. We've also got playing in the in this game. In fact, just lost Bayer Swanepoel, although we're going to be talking about him. So Bayer Swanepoel just out for 10 now for the SAA team, 137 for 7 at Benoni. And unsurprising that India A chose to field on what must be a very difficult, not easy conditions at all up there. Um, with the rain that's been experienced over the last couple of days in the area there, that's out to Mkajima on about 20 meters in from the cover boundary, very long boundary out there on the offside for the left-hander, and a much shorter boundary on the leg side, which has already been exploited a couple of times by the batters, as it's Copeland once again, this time to Linda. There's plenty of room there on the leg side for them to just trot through for the single. And that's the danger again of having your off spinner. Anything that's going to be too straight, it's going to be a run easily for the leg spinner. Should be for the left-hander. Cut nicely once again. Protection out in the deep. So all seems to be coming very slowly off the pitch for the spinner from this side, waiting for those patches to wear a bit, maybe outside that off stump. Probably going to be your left arm over, so your say right arm over bowler from that side that's going to give you those patches, and there hasn't been much of that happening. Because there aren't that many right arm over bowler, right arm batters in the Western Province team. It's just an interesting situation.
Yeah, this is interesting. Look, I know there are two left-handers here. Mickey's ball well, but it's just not penetrating.
No.
The wicket is slow. The wicket is slow. It's an old ball now. It's 69 overs old. I hope Others are not bowling again.
I hope not. But I think
They've got
11.
In 11 overs time, they've got a new ball.
Yeah.
What do they want to do, or do they just continue with the old ball?
I wonder. I mean, it's not getting.
Oh no, the Aishal Kluti.
It is Aishal Kluti. So
yeah,
you called it. Certainly should be the case. So 16 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 60 for Huddersfield, and he's finished his spell of 4 overs now in this particular spell. And those 4 overs that he bowled in this spell, those went so no maidens, and he took a wicket and 20 runs in the spell. So he did concede some, but he did take the wicket in that spell of Mtlali Umpongwana LBW in his first over since he returned, and it is Aishal Kluter who's bowled 6 overs and taken 2 for 31. The wickets of Moore and Valley, and he's going to be bowled from the Nederburg end this morning. He's now going to be bowling from the old stables end, right arm around the wicket to Kyle Simmons. Yeah, and this is something expected to happen before or just after the tea interval. So only 11 overs to the new balls, probably a spell of 6 overs for him. That's just
Yeah, this is different. I mean, the field is still set the same. You know, with square out with and finally still set the same. But I don't think Aishel has got the pace that Hardis has got. Aishel is more up to the.
Yeah.
No, look, he's much taller and he does get bounce, but his wicket there's not a lot of bounce in the wicket.
And he's not likely, as you see. I mean, the man at that catching position, Michael Copeland, is no longer in that position. Yeah. He's brought the third man up. He's got a slip in the gully, deep backward point, and that's just angled into the leg side, and easy single on off as Stearman picks up from mid wicket. It's unlikely, as I say, maybe the hook shot is going to be the one that's going to bring out the dismissal. We've got Aviwa and Wajima and Stian van Sale, both of them. It's probably in 15 meters in from the boundary each on the leg side at long leg, and again quite square on the long leg and or fine leg square, and then a man at just forward of the square, forward of square on the leg side. And he takes it on, and that is in the air. It's going to bounce short of Ngajima, and that was nearly the wicket. Carl Simmons.
I'm just looking at the position of the fielder. So the fielder was in that position where he was standing, where that would have been a comfortable catch.
Yes.
But over the past couple of overs, he's gone further and further back to the boundary.
Yeah.
And that has gone. He would have probably been standing absolutely dead still in a ball.
He has actually gone. You're right. He has gone further back.
He's gone further back.
So he was sort of standing where the bare patch was. We're looking at it from our
and we've got a bowler
here.
Now we've got a bowler who's bowling slightly. He hasn't got the pace of Hardis.
Yeah.
Surely he should be closer.
Yeah. So it's interesting just from that tactic point of view. And there you talking a bit there really about on-field awareness and on-field management.
Absolutely.
And that is something that if you are listening and you're a youngster who's interested in as or captain, and you're interested or thinking about that, very much a situation where you do need to stay switched on every single ball of the game, because it's around working to the plan. And that could have been so easily the seventh wicket, and it's gone up in the air again. This time he's not fine enough, and that's exactly the angle. So it's just not working for the Rocks at the moment. And that is yet another boundary, this time, I think, off the bat of George Linder. And just getting top edge on that one as he tried to pull it down to fine leg. Down, over, maybe over fine leg's head. And you just do wonder, you're going to have that line of attack.
Look, with this line of attack, okay, I mean, I think that is two for the over.
Yeah.
But this line of attack, your fine legs to square.
Yeah.
It's going to come a little bit finer. I mean, I doubt if
it was too fine.
He wouldn't have got close to that.
Definitely. Yeah.
But then that with the three fielders there who made a difference.
It's just on fullish on the line leg stump, just played nicely to mid on, and there is no run. 289 for 6 after 70, still batting at 4.1 runs and over, and it's going to be have a commentary change, and will be while they come on for them. It's going to be Durant's going to I think so. Yeah, Durant's going to come in, and Vincent is going to say goodbye for the moment, but we'll have him back with us a little bit later, in about half an hour or so's time. We then will be at the drinks break. We're catching up on what's happening in the test match up in Centurion, and as they will be, just have a look at that. Sure if they're back from still at tea there. 194 for 3 at tea, and we're 289 for 6. In fact, they're having a drink now, which is interesting, because they're having a drink because this is going to be a longer session, and it will be probably going until after 5:30 close, but I think we will get all 28 overs in before the close of play, which can be extended until 6 o'clock this evening. Welcome back to Durant. Good to have you with me.
Thank you, thank you. Hi to all the viewers.
And another reminder here that this broadcast being brought to you by Cricket South Africa on its YouTube channel. And thank you to the 161 people that are currently watching us now. We hope you're enjoying the broadcast. I'm James King. These visuals being brought to you by Pitch Vision, and the commentary over the next 4 days being brought to you by Cape Fox Productions. And we hope that you'll be having a look there at the YouTube page of Cape Fox Productions. We'll try and give you more of that information perhaps in the comments column as well as we go through the 4 days. So here with me today, Durant Goosen here from Boland Park, from Boland, the Boland Cricket Union. Always good to have the local flavour here for this local derby and some good rivalry here. I'm James King, and you've been hearing the voice as well of Vincent Barnes, very well-known former cricketer in this region, and also coach over many years, working with the Proteas team and then the high performance centre, the high performance manager at Cricket South Africa. Now still very involved in cricket in this part of the world, and getting the expert analysis from Vincent, really a privilege to have that. So thank you very much to you all for joining us, as it's going to be Michael Copeland to continue with his unbroken spell from before tea. He's into his 8th over now. He's taken 1 for 21 in his 7 so far, and guided to backward point where Stiaan van Zyl does the fielding. Still quite, I wouldn't say necessarily delicately poised. I would think Western Province, whilst perhaps not ecstatic about this, they would be reasonably happy, particularly with the run rate. That's played out, and that's going to bounce in front of the man at deep mid-wicket, and they just take the single. So
It's a great partnership at the moment for Western Province, and it's especially with them being 10 runs short of 300. I think the possibility of a 380 maybe is definitely something they're going to think about now.
Good fielding there from Peter Milan at mid-on. And so, yeah, 300 for them would be bringing up their 1, 2, 3, 4. So the way that the bonus points work, you get when you get score 150, you get 1 batting bonus point, and you get 0.02 bonus points for every single run after that, until you're either bowled out or 100 overs is completed. And so from a Western Province point of view, at the moment, they will have, let's just see, 1, 2, 3. So they've got 3.4 bonus points, as that's played into the ground and straight to CSA Mahima. And George Linder looks upset with himself that he didn't get that through the field. Went straight to the man at extra cover. 290 for 6 after 71. 9 overs to the second new ball.
Michael Copeland's doing quite well, I must say. Bowling 8 overs so far and only 22 runs down with 2 maidens to his name. So really not a bad bowling performance from him today.
He's been very economical, and only time he's really been punished has been when he's been straying too straight, particularly to the left-handers. To get that wicket of Daniel Smith just before the tea interval, Smith really probably very upset with himself about that. He was looking exceptionally good, as was Jono Bird. Bird being the first victim and only victim so far of CSA Mahima. And I do expect when we get a right-hander in again, particularly towards the end of the innings, where you've got Patterson and Nabe, the only 2 right-handers left in the team, number 10 and 11 coming in, we might see Mahima again, or even Sean van Berg coming in to that. But the very left-hand dominated lineup here for Western Province.
Definitely. So it's going to be interesting for Sia to come back, especially for Sean. I'm quite excited to see him back into the batting stack. I would assume he will come in any moment now, especially after the drinks break.
It's yeah, we'll see. I think Michael Copeland probably will be the one who will be giving way once we get that. And just to change to the field, which is the one that was, I think, suggested by Vincent Barnes earlier on. We have got Sean von Berg now out of slip. He has come at a very fine leg position, and we still have got Abiwa Ngujima at that position there, and that played nicely, but forward a square this time to Stian van Sale, who is on the deep square leg boundary. So all these three fielders on the leg side are all stationed about 15 meters in. In fact, Aviwa and Gajima probably 20 meters in. Sean van Berg a little bit less. So they've gone with this field suggested by Vincent Barnes. I think some good insights that we had there. It's still quite a widespread field. In fact, all over. There's singles everywhere to be had if you just tickle the ball away. But it's not going to be, not in this instance, Mahima running to his left. And in a one-day game, they would have taken a single there.
Yeah. No, I understand what you mean, and definitely there is a lot of singles to be taken, especially with this fielding setup. But it almost feels like Western Province is just taking it slow now, taking it easy. Don't want to lose this partnership that they're building now, and especially 291 for 6.
So the 36, the partnership of 61 deliveries, and they don't want to, as you say, lose that. That one is played. I think that went all the way, didn't it? It bounced. That was not actually a convincing stroke. He was not in control. I lost the flight of the ball there. Maybe came off the back of the bat over the wicket keeper and down actually on the offside of straight for the left-hander. George Linder gets away with one there, trying to swivel and pull that one, and it maybe got up a little bit more than he anticipated off the back of the bat over Clyde Fontaine down to the very fine third man boundary retrieved by Yaneman Milan. Another 4 to the score, 295 for 6 in the 72nd over. So this line of attack working at the moment, just not to get producing the wicket, and it's not going to do it now either, as Sean van Berg can't get to that one. It's just that little bit too fine, but the intent is clear from the Rocks and clear from the Western Province batters. They're going to take it on if they're going to throw it at them.
That was almost precisely the same shot than the previous boundary. So it seems like Aishal Kluter is just losing his confidence a bit here. I'm bowling way more shorter than he is supposed to.
Yeah, they're working to the plan that, but it's difficult. I think if the batter is expecting it, going to try and also, George Linder, they're practicing that shot again. The batter is waiting for that short delivery at the moment. The surprise delivery would be the one in the block hole. Let's see what Aishal Kluter does now. He's done it again. He's bowled the short one, and that's another one for the over. And that's just the one for the end of the over then. 8 overs, 2 for 47. Aishal Kluter, expensive over. Once again, that was for the Rocks. 2 boundaries in the over, 299 for the loss of 6 after 72. Western Province batting out 4.2 runs to the over, just one short of the 300, which will be then the 4th bonus point for them from a batting point of view. And they are hoping these two partnership, you were talking about the partnership developing around 44 they've put on so far. And that has been since the loss of Mhlali Mpongwana just after tea, in fact 3 balls after the tea break, LBW, to Hardis Viljoen, who came back for his 3rd spell. Very good spell, 4 overs, 1 for 20 in that spell. He's now bowled 16 overs, 2 for 60, with 2 maidens, and Copeland to continue with his 9th over. That's short, and it's played away, but only to the man at deep point. That is Ngajima.
It's a very good partnership, especially with 7 boundaries in this partnership. All 7 being a 4, of course.
Yeah. So it's the 300 for Western Province of 442 balls, 33 fours and 3 sixes. So a lot of threes in that 300. 33 fours, 3 sixes, and it is 306 after 72.1 overs. So that last 50, taking them 11.5 overs. So once again, batting at 5 and over as he beats them outside the off stump.
That was a great delivery there from Michael Copeland.
Linda going back to that one and trying to maybe angle it away somewhere, but just not a convincing shot from George Linda at all. And they pitched up a little bit more. But slip, backward point, short extra cover man on the deep point boundary, and a man at mid off on the long off, shall I say, on the offside. He cuts again and misses again. Well taken by Fontaine behind the stumps.
They're going to close. One more ball, one more delivery to go, and it's over for Copeland. And this over has been very good for him. Not a lot of runs from this.
No, that's commentator's curse as that one is swung away into the deep over the wideish, sort of slightly straighter than cow corner, and that brings up the 50 partnership for these two. So 51 of 70 balls with 7 fours, and that's 6 from George Linda, 30 to Linda, 20 to Simmons, and 1 extra in the partnership takes Western Province 306 for 6 at the end of the Copeland over, and you sense maybe that is probably the last ball from Michael Copeland in this spell. I'd be surprised if he comes back for another over, but we shall see what happens. Who knows? The cricketing gods have a way of proving you wrong, maybe even the players on the field as well. So yeah, he's bowled 9 overs on 29. So.
It seems like Ashwell Clint is still bowling. It's very expensive, 47. But then again, he did take 2 wickets early this morning. But those 2 no balls is definitely a stain on his figures for today. So he's still bowling his 9th over now. And I think they're gonna stay with Michael for his 10th over.
Maybe there will be. It's he's done that. Well, that one in again. It's just again bouncing short of the man at long leg. That's Aviwa Ungajima. Didn't try and play it too hard though there. Carl Simmons just expecting the delivery, just got bat on it, went down 1 bounce to Ungajima. You've got Sean von Berg, who seems to have come even a little bit finer now at fine leg. The man at long leg, 20 meters in off the boundary, in very much the position one would sort of expect him to be. He could probably even come in a little bit more the way they're playing it at the moment. And then a man at deep square. So the attack is clear, the intent. And that's played beautifully through the covers by Linda. Sia Mahima desperately dives to his left, but he's not going to get to that. And that goes down to the extra cover boundary for yet another 4. And Linda is moved to 50 with that shot. Another boundary, another 4, and another 50 for George Linda. And let me give you his numbers. 50 of 77 balls, 6 fours and 2 sixes. And for George Linda, another very, very good innings from him, exactly when Western Province needed it the most. Coming in at number 6, the all-rounder. And this partnership now already worth 56 with Carl Simmons, having already batted with Daniel Smith and a little bit with Mhlali Mpongwana. That is in the air, and he's got him this time. He's found the man at deep square. Stian van Zyl hardly had to move. He just had to judge it properly. And that is the end of George Linda. So he went to that very good 50. And in the next delivery, he'd actually hold out to the man there deep on the square leg boundary. And that is the end of Linda. He's out for 56. Exactly 50 scored off. Only with 77 scored 77 deliveries. He batted for 119 in the air, and he's got him this time. 6 fours and 2 mighty sixes. He's been caught by Van Zyl and bowled by Aishel Kludu, who gets his third wicket, and the trick has worked for the Gbets Rocks. They've got their man caught on the in the deep, and it's Linda who has to make his way back to the pavilion, and it will be the new middle order batter for Western Province, Bjorn Hendricks, who's coming out to the crease. Bjorn had a good season so far with the bat, and getting his highest score of 81. Vincent Barnes talking about that a little bit earlier, in partnership with the same man who's at the crease with him now. But Western Province 311 for the loss of 7, and 4.2 runs and over. They've advanced the game quickly, as they have done in most of their matches already this season. Still 25 overs left in the day, and I don't think these two are going to be hanging around too much. Only another 6 overs and some change, 6 overs and 3 balls until the new ball is due. But they will want to hang around. They will want to score some more runs. Simmons on 21. Hendricks yet to face a delivery. So yeah, so the trap worked.
Yeah, it worked. And well done to Kluter for 3 wickets today. Still in the running for a fiver. But also what a catch there from Sian van Zyl on the boundary. Like you said, it was difficult to judge that. But he did. He judged it correctly, and he got the catch. Very big wicket as well. Then out for 50. And 3 more wickets remaining for Western Province. So there is a chance for the Rocks to still have a bat today. It all depends on the bowling attack now. And I think now Peter Milan must think to bring in Mahima.
I'm sure that he'll be probably will be looking at. I'm sure it will take the new ball if the batters are still there in 6.3 overs time, just to make sure that he's got these quicks just coming in. Both Stearman and undoubtedly be Viljoen looking for another scalp, and as it's Aishel Kluter who's been able to pick up his third wicket there, and much success for him, even though he's only bowled now 8.3 overs. This spell of his now has been a little bit expensive, it must be said. He went for 31 in his first 6 overs, so he's gone already for another 21 it is in these 2.3 overs he's bowled so far. But the success and the wicket of Linda, one feels, is more important almost to the Rocks than the loss of those 8 or 12 runs that may have been come down here fine. So there is a change in the field to Hendricks. We do have a third man in position, but the double fielders on the in the deep behind square on the leg side are not there, and that is up in the air. It's going to be out first ball, and that works again. So Aishel Kluter's on a hat trick, and Bjorn Hendricks. I talked about way too much, clearly, and poor Bjorn there as hold out, it must be said, to the man at the mid-on position, and that worked again for the Rocks. Hendricks taking it on first ball, and he has to go back to the pavilion. I'm not sure who actually took the catch there, whether it was Glenton Stearman. It looks like it was Stearman who took the catch, and it is another wicket. And so it's all happening very quickly here, with the 8th wicket down for 311. And that was third man in position out the court. I double catch who it was that fielders on the in the deep managed to grab hold of that delivery. That ball is up in the air. It's going to be out first ball. Loss of 8. Aishel takes his 4th wicket and 73.4 overs bowled, and it is going to be Dane Patterson who comes to the crease. And Dane Patterson, as we were saying earlier, known to be a hard hitter of the ball, debuted 2009, 2010, 151 matches, 184 innings. He scored 1,500 runs with a top score of 59. Not a bad average of 11.75. He scored 150, and he does have, as we most of us in the Cape know, probably a very high strike rate. He can hit the ball a long way. And they're taking drinks at the moment, just as we are just over an hour or so into the session post the tea interval. In fact, we are exactly now an hour post the tea interval. And since tea has actually been the Rocks who've taken 3 wickets for the addition of 57 runs for Western Province. Most of those 57 scored by Simmons and Linda, whose partnership was in fact 56 for the 7th wicket, with just a single added to the score from T before it was Mufali Mpongwana out, LBW to Hardest Viljoen, and then George Linder caught by Stian van Zyl on the square leg boundary, and last wicket fall. First ball, Bjorn Hendricks, who popped it up trying to fend the ball off or play it forcefully on the leg side, just popped it up to mid-on, and he was out without scoring.
It was a great delivery there, yeah, excuse me, from Aishel Klute. Now, of course, on a hat-trick ball, and also on a fiver, potentially.
That's right.
So, this next ball can be a very special and magical moment for him to get a fiver and a hat-trick.
So it would be interesting to see how Dane Patterson is going to deal with this delivery. Just having a chat with his fellow batter, Carl Simmons.
But now the difficult thing is, in the mind of Aishel Klute, what do I bowl now?
Well, I mean, whatever he's been doing the last 2 balls has worked. So
Yeah.
may not be a bad trick to do that. The ball is clearly holding up in the surface a bit. It's been a tactic they've been trying. It's not something necessarily that we were more proposing it as maybe a shock tactic, but seems to have been working. They have conceded some runs, but ultimately the team can't score runs if the batters are out. So it certainly is something they will be looking at as we have a look at what's happening at Centurion. 218 for loss of 3. David Bedingham on debut on 45. Dean Elgar 121. This partnership now 105 for the 4th wicket, trailing by 27 on the first innings, with 7 first innings wickets still in hand. Klute on the hat-trick ball in to Dane Patterson. Outside the off stump, he plays it into the covers, and it is fielded by Stearman, who throws it through for an overthrow, and thinking that Patterson was out of his ground, indicating that to his teammates as well. Patterson off the mark with that overthrow, but Stearman, who just probably apologises now. So 1 extra to the total, another score to the total, 312 for 8. Patterson off the mark with that single, and the field changes again for the left-hander. Once again, the catching fielder down here deep on the boundary, and take another 5 minutes before the commentary. We have a commentary change. Vincent coming in to join Durant, as it is Aishel Klute towards us now. Nicely played by Simmons down to Peter Milan at third man. They go through for a single. It's the end of the over. Simmons keeps the strike, which is, I'm sure, exactly what he wanted to do. And score goes to 313 for 8. So 313 for 8. Western Province, from a bonus point of view, probably not that happy that they are 8 down for 313.
It just shows you how a game can change with 1 wicket.
Yeah.
And taking 3 wickets just after tea time is that very big for the Rocks. It's just definitely going to help them in the chase, in the efforts to chase. With the run rate as well being 4.2 now, so it's also getting low, keeping it low, which is definitely what you want to need, what you want from your bowlers. And it looks like it's Copeland set to bowl his 10th over.
It's going to be Copeland. He's got the red, got the cherry, Kookaburra, and he's shining that ball. And he's bowled now 9 overs unchanged, 1 for 29. It has been economical. Aishel Klute from the other end been more expensive, but the key thing for Aishel Klute, he's got those in that W column, which stands for wickets. He's got 4 of those, and that's the most important thing. 2 of the top order, and now more recently, both Linda and Hendricks falling to the hook shot. And so he is now spreading the field wide on the leg side. interesting to see what he's going to be targeting here. Was outside the off stump and played it outside the off stump, getting some purchase here. You were having a look at that through the glasses.
Yeah, it was very close to the edge of the bat, I must say. It was a beautiful delivery from Copeland.
That one just drifting away, pitching and turning. A little bit close, but he does manage to play it down to the man at backward point, Steven for sale. There is no run. 313 for 8 in the 75th over. Western Province have advanced this game quite quickly in terms of their run rate, something they've been doing all season. That's beautifully played down to long off. Sean van Berg just bends down, picks up and tosses it back to the bowler. Van Berg, we haven't seen much of him. Probably see a lot more of him in the second innings. You feel?
No, definitely. I think they're just holding him back for a bit. But I think the way that this match played out, especially earlier today, I think the Rocks had to change the game plan after lunch and maybe just told Sean, like, we're going to have more pace in, we're going to give the new guys a chance. Let's see if they can make a difference. And clearly, they did make a difference with Copeland a wicket to him.
Yeah.
And Aishal Kluter fought to him. So that's what I suspect happened. Peter Malan sat down and said, listen, we're going to change our game plan. It didn't work at the start. So I would hope to see a bit more of Sean van Berg later in this match. And definitely in the second innings.
I'm sure second innings they'll be looking at him to produce that turn that he can produce with his wrist spin. That's Copeland again. That one played through Simmons trying to get that through the gap past Mahima, but well, it gets down well to Sia Mahima, and there is no run. It seemed to get fully hold of that. We heard the crack of the bat, but it wasn't a sweet sound coming off the bat. And that's laid out to the man at deep point. Aviwa Ngojima, he's done a lot of fielding and keeps the strike, does Carl Simmons, which I'm sure is exactly what he wanted to do at the end of that over. 316 for the loss of 8. And I'll be moving out and going to get Vincent Barnes going to be coming in for the next half an hour with you and with Durant. And I'll be chatting to you a little bit later. Musical chairs happening here at the moment.
There you go. Welcome back.
Good, thank you.
Looks like Aishal Kluter is going to bowl his 10th over here. But yeah, what a performance from him.
Yeah, I like what they've done, and I felt they could have done it earlier in the game. Look, it looks expensive, but it's a high. This is what they, the risks are there when you're playing. You know what they've tried to do here with the short bowling, setting the field for the short delivery, and it's paid off because they picked up a few wickets here.
No, definitely. That's what I told James. And that's what I think happened. Especially with what happened earlier this morning. That they had to change their game plan almost and give Aishal Kluter a bit more bowling time, especially early on.
Yeah, he got a couple of wickets off in the first session, and then didn't bowl the entire second session, which didn't make a lot of sense to me. He's a wicket taker. He's shown that he can take wickets. He's come back now. He bowled from probably about the 68th over. He's come back and taken 2 wickets. And he's bowled according to the plan they wanted him to perform. That's what he's done.
No, definitely. Yeah, he's doing his job. And he picked a gap there. That's going to race all the way to the boundary rope. It's very slow out till there, and that's 4 runs.
To Hendricks.
So that's 321 for 8
third man in position
at this moment.
The double.
So 350 looks like a possibility at this
behind
stage.
Square on the leg side.
After the loss of the 8th wicket, I thought
first
350 is going to be a
ball.
tall order for them. But it looks achievable at this stage. 15 extra so far bowled in this innings, which is not very good from a bowling side of things. So definitely a lot of work to be done in the nets, I would imagine, after this match, to get those no balls out of the game, especially with the wides.
Yeah, no, the no balls are, like I said before, it's inexcusable. Yeah, look, this is going to be an interesting part of the game. Then Patterson's not going to be blocking many. Field is spread. We got backward square. We got fine leg. We got third man. Got backward point on the boundary. Um, I would like to think that the captain should stick one of the probably mid off also out, because Dane doesn't matter where that fielders are, he's going to take them on. So he's just going to swing. Yeah.
That's definitely. But it's a nice field placement. Definitely room for singles. But it all depends how Ashel can bowl, and it's a good ball from him.
Yeah, it's a top delivery. As well, his bounces have been well directed. It's actually better than Hardis's. Now Hardis's bowled quite a number of overs today, and I'm not sure what he's got left in that tank. But Ashel has come and it just continued with that short ball strategy, and it's worked. But he's directed his short balls a lot better than Hardis. That should be a wide. That was very high.
Yeah, it looks like the umpire didn't call it a wide. That's the last one. But yeah, I also thought that, yes, okay, because the batsman actually had to stretch to get to that ball. One more ball to go in this over. It is quite expensive when it comes to the runs. You can see it at 59 at the moment. But then again, the 4 wickets. I would rather have as a captain, have a bowler conceding 60 runs, but he gets 4 wickets, than conceding 20 runs and no wickets from it. But then again, like I said, the nobles, it's inexcusable. But he's yet to bowl another extra in his second spell.
So, I mean, 4 for 59, I mean, well, that's just under 15 runs per wicket, which is more than acceptable.
Yeah, no.
But the role they played today, this is what I can't understand. Okay, so early this morning when we got here, it was chaos here with boundaries all over the show. And I can understand that they were looking now to bring that run rate down. So it's a lot more manageable now at 4.2. At one stage it was 7, almost 8. And so I can understand that as a bowling unit you wanna bring the run rate down, bowl maidens, and but there was an opportunity to take wickets immediately after lunch, come back and go with the strategy that they've applied now. Who knows? I mean, Western Province could have 350 on the board now and still be 5 down. But they could have been all out already.
It almost feels like the Rock started panicking after all those boundaries.
Yeah.
And then they tried anything to get that run rate down.
Okay, I'm not sure why the field's coming in for. Oh no, sorry. It's Dane Patterson's off strike.
It's just going across the wicket again.
No, it is Dane Patterson. Dane Patterson is on strike. I'm not sure why the field's coming in. I really am not sure.
That is very.
Dane Patterson's not blocking this ball. Oh, he did. I'm gonna stop commentating and making comments. I didn't expect Pato to do that. I thought Pato was licking his lips here. There's a spinner bowling here. After a barrage of bounces, there's a spinner bowling, and as soon as the ball goes above the eyes, you know what they do. You know what happens.
It's like you say, you'll commentate or think of something and the opposite happens, and you're like, do I know this game? No, well done there. But it's for me, Copeland still bowling. I would have put Mima in by now with 2 wickets remaining. Get him in. See the innings done.
Yeah, I think Copeland's bowled. I think he's bowled very well here. He's bowled very well from the side. He's got a bit of turn. It turned quite a bit.
Still in the field, by the looks of it. Just like that.
Just like that.
And caught there on the boundary by Sean Wondberg.
Look, I did say he's not going to block many, so there we go. takes on the long boundaries.
And that's Patterson gone. It's 324 for 9, one more wicket remaining, and that's Copen's second wicket. Patterson gone for 7 after facing only 10 deliveries.
Yeah, so we could have a situation with, well, I didn't think at that one stage, but Boland could be in to face a few overs. Yeah,
Still in the field. I definitely
for the
didn't
next
think
over.
it's going to happen, especially before lunchtime. But it just shows that, just like that, whatever
like
they,
that.
of course,
like
they
close
on
to
the
the
boundary
game.
and after lunch is working for them. And that's why I agree with you as well. Earlier this morning there was opportunity to take wickets, but they just kept on changing everything. So they never had a time to actually settle down and get into the game.
Okay, the one thing about Nabi walking to the wicket now, he values his wicket and he will hang around. He will hang around with Kyle because that's what he's got to do. Otherwise they're going to be in here bowling probably 15, 16 overs at Boland this evening.
Thing is, yeah, they will sail in. They would want to stay until at least 350 because 324 is still manageable. It's then again, it is a very high score for day one at Boland Park, which is uncharacteristic of a wicket like this.
I think if you ask a captain before the start, would you take 324 for 9? You'd probably think, nah, I probably would like a bit more. So at one stage, when you look at where they were,
Mm.
in the first hour of the game, you'd think, wow, there's not many demons there. The odd ball has turned. This ball hasn't seemed. There hasn't been any swing really. So you're thinking that a couple of guys apply themselves. We haven't had 100. When you were thinking that it could be a few hundreds in this innings, there hasn't been 100.
That's true. I think the highest score was it Bird? Was the highest score 70, 77?
78, yeah.
78, yeah.
Yeah, so there's been a few starts and then nothing. That's what they needed.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, that's the end of the over. So it's 324 for 9 after 77 overs. We've got 21 overs remaining in this day, and it's about 22-5. So we'll definitely get through all 21 overs.
They can play till 6, isn't it?
Yeah, they can
Yeah.
extend it till
But
6. So, but it all depends if a wicket's gonna fall, if the overs are gonna be shortened,
yeah,
because there's about an hour and 20 to go with 21 overs, and the over rate is a bit slow, especially now at this stage of the match. And it's Kluter now to bowl his 11th over, 4 wickets to his name, so he will be hoping to get a fiver. That's going to be very special for him.
oh, great delivery there. Great delivery. Another short delivery from Aisha Kluti. Well directed again. He had to sort of get out of the way there. Could easily have nicked that to the keeper.
And this is going to be, I think, his second fiver if he's going to take a fiver. Ashil Kutter's best bowling performance was 5 for 27, and that was against the Warriors in Paarl last season. So he knows how to get it, how to get over that mark of getting a fiver.
Yeah, and fivers at Paarl is hard work. It's there's not always a lot in the wicket for seamers, so we've got to work hard to get fivers here, and that's a good effort.
Third ball of the over to come. It's still 59 runs that he conceded, 4 wickets taken. It's 324 for 9. And that's a great delivery from him again. Looks like Simmons wants to go for the big shots here at the moment.
What's the score at Centurion? We seem to be doing very well there.
Yeah, indeed. The update from Centurion is 234 for 3 for South Africa, trailing by 11 runs.
Interesting. I'm just giving it some thought now that I'll be watching Aisha Pluti running. Just an interesting thought that the batters at the crease is Alga and Bellingham. The batters that are out is Markram, Keegan Peterson, and Dazorsi. The guys who've got the runs are the guys who have been playing a lot of domestic cricket. Alga, Bellingham, they've all been playing a lot of domestic cricket. Dazorsi.
A lot.
Look, I know it's no fault of Adrian Markram because he's been obviously involved with the World Cup. Keegan Peterson also played a lot of domestic cricket. And it's good to see that they're performing. They've got runs on the belt, big runs under the belt, and performing for South Africa.
I think Keegan Peterson only played, isn't it? Only one 4-day series match thus far this season. It was the opening.
But he played a full series against West Indies. So he's played a lot of cricket.
Yeah, the CSA, yeah. But domestic wise now was.
Yeah. So it's good. I mean, it shows that that spending time in the middle does help. I mean, it's not everybody's done that. A lot of the bowlers in a bowling attack hasn't done that. So that it makes a difference when you get to the crease and you've got a lot of confidence. And no matter where, even if you're making your debut, you basically, the runs on the belt is the confidence that you want.
It's a good shot there. It's only going to be a single. It's 325 for 9 after 78 overs. And it's Simmons on 28 as it stands. Glitter finishing his 11th over. 60 runs on his name. Only 1 run from that previous over. Actually, Glitter yet to get a maiden. So this is looks like Michael Copeland is going to bowl his 12th over. So it looks like going to stay with this partnership till the end. Not a lot of changes in the field by the looks of it. And the captain, Peter Boland, is just talking to Michael Copeland here.
I think at this stage of the game, Western Province want to get as much as they can here. He's got to farm the strike here. They've obviously set the field to. I'm not sure why they're taking the single. They've set the field for this. I mean, everyone's out on the boundary. They've got 6 guys out on the boundary. They're given the single, and now Mickey's going to be bowling to Nabi. I thought Carl Simmons would probably farm the strike and take as much of the strike as possible.
The Copeland to bowl his second ball of this over to Nabe, who's facing his second ball of the innings. I see what you mean when you talked about Nabe, that he values his wicket.
No. He can block a ball. Beto's eyes light up too early. He's
yeah.
You get the ball above the eyes, and there we go. So
not a lot of shouting there from the Rocks players in the middle. But it does seem close. Up in the air, over shoulder.
Listen, that's a percentage shot. Mid on up is basically saying to him, you're disrespecting me as a batter. You can't bowl to me with mid on up, right?
They wish shots of catch.
It was an interesting shot. Interesting shot.
They didn't go to the boundary rope for 4 runs. It's 328 for 9. 2 more balls to go in this over. But there were shots of catch it for Sean. He was very far away from it.
Yeah, Sean's moved out now, but he wanted the ball there. He won't. I'd have kept Sean in. I would basically said, listen here, have a go again. This is pointless. You want to get a wicket. Now you put a long on out. No, he won't do it. He won't hit the ball. Get Sean back up. Let him hit the ball. It was a risk. There was risk involved in that shot.
Was very risky.
Yeah,
It looks
so
like
he could have been out. So let him try it again.
There was a good fielding placement there, putting Glenn Sima there. Almost worked out. And that's the end of the over. After 79 overs, score stands it's 328 with a loss of 9 wickets. And I would assume Aishal Kluter will bowl his 12th. Yes, looks like it. It's been working out, this partnership between Copeland and Kluter. Again, not a lot of changes in the field.
Yeah, once again, all the sweepers go out. They want the single, and they give a single to Carl Simmons so that they can bowl to Nabi. It's difficult for Carl to actually take on the stuff, because the field is spread, and any ball that goes in the air now is, could be out. But if he's prepared to, if he's comfortable batting with Nabi, and he backs him, then he'll take the single.
And here comes Kluter, first ball of the over. Only going to be a dot ball there. It's a good delivery, nonetheless. Got 19 overs left. Or a little bit more than 19 overs left in this match. With one more wicket remaining for Western Province. So it does seem like the Gbets Rocks will have a chance at bats later tonight. It's a good shot, pick the gap, over the boundary rope, 4 runs. That's 33 runs on the board there for Simmons. It's one more wicket remaining for Western Province. So it does seem like the Gbets Rocks will have a chance at bats later tonight. Here's the third ball of the over. It's a good shot. Sean Wilmark getting underneath it. Schooner gets it inside. Just a bit short from him. Would have been a great catch nonetheless. 334 for 9. Great effort from him. So 35 runs on the board there for Simmons. With Kluter bowling the fourth ball of this over. 66 runs for 4 for Aishal Kluter. 2 no balls and 1 wide. And yet to get a maiden. No fielding changes. That's 4. Only a dot ball from that. 2 more balls remaining in this over. With Aishal Kluter looking for his 5 wickets. 1 more to go for that. Second to last ball of the over. Good shot there. It's only going to be a single. 335 for 9. And it's Nabe now on strike. So it looks like they're bringing in the field a bit. Not a lot though. Now, this is interesting. Looks like only 1 step with Sean Wilmark there.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think they're basically going to try to give him one. If you can't get him out, give him one. But I doubt he'll take the single. If he does, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
And here's Ashel Klutter with the last ball of the over. A good leave there from Nabe, and that ends the over after 80 overs. The score is 335 for 9, with a current run rate of 4.2. 18 overs remaining in this match. Excuse me, for today. Copeland to Baldy's 13th over. Simmons on 36 after facing 48 deliveries. Nabe only 2 runs on the board after facing 7 deliveries. Now it's Michael Copeland's in towards Simmons.
No worries.
Taking the single there, by the looks of it.
Sean, please go. Come on, Peter. Peter Milan. Come on, Peter Milan. Bring you along on up. Bring him up.
Yeah.
Bring him up. He serves no purpose back here. Let Nabe have a go here. Because all Nabe's going to do is block the ball. And you want a wicket.
Look, they brought everyone in except Sean and
Yeah, look, I don't mind that. I don't mind
Zuma.
that. But Sean, you want him to be hitting you.
Yeah, he's still out. Okay, but here's Copeland now for the second ball of the over. Good delivery from him. Almost got him out. Not a lot of shouting coming from the players there. Yeah, it doesn't look like Nabe is willing to have a go.
No, he won't have a go. I mean, he's going to try to hit the ball up the ground here, and long on's out. You bring long on in.
Another dot ball, and there's one more ball to go in this over. 336 for 9 still.
Bring Sean van Berg in.
No, they're taking Otis for Unibet out as well. And that brings the end to the over 336 for 9, 17 overs remaining in this match. And I would assume this is what Western Province is going to do now for the rest of the innings. Just play it safe, grab a single where they can. So yeah, again, ladies and gentlemen, after 81 overs, the score stands 336 for 9. And looks like Siamahima is ready to get into the bowling attack, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I don't think Clyde Patain will be standing up for Aisha Kluter.
Just hang on, look at the pitch there, Jannem in Milan.
Not Sean. Sean van
Oh,
Berg.
Sean van Berg is,
Yeah.
which is good. Like we said, we haven't seen a lot of him today. Like everybody's out. Interesting field placement, yeah. So Sean van Berg to Simmons. That's currently on 37 runs after 49 deliveries. Schomburg, 44 runs conceded, yet to get a wicket. And of course, bowled that one no ball earlier. Good delivery from him. And just an update here from Centurion, South Africa. It's 244 for 4. And it's Bellingham, bowled by Mohamed Siraj. And Bellingham is out for 56. So he at least got his half century for the Proteas. And the Proteas are trailing by only 1 run. And elsewhere, it's currently stumps in Benoni for the SAA versus India A match. South Africa 164 for 7.
Yeah, like I said earlier, time in the middle is priceless, and we can see that the players that are batting there at the moment in those conditions, the conditions obviously calm down a bit, but it just showed. I mean, all of them have scored runs. Bellingham, Alga scored hundreds. Dazorsi's had a good season this far. The time in the middle has made such a big difference to the game. That's quite an interesting shot, that.
Yeah,
But this is what I'm saying. You can middle and middle up now. And Nabi's thinking, I can hit the ball over the head. So that's what you want. Why stick him out and why stick out long on?
I like this field placement. This makes a bit more
Now
sense
they've
to me.
stuck him out again.
And he hits it into the gap for the.
That's fine. You can have a square there. I don't mind the square. But the more difficult shot now is the shot is going to hit up the ground over the
I like
head.
this field placement. This makes a bit more sense
Now
to
they've
me.
stuck
That
him out
4
again.
runs brings up 340 for them. It's
And he
341
hits
for
it
9.
into
the gap for the 2 more balls to go this over. They're putting. It's Ashel Clear that they put there on the outside. There we go, Schonderberg, second to last ball. In the air, nobody could get to that in time. Schonderberg, eat your heart out. You tried your best to get to it in time.
I'm still trying to figure out the long ones out, but that's fine. That's fine because this ball's going to long. It's going to mid off. It's not going to long on.
Frustrating when that happens.
Let's see if you're right. Last ball of the over. Big shouts from Cloud Fontaine, but nothing from the umpire. And Siamu was asking him like, I don't understand. So that ends the over. 341 for 9. 16 overs to go. So it looks like it's Michael Copeland again for his 14th over. And it's Simmons on strike. Looks like they're bringing Von Berg out. Not putting him in. He's going long again.
Kyle is leg side, so Kyle will be looking leg side. And he's got protection on leg side. Yeah, this is a short boundary. He'll be looking that side. But then, again, they'll probably look to give a single here and bowl to Nabi. Here we go. Get the single.
That's only going to be a single. Oh, that. I heard that from here, from our commentary group. It looks like Clyde Fontaine is really hurt. Looks like it's his thumb. That might just add a nice knock to it. But Navi is on track. It's 342 for 9. 16 overs to go in this in this day one.
Can I lean out of this window and tell Sean van Berg to go up to Madon?
I think we're gonna have a commentary change again us the boundary rope.
So can you just shout to Sean? Sean, get up to Madon, please. Oh dear. That was a terrible ball.
Yeah, that wasn't one of the best deliveries I've seen from Michael Copeland. And it was a bit of a I don't know what to call it from Clinton Sewell there. He's attempt at fielding the ball.
But why didn't they take the single there?
That's a big shot.
Oh,
that
was four. It looked like it
the,
landed on the
the
rope.
umpire's calling it 4, but it almost seems like
I don't
it
know what to
hit
call it.
the
It landed
Sewell
on the
there.
rope.
Yeah.
Why
Yeah,
didn't
but the
they
umpire
take
called
the
it
ball?
4, so
Why didn't they
yeah,
take
4
the
runs
single
on the
there?
board. So that's 350
That's
up.
a
Big shot for no 346 still. Excuse me. So Nava is looking to hit the big shots now. And he just sees that past him. 2 more balls to go in this over. Another dot ball. Still 346 for 9. Last ball of the over for Michael Copeland. And it's still Nava on strike. He currently has 10 runs on the board after facing 20 deliveries.
I've got a feeling this is going to be another big hit. Get it up there. Get it up there, Mickey. Here we go. Oh, no.
That's just and we're just going to have a commentary change again. James King is going to join me.
Thank you very much to Vincent and Durant's still going to be with me now, and good to have you all with us here on this lovely late afternoon, or early afternoon, should I say, here in Paarl. A little bit of cloud coming over the, just high level cloud, maybe making it cool down a little bit for everybody that's here. It's been a warm day here in Paarl, and we've had the Gbets rocks out here on the field all day.
It's been a very great day for cricket, I must say.
And that's single taken by Kyle Simmons to the first ball of the over from Sean van Berg. And that'll be a little change to the field for the right-handed Tiwakaya Nabe.
So they're keeping Ashel out as well.
Yeah, they are keeping the men out on the leg side for the for Nabe, for the right-hander. The ball turning away from him. Maybe they're expecting him to try and still play over the top there. It is a short boundary. It's been a frustrating time, this 10th wicket partnership for the Rocks. Western Province 347 for the loss of 9. And he's just defending and missing that one outside the off stump. Not easy to play a leg spinner or wrist spinner when you are a tail ender. A wrist spin tends to get the better of you most of the time. That's gone through everybody. That has absolutely everybody, and it's coming down towards the boundary here. It's going to beat Yanaman Milan down to the boundary, and that is 4 buys, is it? Indeed it is, but that takes Western Province to 350. 300 gone through everybody. That has for the loss. Absolutely everybody, and it's coming down towards the boundary here. It's 351 for 9. That 50 for them coming on 351 of 510 balls, 38 fours, 4 sixes, and that 50 coming in 83.3 overs. So the last 50 coming in again 11.2 overs. Very consistent run rate by Western Province. And Nabe having another go, and that one spinning again off the pad, coming down this way. They're going to get 2. They may get 3. I don't know if they want to go for 3. They are going to get 3. Carl Simmons coming back for the 3rd, and accumulating some more runs here off the pad of Nabe. In that instance, the partnership goes to 30. It's now 8 leg byes, 5 byes, 7 no balls, and 2 wides. And this is a very, very frustrating partnership for the Rocks. 354, they put on 30 for the last wicket after the wicket of Buren Hendricks fell with no further addition to the score. And then Patterson and Simmons only putting on 13 for the 9th wicket. And Simmons has a full go at that, not getting beyond Mahima at mid-on.
No, it's definitely a very frustrating partnership for the Rocks. This one, a lot of on-course errors, especially these 2 leg byes of the previous 2 deliveries.
And not taking the new ball, I sort of do understand that, but in some ways I don't necessarily understand that. I think even with the new ball in hand for the spinners, it might just bounce a bit more. I know with the quicker bowlers, they may be expecting that it will not bounce and will move around a bit. South Africa have just lost a very good shot from Simmons. It's well fielded, but he gets the single, so he keeps the strike at the end of the over. And yeah, just to give you some news, unfortunately for South Africa, Kai Verreynne is out. Prashid Krishna has taken his first wicket in Test cricket. Verreynne was out, caught behind a review from the Indian team. Was initially given not out, and it shows that actually did brush his glove on the way through to the keeper. So Verreynne out for 4 after Bedingham has scored a 50 on Test debut, 55 to David Bedingham. South Africa now 249 for the loss of 5, and Themba Bavuma not yet coming out to the crease. Marco Jansen is coming out at number 7. That is played over the top, and
did he catch it?
I don't know, actually.
No, it's been called
It's
a
given
6.
a 6, yes, and I think that is actually correct.
I did see the rope.
He did actually
move.
stand on the rope as he caught the ball the second time. The umpire has to call it. They can't take the word of the umpire. They can't take the word of the player. The umpire has to make the decision here.
He's going to the square leg now to just have a chat with him. But I believe he did step on the rope.
And I don't think that the umpires can change their decision. It's not something that the fielder can tell them that he did make the catch clearly. Let's see if we've got any kind of view of that. We don't. I mean, they have to. I'm just going to see if we've got it on our video feed. Had a full go at it. He did, and that's. I do think he was outside the rope when that catch was taken.
But
to tell actually from our feed as well. It will happen very quickly.
And it looks like it looks like he's been given out.
Why did they declare?
No. The umpire just showed.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Based on what?
Okay, so that's a development.
That makes
That's
absolutely no sense to me.
No.
I mean, the standing umpire at this side gave that as a 6. The umpire, they took a very long time in conversation there before they gave it out. There was no replay. There is nothing that they could look at it.
Yeah.
Standing umpire gives that a 6 based on the evidence that he's seen. I don't see how they can indicate that was a changed decision based on the word of the fielder. But anyway, maybe I don't understand the laws of cricket. But anyway, Simmons is out for 41. I think that's a very confusing decision for me. Not yet. I don't think the player had a full understanding of where they were coming out at number 7. That is played over the top, try and have a look at it again and give you some view of the innings. But maybe we are wrong. But it certainly was a bit of a difficult one to call. Simmons out for 41. Good innings by Carl Simmons. 41 off 56 deliveries. With 3 4s, and really was a good innings from him. A couple of good partnerships, one together with George Linder, and then the last one now with Tiwa Kayanabe of that 31 it was they put on for the final wicket. Simmons has to go, and there will be probably 12 overs left in the day. for Western Province to try and come in and nip a couple of wickets out at the end of the day. And that is a partnership of, say, a 31, with the wicket going to Copeland again in the end here, as it was Simmons who was caught by Malan, Janaman Malan again, or Peter Malan, that was on the boundary and off the bowling of Copeland. So Copeland ends with 3 wickets. It is for Copeland, 4 for Clutter, and Nabe ends not out in that innings. We'll be back with you in a little while. We'll be just taking on a refreshment or two, and we'll be back with you for the Rocks reply, with, I think, 12 overs left in the day. Welcome back to Boland Park here in Paarl. It's a beautiful late summer's afternoon, and it is going to be the captain of Western Province, Björn Hendricks, who's going to be opening the bowling from the Nederburg end. Western Province having scored 355 in their first innings, all out with quite a controversial decision at the end of the innings, whether or not Carl Simmons was in fact caught cleanly on the boundary. The video evidence that we have with us shows that it was more than likely a clean catch. I know some of you wondering what happened from an umpiring point of view. We are not going to and cannot comment on that, but it was certainly very interesting decision-making process that was followed, and we have to rely on what we see out in the middle. Certainly did look like a fair catch on the evidence that we did see. So ultimately, the correct decision made on field, and it's going to be Björn Hendricks away from us now, and he's bowling to Janneman Malan, who just defends that out into the offside. We've got the Malan brothers in at bat for the Rocks, and it'll be J Malan facing, and then we'll put P Malan on the scorecard as well. And one feels it's going to be quite a bit of bowling for the spinners to do tomorrow for Western Province. 355 is a good score.
Especially on Boland Park. It's a very high score.
And yeah, this is a pitch that is not generally easy to score quickly on. And it's going to be interesting to see the lines and lengths that the bowlers here are going to employ. Dane Patterson, who is also metronomic in the way in which he bowls and tries to work the batter out. A couple that go in towards the batter, one that goes away. It's going to be interesting to see how that is dealt with by both Janneman and Peter Malan here. Hendricks bowling across the right hand, and that's just tucked out into the covers. And it is the substitute fielder there. That's Keenan Smith with number 55 on his back. That is fielding. And so I don't know who he's on for. I'll try and have a look now and tell you who he is on for. Oh, is that Kieran Yaku? Sorry, I thought that was Keenan Smith. Onkun Yaku is on the field. So the substitute fielder Yaku on the field. We have Tuakai and Nabe down at long leg. Maybe Carl Simmons. No, Simmons is there, I think, in the slips. At the full go, that one outside the off stump. Does Janneman Malan? No, sorry, does Peter Malan, but he doesn't make contact with that. I'm going to have to rely probably on the numbers on their shirts. Both of them have got Kookaburra bats. Both of them bat right-handed. The only difference between the two probably that you've got green cladding on the bat and on his pads for Peter Malan and black for Janneman Malan, as Hendricks is away from us now. It's a good delivery. Outside the line of off stump, just a single off the over, one without loss so far, so still one ball to go. That was the over. And just to give you the update from Centurion, Marco Janssen coming into bat at the loss of the 5th wicket when Carvarena was out, and no sign of Temba Babuma as yet. Dean Elgar still there, 139 not out. South Africa lead by 9 runs with 5 wickets in hand. Good delivery from Hendricks again, and that's the consistency we have seen from him this season, and nothing to hit in that particular arc for them. One without loss at the end of one over, and already some quite impressive bowling.
Oh, really. Hendricks is a really good bowler, like you said, especially this season. I really like to watch Western Province matches just because of his bowling, and he just showed it again today. But yeah, with Peter Malan, it seems like there's a lot of aggression behind his swings, almost, and that might come back to bite him. So The main thing that the Rocks need to do at this stage is just play it safe, just block every ball, and if there's a single to be taken, take it. You don't want to lose a wicket now
No.
with 10 overs remaining.
That's right. I mean, they're not going to get all these 10 overs in with the Pacers bowling. I mean, there were a lot of time lost, one feels, earlier on in the day with mid-pitch conferences or conferences by the bowlers. It's been interesting to see that happening, and that's just on the line, the middle and leg from Dane Patterson. Normally sort of in and around that off-stump line, that one just going in towards the right-hander and bowling to the two right-handers at the moment. So two right-handers at the top of the order for the Rocks, two left-handers at the top of the order for Western Province, and I think a lineup for the Rocks that is more dominated by right-handers than it is by left-handers. And you've got Linder at first slip, Simmons at second, and then Moore at like a fourth slip as that one is again onto the pads. That's just tickled through the mid-wicket area, chased by John O'Bird. He's got a good arm. You don't take on John O'Bird's arm necessarily even from that distance. Just rifles the throw in, so they can't get through for two. It's going to be Milan Pida to face, we'll just call him Pida Uyanaman while they're batting at the moment. We can't really see the surname on the scoreboard anyway, so we'll just go with J&P. Sorry, that was not a great joke. South Africa 10 ahead at the moment up there in Centurion, and at the moment it is 353 runs behind other Rocks. They're just angled nicely past the man at Gully. I think that is going to run away for 4. Oh no, it may not. Yes, it does. Just makes it to the boundary ahead of a chasing Valentine Katima at 300 and down past the 3 runs behind other Rocks and angled nicely past the man at Gully. I think that is going to run away for 4. Oh no, it may not. Yes, it does. Just quite cut it off. First boundary of the innings, and that goes the way of Peter Malan.
It almost feels like he dove for the ball too early.
Yeah, it does seem like he couldn't quite get there. Yeah, he was making a desperate attempt to pull that one back. That's 2-4 from Patterson, and that's a great shot. As through the extra cover. Listen to me, through the mid-wicket region for 4. Yeah. Nothing John O'Bird can do to that, and the captain pull that one back. Goes to collect it. That's 2-4 from Patterson, and that's a great shot. As a 2 slips, a gully, backward point, a man at extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. So a very typical 6-3 offside leg side field. And they've got off to a good start here so far, the Rocks. That's once again played into the leg side, this time from ball angling in outside the off stump. John O'Bird at mid-wicket does the fielding 10 without loss.
It almost it seems like he didn't aim for that part of the field. Bit of an itch maybe on it.
I think he was probably aiming a little bit straighter than that. Just went a bit squarer than he anticipated, maybe off the inside half of the bat. And it is going to be Patterson once again towards us now from the old stables end. Just walks down the wickets. He's just trying to negate whatever movement there might be there, Peter Malan. One bounce down to Adrian Moore at 4th slip. Stroke gully. It is turning into a nice afternoon and evening here at Paarl. Beautiful ground this. Those of you that may know it, the Groot Drakenstein Mouse. We're looking out towards the north here, from our commentary position, and out towards the mountains in the north. Behind us, we have I'll say it's behind us, but sort of behind us to the right-hand side, we're looking towards the Paarl rocks, the basalt domes that define this town, Paarl, which is derived from Paarl, which is Afrikaans word for pearl. And the rocks do look like pearls. You fly in from Johannesburg certainly do look like pearls standing up over the horizon. Bjorn Hendricks is going to start his second over. It's 10 without loss, as we have Janneman Milan just taking strike again because Bjorn Hendricks has decided he's going to come around the wicket. So his left arm around from this, the Niederberg end. And that's better delivery from him. I suppose he was feeling he wasn't quite getting what he was looking for, bowling over the wicket to Milan. He's probably trying to get that ball to straighten a little bit. So some good bowling from Aishel Kluter. Got 4 wickets in the innings of Western Province, 3 for Michael Copeland, and bowling well to particularly the left-handers. And interesting that wasn't the frontline bowlers that necessarily got the wickets for the. Oh, that's a great delivery. He's got him. He has got him, just pushing at the ball outside the off stump, as has become the want of Janneman Milan of recent times, it must be said, unfortunately. And that is a very good catch. So the ploy to come around the wicket to Milan works. Janneman Milan got the wicket. Unfortunately for him, oh, that's a great delivery. He's got him. He has got him, exactly pushing at the ball outside the off stump. Daniel Smith takes the catch, dying on him a little bit, the wicket keeper, as it swung away a little bit after it went past the bat. But certainly got the edge, and he is on his way. 2 runs for Janneman Milan. It's 10 for 1. He only faced 7 deliveries, frontline bowlers, and he will be desperately disappointed. Oh, that's a great delivery. He's got him. He has got him, just pushing at this match as he's disconsolately back to the pavilion. That was, yeah, he was hanging his bat out a bit there.
Yeah, it was a great delivery.
Delivery, yes.
Don't take anything away from Hendricks, but yeah, it's almost like he didn't anticipate the swing on that ball.
Yeah.
Great catch nonetheless as well. So yeah, it's for the Rocks, it's going to be very disappointing to see Janneman Milan going for 2 runs. And yeah, of course, he is a man of the hour for
Absolutely,
today,
yeah.
Sean van Zyl. This is his 200th first class match. It's unbelievable. He debuted in the 2006-07 season for Boland against Bordekai, and of course he played a lot of county cricket for Sussex.
Incredible record. He just needs 12 runs to get to 12,500 runs in first class cricket. High score of 228 for the Cobras here at Paarl in the 2017-2018 season, and an average of 42.76 with 30 hundreds and 57 50s. What an outstanding record in his 200th first class match. And the left-hander is facing Bjorn Hendricks, who's over the wicket to him now. Good delivery outside the line of off stump, and he just comes forward and defends. So Stefan van Zyl, the man who has been a stalwart of the Boland cricket over so many years, played many games for the Cobras in franchise cricket starting the season, 2 seasons before Stefan van Zyl started his first class career, 2006-2007. It was 2004-2005 season when franchise cricket started. It's a good delivery again from Hendricks, and one feels Hendricks there did have Janneman Milan set him up with the delivery outside the off stump, felt that coming around the wicket would be better, got the one outside the off stump just to straighten off the seam, and Milan, who perhaps unsure whether it was going to come in towards him or not, playing with the ball just outside the body, not moving his feet and not getting into position, and just getting the edge of the bat. Hendricks once again. Van Zyl, that's a beauty. He's bowled him! Oh my word, he's bowled him for a duck. He's got the off stump out of the ground. The off stump does a Simone Biles, cartwheeling away towards a fine leg, and Stefan van Zyl in his 200th match, in the first innings of his 200th match, gets a duck, and he's out with I think that was the final delivery of Bjorn Hendricks' over. And absolute beauty from Hendricks, that must be said. Angled in towards the left-hander and then straightened on him,
and getting
it was
position
on sale.
and just
That
getting
is
the edge
bowled
of the bat.
by Hendricks.
Once
Second
again.
last ball of his over.
So that's
Bjorn
a
Hendricks
beauty.
gets
Bowled him!
all
Oh
over.
my word, he's bowled him!
And, just to have a look at that one, perhaps again, if we can, in our particular, just take the monitor back and we'll have a look at the delivery again now, just to see what we can see. If we can see exactly what happened with that, but you cannot actually bowl a better delivery to a left-hander. First up, came in towards him and then just straightened off the pitch and took the off stump out of the ground. Bjorn Hendricks. And we'll have a look at it once again. Hendricks, one ball left in his over. It's got 2 wickets for 1 run.
I would say, give me great delivery there from Hendricks. Definitely a death rattle of a delivery.
It was.
And then unfortunately, this Seven Sail gone for a duck. You know, it's
played completely down the wrong line of that. Or he trying to trust his eye first up as Hendricks getting some really good pace. And Bjorn Hendricks, you can see now, you can definitely see why he was called up to the national team for that one-day series in place of injured players, and he's away from us now at the Niederberg end. That's nicely played by Aviwa Ngajima, who's in at number 4. He's had some really good form lately, has Ngajima, coming off 100, I think, in the previous game that he got here.
100 and
he was very good.
Yeah, more than 100 not out,
Yeah.
if I recall correctly.
Yes.
He almost batted the whole day. I remember we worked it out. It was something like 7 hours he was in the middle.
Yeah.
7 to 8 hours. No, it's amazing. And yeah, the Seven was so far out. I didn't even have time to
Yeah.
to say something that you mentioned about him.
Bat is 200, yeah.
That he started his career in franchise cricket, so he almost outlived franchise cricket in his career, which
he
is
did, in fact. I mean, he started his career just after 2 years after franchise cricket started, so he's played most of his career than he did in franchise cricket, and then county cricket as well, as that's played into the gully. Good fielding by Eddie Moore. Peter Malan and Aviwa Ngajima have a massive job to do here now, as we look at Aviwa Ngajima's numbers. 2007, 2008 made his debut, 93 first-class matches. This is his 94th, 3,232 runs at an average of 26.06, and his highest score was, in fact, in the Rocks versus Dolphins match here in Paarl this season, 132 not out. Man who played a lot of cricket for Western Province and for the Cobras, and has been in this area for quite a long time, as it's Dane Patterson now. It's again great fielding from Eddie Moore down to his right-hand side. That was actually moving quite quickly, got that on the bounce and made it look very easy, in fact, did Eddie Moore. Not long to go in the day's play. We have 20 minutes left until we have to close the day's play. We won't get all 8 overs in. It'll be interesting to see what the umpires say about that as well. And the Rocks not quite be able to get through the overs perhaps as quickly as we would have thought, especially with the spinners bowling well over 40 overs in that. That's just tinkled into the leg side. Jono Bird does the fielding.
The second innings of the Rocks was a bit slow, especially the over rates. I did time it, so it will be interesting, like I said, to hear what the umpires have to say about this. But I don't think it's such a bad problem for a penalty.
No, I don't think it will be. I mean, there's enough time lost in the game with Aviwa Ngajima's injury, so I mean, we may lose 2 or 3 overs, or probably 4 overs or so at the most, hopefully. It's down the leg side, nothing doing with that. And Dane Patterson's better over this over from Patterson. Was
Yet to consider a run in this over.
That's right. 8 off his first over, I think it was. No, sorry, 9 off his first over, which because he was taken for 2 fours by the batter who's facing him at the moment, Peter Malan. And Malan, who has, together with Aviwa Ngajima, a lot of work to do here.
Yes, the second to last ball. So can't get it away, but no, I think the Rocks will play it very safely now.
Oh.
Losing 2 wickets
Yeah,
in 3 overs, about three.
yeah.
It's definitely not what the Rocks would need, and they're now firmly on their back foot.
They are. I mean, the 355 now that Western Province scored is looking quite a long way away,
Yeah,
especially with the wicket already starting to take some turn, as we will give you news from Centurion shortly. A good delivery outside the line of the off stump from Dane Patterson, nearly at the end of his, in fact, he is at the end of his second over. It's a maiden, as indicated by Durant Huissen. Next to me, really privileged to be here commentating at Boland Park today for this first of the 4 days in the 4-day game. This broadcast from Cricket South Africa on their YouTube channel is brought to you by Pitch Vision, the visuals and the commentary here, courtesy of Cape Fox Productions. Please look up Cape Fox Productions on YouTube, and some cricketing material there for you with a view to expand that into the future. So very good to have you on board with us today. Good angle, this from Hendricks.
it's getting a lot of swing on the ball this earlier.
And
It's something I didn't expect.
I think it's still a little bit of a breeze out there, but not as strong as it was early in the day. Although you don't get as much wind here necessarily as is on the other side of the Helderberg mountain range. The mountains between Stellenbosch and the Strand and False Bay area, and often is wind still and hot here in Paarl when it is actually blowing a gale in Cape Town.
The light is getting a bit bad here. It's a bit
It's
overcast, so I would suspect in a couple of minutes time it's going to be harder to see the ball. I'm struggling to see the ball. But then again, we're so far away from the field.
Yeah,
But
but it does, when you've got this high cloud and you're getting into the late afternoon, no, in Newlands, you have got the added uh, disadvantage perhaps of having the mountain close by, and the clouds do build up against the mountain. The high cloud here, hopefully we're in for a full day's play. Yeah, that one just angling far too much in to Mgajima, and it's down to, I think it's from Tiwakaya Nabe down at the long leg area. Let's just have a look. We still have is Nabe down there. We still do have Onkanyaku on the field. I'm trying to see who he's on the field for. It's definitely not Eddie. Eddie Moore's there. Jono Bird, Valentine Mgajima, Daniel. Carl Simmons and George Linder in the slips together with Eddie Moore, Daniel Smith. So the man that is not on the field, Mhlali Umpongwana.
that's
That
another
is
great
a
delivery.
good delivery, isn't it? To Peter Malan, just squares him up, gets the leading edge, and goes to that man Kitime at backward point. A good fielder, Valentine Kitime, as Eddie Moore does a standard routine of push-ups on the field. Always is doing the push-ups, maybe just to keep him ready for anything, any eventuality. That one was in the air for a little while, but no real danger necessarily. 2 for 2 in his third over is Bjorn Hendricks. Another beauty outside the off-stump, well left by Peter Malan, is bringing all that experience that he has to the fore. Peter Malan, we haven't mentioned, just in terms of his record, and is an outstanding one. 12,783 runs in 190 first-class games with a high score of 264. Man who's also played cricket for South Africa at an average of 43.77. 38 hundreds and 53 50s. What an outstanding competitor Peter Malan has been for many, many years. And again, making his debut the same season as Stiaan van Zyl. Still looking as fit as ever, Peter Malan.
Oh, it does.
He does certainly is a player that looks like he's got a number of seasons still ahead of him, and it will be the end of that over. Going to have Dane Patterson, I think, to continue, or are we going to see spin before the end of the day's play? It's 11 for 2 after 5. We are going to see spin. So it is Patterson having bowled 2 overs in his opening spell. 2 overs and just the 1 maiden for 9 runs. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 9 for 0. And it's going to be George Linder who's going to be bowling, be the third bowler for Western Province, and he will be seeing if he can extract something out of this wicket. As it is already 11 for 2, 5 overs gone, 6 overs to be bowled, and we have got 12 minutes left in the day's play. We'll be lucky if we get 3 overs in, maybe 4, but it is going to be Linder, and he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Aviwe Ngajima, and here we'll give you the numbers for George Linder. They are quite impressive. 2011, 2012 has made his debut 74 matches. We'll come to these after this delivery. Nicely played, yeah. It was very well played into the covers, but that is who's in the covers there? That's not Bird, because it's through that way. Sorry, the ball is like that. That is Simmons, Carl Simmons, out in the covers. Eddie Moore at first, the only slip, and there's a man in a short leg at Valentine Kitima, angled away by Abiwe Ngajima, and by the cries you heard from the Western Province team, I must have thought that was a close call as he went back to that delivery from George Linder. Not something I would advise too often on this pitch. Linder not necessarily as big a turner of the ball as Carl Simmons.
No, not at all. But he could still cause some trouble there for the.
Definitely can. His his record is outstanding. Bowling record. Let's have a look at let's say 74 matches, 247 wickets. So just 3 wickets away from a massive milestone for him. 6,479 runs at an average of 26.23. So and best of 7 for 29. Cobras versus the Knights in 2021 season. That's beautifully played. The sweep shot brought out by Peter Malan. A little bit too full on middle and leg, and he just nails that one beautifully. Backward of square. Dane Patterson does the retrieving from in front of the banks here to the left. Played. The sweep shot brought out by Peter Malan. They really are a little bit too full on middle and leg, and he just nails afternoon here. Maybe getting a little bit hazy in the far distant mountains, but these mountains closer to us still looking fantastic. And we'll go through that score from Centurion shortly. Oh, that's poor from John O'Byrne. He may have given 4 away there. In fact, he has. It was just clipped out towards him. It's gone straight through him. He got the long barrier out, but he'll be disappointed they didn't pick that one up. That really isn't very good fielding from the Western Province opener. Man scored 78 earlier today. Oh, that's poor from John O'Byrne. He may have given 4 away there. In fact, he has. It was clipped out there off Peter Malan's bat. Sorry, Abiwe Mgajima's bat. He's in again, and no, it was Malan. Sorry.
One must think if he had a lapse in concentration.
I think so. It looked like it, didn't it?
Yeah, because it's not like him to miss easy.
He's a very good fielder normally. I suppose it can happen to anybody. I would guess it's going to be Björn Hendricks, unsurprisingly, to continue from the Nederburg end of this beautiful ground here in Paarl. It's been a privilege for us to bring you this Cricket South Africa broadcast on YouTube with visuals courtesy of Pitch Vision and some excellent production here from our producers Bandile and Sherry. And I need to get the name of the gentleman who's actually covering us on the camera, the roving camera. So which is very good. as this is just played into the covers by Ngajima, and there is no run. So South Africa ending the day in Centurion on 256 for the loss of 5, and Marco Jansen at the crease there, together with Dean Elgar. So far, Temba Bavuma did not come out to bat. Jansen coming in ahead of him, and good contributions down the order from David Bedingham, 55 on debut. The only other real contribution in that scorecard, apart from the 140 not out by Dean Elgar, was in fact the 28 from Tony de Zorzi. Everybody else making single figures for South Africa. Another good delivery from Björn Hendricks. You impressed with him?
I am. No, it's been a phenomenal season for him thus far. Like I said earlier, it's been an absolute pleasure to watch him.
Yeah.
And now to watch him again in person, it doesn't do it justice on the TV.
It doesn't do
Almost.
it justice on the TV. Had a very good spell. I mean, as did a couple of other quicks, Nandre Berger in particular, in that ODI at St. George's Park. Not as successful here in Paarl. And he was talking to me a little bit earlier about that. I will chat to you a bit more. Another good delivery there from Björn Hendricks, and acknowledging in what he was saying around the lengths they were bowling here in that ODI at Paarl, that perhaps they were bowling a little bit too short in that particular ODI. But you know what? It was discussion after the match, not necessarily in the press conference, but if you consider both teams very much in a phase where you did have in the South African team a number of players that were perhaps feeling a little bit fatigued from the World Cup and various other aspects there. It's a good delivery again.
There was a lot of cricket for these players, especially that play the international series now. So there will be some fatigue. But yeah, like we said earlier this morning, with Boland Park, you can't bowl short here.
No, you can't.
You're gonna get punished.
Ideal, your length. You've got to be very careful that you're using it more as a surprise delivery, perhaps. Again, that's not a criticism of what was happening. It was the game plan they were playing to, and could have all worked out. South Africa had from a batting point of view, been able to do that. And that one, just a tennis ball bounce, and a wide is given against Björn Hendricks for that one. You have to bowl that one again. First extra, I think, no, it's not the first extra. This is the first extra of the innings, and just a wide for height. You won't mind that necessarily. Just trying to keep Aviwa Ngajima honest. And what we will see is probably only one more over, maybe 2 overs before close of play. There are 5 left, including this one. So another 2 balls in this over, 1 George Linder over, and then maybe another Björn Hendricks over to finish off the day, and that's also over his shoulder, but that one is not as short as the previous delivery.
This has been a very long over. I've timed it. It's already 4 minutes.
Yeah, that is quite a long over, and that's where we get down to the situation where you only have maybe 12 or 13 overs in a day. So running through that South African scorecard, Aiden Markram caught Rahul bowled Siraj for 5. Elgar's not out for 140. De Zorzi caught Jaiswal bowled Bumrah for 28. Keegan Peterson bowled by Bumrah for 2. Bedingham bowled Mohammed Siraj for 56. That's nicely played by Ngajima down to Nabi at deep fine leg, and they come through for the single. It will be Ngajima to keep strike to Linder, and I think Linder would rather be bowling to Ngajima than he would be to Malan. So just to finish the scorecard there, Carverane caught behind off a review by KL Rahul off the bowling of Prashid Krishna, Rashid's first wicket in Test cricket, and Marco Jansen not out 3 at the end, 256 for the loss of 5. Temba Bavuma not yet in at bat. So the ball just brushing the glove of Carverane and given not out on the field, and then given out later on in the after reviewers. Linder in to Ngajima, 2 slips, short leg, straight back to the bowler. Going to be interesting to see this attack from Western Province. I mean, they have only got the 2 they've got the two orthodox left-arm spinners that really, and a couple of other guys could turn their hand over. John O'Bird may be asked to bowl a few. He is a right, so he's also left-handed. So it's going to be interesting to see what they are going to actually do here tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm quite excited for tomorrow. For that same reason, to see what the game plan is going to be. From the start of proceedings. I just hope they had more time. With the ball today, but unfortunately, I think we're probably going to get one more over in.
We may only get, if we luck, we should get one more over in, although the stadium clock showing 17:58. Still 2 deliveries left after this, and they take the run. And now I'm sure that Peter Malan's shoelace would have come undone or something when they took that run.
Yeah. Something happened. The strap broke on his helmet. Or...
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. He's in already, so he can't get timed out for that, fortunately. So it's going to be Milan facing Linda. 2 balls left in this over. Just very defensively and watchfully out to substitute Fyodor Onkonyaku in the short extra cover position. And it is going to be the last ball of the over. Could be stumps after this, and that's a good delivery and nicely fielded by Dane Patterson. He gets down very quickly.
Very good field.
Does Patterson, and I think they will have time for one more. The umpires are coming to their position, and by the time umpire Tuma reaches this end here and stands at the stumps, though he is taking quite a slow walk to the stumps, must be said, that it will be 17:59. So it is, and it's going to be Carl Simmons who's going to be coming on to bowl after that initial burst from Björn Hendricks. 4 overs, 1 maiden, and they took 2 wickets for 4 runs. Some outstanding bowling from Björn Hendricks at the start of the innings, and it is 24 for the loss of 2. The Gbets Rocks. Carl Simmons coming on for the last over of the day, and South Africa, as we say, 2:56 for 5 to close. 11 runs ahead, and the Rocks here, as that one is turning quite appreciably outside the off stump, but there's no danger for Aviwa Ngujima. And we will lose then only 2 overs in the day, which is not bad. We would have hoped to have got them all in. It's been a real privilege bringing this match to you today. That's nicely fielded by Kitime at that forward short leg position. Just holding that pose for a minute there. 4 balls left in the day's play here.
I mean, 2 overs that we lost is not bad. If you take in consideration the Aviwa Ngujima
injury, that's right,
and the change of the
and in the third session you have we had change of innings. Third session you also had an extra drinks break. So looking at that, certainly without that extra drinks break in that last session, we would have had probably all 98 overs in the day. That's beautifully played by Peter Malan out to Yassine Valley at backward point. Mohammed Yassine Valley, not to be confused with the Yassine Valley with just with an I, V-A-L-L-I, who plays for the Tuskers. Yassine Valley here, also one of the elder statesmen of this team. That's nicely played by Milan into the mid-wicket region, and they take another single. So that's the first run off Simmons's bowling. She thought that they'd already taken a run off his bowling earlier on in the over. So 25 for 2 after what will be 9 overs. It's actually 8 overs and 5 balls. Last ball of the day, and in fact it was the only one faced by. So it has been Milan who has faced all those 5 deliveries, just getting the 1 run. So 2 slips, a man in at silly mid-off, man at short leg for Aviwa Ngujima, facing the last ball of the day from Carl Simmons. It just defends into the offside, and that is the time, gentlemen, at the end of day 1. It has been a fascinating day's cricket here at Boland Park. It's been a privilege of bringing it to you. 25 for 2 are the Rocks at the end of day one. That means they have a deficit of 330 on the score from Western Province. 355 it was that they scored. Contributions by 2 or 3 different players. 78 from John O'Bird. 62 from it was Daniel Smith, and 50 from George Linder, 44 from Eddie Moore, and a 41 from Carl Simmons. The main contributors to that 355 scored at 4 runs and over, just over 4 runs and over, and they certainly would have been happy with that, and even more happy that they took 2 wickets in the Rocks innings, that of Janeman Malan and Stian van Zyl, both with a score on 10. It is now 25 for 2, and it's been a pleasure being with you here today, Durant. Also with Vincent Barnes, who was with us. Vincent will be with us, and Durant will be with me tomorrow. And just your final thoughts on the day?
Eventful. A lot has happened, especially that the brief T20 match we got earlier in the day.
Yes.
And then, of course, the controversy with the 60 on the boundary less than an hour ago. No, it's been a good day of cricket. The pitch surprisingly held up for me. And looks like it's just Western Province winning control of the match from the start till now.
Yeah.
And they're going to celebrate tonight, taking 2 wickets. And the Rocks is going to have to sit down in the dressing room and figure out a game plan. How are you going to chase this score down? The score at the start of the batting innings looked like a mountain, but now it looks like Mount Everest. So
yes, indeed.
It's going to be difficult for them. So I just hope for a good day of cricket tomorrow, like we had today. And yeah, that's basically it from me.
So we'll be back with you tomorrow, starting at 10 o'clock sharp here at Boland Park. And we're really looking forward to bringing you this second day of this 4-day match. We'll be giving you updates from what's happening around the country and around the world as well, and keeping you informed as to what's happening in the cricketing world. Once again, final reminder that this broadcast brought to you on CSA's YouTube channel. Visuals courtesy of the Pitch Vision production team, and thank you to Bandile, Sherry, and our cameraman, whose name I will make sure I have for tomorrow. And this commentary brought to you by Cape Fox Productions. And please go and have a look at their YouTube channel on their YouTube page. And if you have got any suggestions or comments of content that you would be liking to see, will be much appreciated. So look forward to your comments tomorrow. We look forward to you joining us tomorrow. And thank you for being with us. And from us here, from me, James King, and from the entire team here at Boland Park, it's goodbye.